Hello and welcome here to the DPC Closed Qualifiers. It is going to be Balrogs Esports versus Vicious Gaming. I'm Aponzues. With me here, the absolutely outstanding Kips. How are we doing?
Great, thank you very much. It's actually, I didn't expect to get to cast South American Dota tonight. And I am so happy that I get to do some more casting. I feel like I've been on a roll recently, and we just keep on rolling.
Yeah.
And well, I have heard, I have seen. I mean, I know Balrogs Esport is the big favorites for this matchup. We've seen a bunch of these players in the upper division last year already. So, and they've also, I believe, beaten Vicious Gaming in the open qualifiers already. Is that correct?
That is correct. They won in the open qualifiers handedly against Vicious Gaming. It was about a 27 to 28 minute game. So Vicious Gaming certainly has to step up here to make a challenge for Balrogs Esports, but it is a best of three. It is Dota. Anything can happen. The first pick, Mars, to be expected a little bit at some point. Mars just such a good hero overall right now.
Yep, and Balrogs, I see they have been picking it pretty much every single time that it hasn't been first banned. So I expect we can see a Mars combination pick with this as well. They have been running the Dark Willow. Other possibilities, a little bit more avant-garde these days is Potom. You can also go for the Snapfire, but they haven't banned that out themselves. And Vicious Gaming take the Tidehunter. Interesting, actually, because yesterday I casted a full series of one team picking nothing but Tide Snap for their opening. I wonder if they would have wanted that granny for themselves as well.
Yeah, Tidehunter plus Snapfire just feels like overwhelming team fight and very good lane. Oh, they're gonna go for the Rubik.
So this is the damage mitigation lane. Was I casting that with you before? Where, especially if you're up versus a melee laner, they get to do absolutely nothing. In the short term, they're pretty much always going to be Anchor Smash whenever they walk up to the wave and contest the Tidehunter in that wave. And if you want to make, alright, fine. You know, Anchor Smash wears off, we're just gonna go anyway. And then you also get Fade Bolted, so you never get to kill him or harass him out efficiently.
Yeah. And they're gonna go for a Razor immediately after. That's not gonna be a support Razor, I would assume. So 2 cores being picked up here by Balrogs Esports, unless we see some weird Mars support kind of thing. But the Razor pick, you mentioned it, like a melee laner can't really go up against Tidehunter Rubik. The Razor, however, he is not melee, and he will put the zap to that water melon.
Absolutely. It's a fantastic pick versus the Tide. You also have great wave clear, which is very handy versus this Tide Rubik lane that is absolutely going to push you under your tower otherwise. And this does indicate for Balrogs that they're going to have to play through their mid lane a little bit more, because Razor, of course, isn't the hardest of carries. He hits his peak about when you get to that BKB refresher timing, which is a serious peak, by the way, but not quite your late game hyper carry. So most likely they're going to be saving that mid lane pick for the last tier, and as Mars and Razor are going to be the ones that carry Balrogs through the mid game.
And like, these are 2 cores picked up very early, but I feel like neither of these can really have a bad lane, especially since they see the Tidehunter, so they know the Razor is gonna have a good lane. And Mars, like, yeah, there are some good matchups against him, but it feels like that hero is just gonna get his farm, gets an armlet or a blink dagger, and then just make chaos happen.
Yep, especially with the Helm of Iron Will immediate purchase for the armlet buildup, the big physical damage lanes that can reliably harass Mars out usually run into a lot of trouble as soon as he gets that extra armor bonus. So yeah, it's going to be rough for Vicious Gaming to give him a hard lane regardless. Completely agreed.
And I'm interested about this Conquer ban from Vicious Gaming. I feel like they might just be worried that Balrogs are just gonna have good lanes and then just run them over with a mid-game timing of like Conquer, Razor, and Mars, which, like in theory, that sounds very scary. So I like that ban there a lot. But are there other heroes that could provide something like that for Radiant?
really depends. I've been looking at RoboZ's hero pool for a while now, and this man is really very versatile. The Kunkka is definitely his favorite, so it makes sense that they're going to ban that out right here. Um, Depending on what you want here, really, with a Razor and a Mars over in your side lanes, you can do anything from a TA, if you want a bit more of the actual carry flavor, to something like a Storm Spirit who could possibly really go loose in a game if you get the right draft for it. Um, the the mid pick is completely open, and this is also I think why Vicious Gaming only takes out that Kunkka, because if you start pinging off more, it's just shots in the dark. You don't know what Balrogs are going to do right now. I doubt Balrogs knows it themselves, so instead they start working on the supports. They take out the Elder Titan, which would be a pretty strong laner together with the Razor versus that Tidehunter as well. Nice combo with the Mars in the team fights.
And also a Beastmaster ban. So now for Vicious Gaming here, we've talked a little bit about what Balrogs Esports is going to provide there. Vicious Gaming, most likely going to pick up their position 5 here. Are there any heroes that stand out to you that you would like to see?
Normally immediately said that Snapfire, but she's already gone.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, in Europe, we've seen a lot of Grimstroke these days. Very good with cores that are going to initiate. Where if this Tidehunter, for example, feels like playing a Blink Dagger game, you can make that first jump from the Tidehunter extra devastating with the Inkswell. But let's see. Other supports right now, we've seen a bit of Lion, a bit of Dark Willow, mostly in combination with the Mars though. And they go for the Winter Wyvern. Interesting.
I feel like Vicious Gaming here, okay. I mean, right now, that seems a little bit cocky here from Balrogs Esports too. Like the first 3 picks seem to be their 3 cores.
It sure looks that way. I respect it.
Yeah, that's gonna be the puck pick. This is a fantastic puck game if he doesn't get jumped on and just immediately killed. that's the big if there. But
you definitely gotta have your lightning fingers ready to dodge those spears, and of course the 3 binds from the Hoodwink. And they have so much reset here on Vicious Gaming as well. The problem is really that I worry for their damage output by now. They have a ton of disables, they have a ton of team fight control, but their carry here is really going to have to be bringing the physical DPS. And if the puck doesn't get off to a good enough start, yeah, you'll be able to keep the Razor and Queen of Pain from running you down, but I'm not sure if you're going to be able to kill them yourself.
And I am also a little bit worried that I feel like Balrogs Esports, wherever they are, 1 or 2 heroes is enough to kill a hero of Vicious Gaming, while, as you mentioned, the damage output, Vicious Gaming, they're all about the team fight. If they're not all 5 in one spot, I don't know how they kill a Queen of Pain, how they kill a Hoodwink, how they kill a Razor. Like, yeah, maybe Puck can make something happen with a Rubik, but they really need some kind of carry that can be active with them. Because otherwise, I just worry that Balrogs just runs over them.
Yep, with this, I really like this Queen of Pain pick here as well, because Queen of Pain these days, I think people are fully leaning into the low base attack time that she has right now. So you often, yeah, she's a mid-game nuker, but she evolves into a very, very good right clicker. And that solves a lot of the potential scaling issues that they have here if Vicious Gaming manages to make it through that mid-game, without actually sacrificing anything in that mid-game themselves, by the way.
Yeah. That's, I think, also with the Bloodthorn now giving 90 attack speed. I just saw that like the other day and I was like, damn, that is a lot of attack speed. And yeah, with the low base attack time for the Queen of Pain, gets out very, very well. And you want to build an Orchid as Queen of Pain, so that just makes perfect sense in that itemization.
Exactly, and you're going to be able to kill 3 out of 4 heroes solo on Vicious Gaming right now. Anti-mage out. Okay, I can see that, but very curious. I think for Vicious Gaming, you're looking at something. The best physical burst damage heroes are heroes like Ursa, which is they're very risky to run into a Razor.
Yeah.
You can kill them. Like that's the thing. An Ursa can kill a Razor if you jump on him and immediately melt him. Razor is not actually that tanky. He gets a lot of his presence from the BKB and from getting that link off. But the link doesn't actually drain that fast, so you can kill a Razor before you are completely useless. But not a lot of carry players feel like that's a fun kind of gamble to take. All right, I'm jumping in here. I get
Especially
3 seconds.
there is a lot of like there would be a lot of heroes that can easily force his enrage. Like the Hoodwink can force the enrage with a sharpshooter. The Queen of Pain can force it. The Mars can force it. So we'll have to see. Balrogs Esports, they're most likely gonna pick up their position 5 here, unless there are some really wonky lanes coming out from them. 15 seconds.
You can celery style the Hoodwink to 5 still, I think.
Oh, yeah.
They have a lot of options, and Vicious Gaming has mostly been taking out the big disablers here. So if they want to look for stuns, ooh, have we been hoodwinked somewhere in here? Because that's definitely a plus 5 hoodwink now. But who is there for?
I think it's gonna be the Mars. Could also still... Maybe it is Mars mid. How would Mars mid versus a Puck fare?
Decent enough. The Puck's not really much of a threat, but at the same time, the Mars also doesn't really hurt the Puck.
Yeah, I feel like overall I would prefer a Queen of Pain mid over a Mars mid. But we'll have to see here. Vicious Gaming. I feel like though, with this Underlord pick, makes the Ursa even more tasty for them.
Yes, definitely. Or well, the Underlord looks tasty to the Ursa, shall we say it that way. They should definitely be tempted right now. Other options, I mean, I feel loath to suggest something like a Drow Ranger just because they have a lot of jump. And a Tidehunter, you can keep her safe, but it's rough. And I don't think a Medusa gets online in time.
I don't think the Medusa would need like more damage items than usual because of the Razor. Okay. We just talked about how we are not a fan of picking a Medusa here, and Vicious Gaming says, what do these guys know? We're gonna pick the Medusa.
I'm not necessarily opposed, but this is not, you know, a free Medusa game like, all right, I'm just going to stand here and siege and my enemies can't do anything about it. Vicious Gaming are correct that Balrogs are going to run out of damage at some point, especially if Burna doesn't get a really good game and he doesn't get to that refresher fast enough. But at the same time, yeah, she won't add a lot until halfway through the mid game. I mean, we've been harping on this mid game. The switch here from the Mars to the Underlord does not detract in any way from Balrogs' presence in that mid game, unless this Underlord has a really bad lane. And versus a Medusa, that's just not necessary.
And I also like the damage for the Medusa is not only going to be reduced by the static link, there's also going to be the atrophy aura from the Underlord, so the Medusa really needs those damage items to start being a threat. So we'll have to see here. Overall, how we've talked about the mid-game timing. Do you feel like Balrogs as the favorites, did they outdraft here, or did they give themselves a little bit of a challenge?
This is a bit of an outdraft as well. You just have to have the confidence that you don't let it get to the late game. And I think that's why we see these drafts more rarely when there's two teams that are very well matched and they know they're very well matched, because they'd really rather have the 100% security of the correct carry matchup, or at very least the same amount of scaling as their opponent. And Balrogs doesn't have that right now, but I don't think they need it. So yeah, this draft is fueled by their confidence. Not necessarily that they outdrafted super hard. I wouldn't call this the biggest outdraft if it wasn't so lopsided in the strength of the teams and the players themselves.
Absolutely. My Dota just crashed for some reason, but we're back. Okay. Here we are.
Unfortunately, yesterday we couldn't see TPs.
I mean, yeah, that that is very it actually made a Boots of Travels a lot stronger because you don't see if somebody's TPing to a creep.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. And there was a team with fairly few stuns, and the opponents just started TPing out at the most random moments because they were like, wait, we could just stand still and it'll take a second before they know what's going on.
Yep. And here actually, for the mid lane, an interesting ward there for Lumpy on the puck. Very deep under his own tower, so not going to be dewarded very easily.
And he pre-denies it to make sure he can take it out with a single click. Yep. This is his dagger dodging ward. All that's necessary is that he actually sees the dagger coming, or the rotations afterwards if he uses an offensive orb here and there. This lane is very much dependent on what the Queen of Pain thinks she's going to achieve here. I don't think she knows that there's an orb on his puck right now, so she skilled the scream already. That is the regular build in a lane versus the puck, and so the puck knows that he didn't actually have to skill his phase shift. Works out nice for both parties this way.
The TPs are still not showing, by the way. Rubik just TP'd to get away from the static link and did not show that he had the TP.
Rip.
Yeah. And already in this top lane we see Underlord, the level 1 atrophy aura, just reducing the damage of that Medusa. She is going to be struggling to last hit against the 81 damage. Well, at the moment with atrophy aura for the Underlord. Well, she only has 54.
Lane hurts, especially before the Medusa has her level 3 and at level 2 snake.
At least when Wyvern's very good against Underlord. Is that percentage-based HP damage? Meanwhile, it is going to be a position 5 Mars. So not the 5 Hoodwink, but the 5 Mars. How do you feel about this?
Mixed. At some point in the game, you're not really going to have anything more to offer than your arena, which is fine, but you will die for it every single time because you do have to get into melee range. At the very least, the Mars is decent at farming creeps, so you're going to have a decent time farming an eventual Blink Dagger. You won't fall behind just because you're dying all the time, but it won't be pleasant.
Gonna go onto the Tide here, a lot of damage onto... And he actually went for level 2 Bulwark. I have seen this sometimes where with a level in Bulwark, trying to mess with the last hitting of ranged heroes. So might be able just to try to mess with the Rubik there for a little bit.
Interesting. I feel that's more about trading than anything in this lane then. Because yeah, Rubik is not going to be doing any of the last hitting except maybe range creeps, and you usually have Fate Bolt for that. Yeah. It's about trading. Look at him.
Yeah. I mean, Mars is a very tanky hero, and even just like 59 base damage without any stats items. It seems pretty good. And at the moment, the thing that I'm really looking for is this Medusa is not having a good time. Not at all.
The very bad, not good time of Medusa in the top lane. This is going to improve, but at some point, especially if this Winter Wyvern has to stand next to her all the time, she won't get levels. And that will make it super hard for her to get to the point where she can reliably shove waves out again after Underlord pushes her under the tower. And she's already behind him. This is not looking good.
We're just trying to put on some pressure. Meanwhile, the mid lane, Hawk versus Queen of Pain, a matchup that is... as the oldest time, like I feel like that's one of the first matchups you learn as a mid laner. Going very even right now, so both just getting their farm.
Pop with a level in the dagger now, and the puck presumably has been reliably dodging that one out. But you know, you do force the puck to get a point in phase shift, which these pucks greedy little things sometimes really like to skip.
Yep. Yes. Now they're looking to go onto the Hoodwink here with the Snake and the Arctic Burn. Hoodwink trying to walk away, but cannot do so. And first blood for the Medusa, actually. It's gonna help her a lot.
Excellent. Yeah, level 3. Big damage boost onto that snake. Helps so much with getting these kills, and that's indeed going to put her in a better position to outlast this Underlord. But he's already got his Ring of Health, well underway towards the Soul Ring, and once he's got that, the spam will start.
Same time down bottom. The Tidehunter is not really having a much better time than the Medusa. So the side lane's definitely going in favor of Balrogs. Despite picking these lanes early on, a little bit with the flex potential of the Mars, of course.
But a Winter Wyvern is really not a lane winning support. You're not going to mess up an Underlord with that to the level that, I don't know, a Dazzle would, for example.
Yeah.
I know nobody's playing Dazzle right now, but that's kind of the point.
Yeah. We can see a relatively static laning phase so far. No real rotations having happened. So, and at this point, Kira on this Rubik going towards mid now. That's gonna be the Dream Coil committed onto the Queen of Pain, and the silence. It's not gonna get the Sonic Wave off, and with that, Lumpy and Kira making the kill happen. A very nice rotation.
Excellently timed. You could see how Lumpy only had about 2 creeps more than the Queen of Pain in experience, and the Rubik had to come in during that exact time window before she properly got her 6. And she hit 6 exactly as the Dream Coil hit as well.
Yeah, and then also the silence from the Waning Rift was perfectly timed to interrupt the animation of Sonic Wave once, and then it was too late, couldn't get the Sonic Wave off afterwards. Also gonna steal a Bounty Rune. Actually, Mars stole it on the other side as well. Even exchange.
And I think, all things considered, RoboZ is not too happy with that, but he'll take it when his side lanes are owning this hard. And this also means that this Dream Coil has been spent, hasn't been available for a while, and his side laners can get their levels in order as well without being harassed by a puck rotation.
Yeah, the side lanes are really the strength right now for Balrogs Esports. And it is a Razor and Underlord, so talked about during the draft, the mid-game timing. That mid-game timing is going to hit hard.
It is, yes. So what Vicious has to put up against that?
Revenant nearly dying there. Plasma field.
Yep. Well, he is one of the very, very important tools to keep that mid-game as shut as possible. He is looking to either finish up a Soul Ring or his Arcane Boots right now. I would not advise him to do both. That's a little bit too much of a good thing. He's thinking about it. And after that, well, I talked before a bit about how there's a possibility of a Blink Dagger build for him, but the more I look at it, the more I think Vicious just needs him to sit in front and be a really big immovable object so that the puck can dance around him, the supports can dance around him, and they can hold that Ravage back as much as possible. Because as soon as you use the Ravage in this game, Balrog Esports is going to have a field day. They are going to kill everything they can get their hands on for, well, 2 minutes.
I mean, that's also like, usually you want a Blink Dagger when you are the one who's forced to initiate, but I feel like in this game, Balrogs Esports is going to run at Vicious. So
Exactly.
Revenant, as long as he can stay tanky, he can force them into a bad engagement and then use the Ravage. That's gonna be the goal for the Dire.
Absolutely agreed. And then, yeah, levels on these supports, and of course the synergy of the Rubik and the puck, you can get a lot of extra damage out of that Dream Coil by snapping it with the Rubik Lift, of course, plus some extra disable time. So I'm looking forward to seeing them pull that off as well. And then if anything goes wrong, you always have the get out of jail free button of Winter's Curse. So Vicious are going to have to pick their fights really well, but they do have some tools to pick off heroes with the spells that they have.
Yeah, I also want to talk about this Rubik here. Rubik, I feel like the hero can be played in many different ways. Like sometimes it's a really good Rubik game because of the spells he can steal, and sometimes it's because Lift is a really good spell. And I feel like in this game it's kind of both. If he manages to steal Firestorm from the Onlord, which is a very easy spell to steal, that deals a lot of damage. Even like any of the Queen of Pain spells are very good. And the Spear of the Mars is a very nice lockdown. So I feel like there can be a lot of play potential happening for the Rubik.
Yep, he just really needs to get his levels.
Yeah.
It's hard when your tide is so pressured that you're just, he's just going to be stacking for his Medusa, and I hope he gets to proudly stand next to her and like, I made this when she takes them. Yes. So that he can get some of those levels up.
Robo C is making a rotation with the smoke here towards top. Bushwhack misses. And that means they're not gonna get this kill.
Very conservative, but they're wary here of a possible Tide or Puck TP in. In general, there's very good TP in spells over on the side of Fishes, so instead they pressure that slower. Draken is just going to sit behind the tower now, and his Winter Wyvern is not going to be able to push as well as he does. So
especially since you don't see TPs, it's even scarier. At the same time, the Medusa farming some stacks in the jungle. That's going to be her recovery method.
The Deuce alive.
As in the mid lane, they found the Mars. Not even Dreamcall used for that, so Lumpy's still going to be able to have that ultimate ready for a potential TP to turn a fight around.
Just a Mars trying to secure a rune there. Wasn't bought. RoboZ got it on top. Sometimes you die for a rune. What can you do? Revenant is going to be really happy about this rotation from the Razor, by the way. He gets to recover here while this Razor comes up top to try and help down this top tower. I'm not even sure that he is that necessary here.
But fine.
It's gonna work.
It's gonna be a Dreamcall committed here by Lumpy, trying to fight back here. But where's your damage coming in? Revenant here now with the Ravage. Gonna go straight onto the Razor. Razor cannot survive much longer. They find the kill onto the Underlord as well. Lumpy dies for this. And Revenant is going to die as well. That I'm not gonna lie, that is where the invisible TP makes a very big difference.
Yeah, I wonder. Like I think they think they're trying. That's why the disconnects are for. Oh, they don't know.
Yeah.
Eso esta. It's like that. Bug TP. And Fishes knows. You were suggesting that these were very good TP in heroes. Do you think they did it on purpose?
I mean, like it is like.
I respect the hell out of that.
I mean, I would even say like that is just like using the game how it works right now, because like it's not their fault that that bug is there, at all. Like Valve pushed an update and that has been happening since. It has not happened every time. I have seen games where the TPs are appearing. So if you do go in with a draft for it, I feel like it is a little bit of a gamble.
I'm glad that it isn't the entire time, because yeah, I've only casted games with missing TPs since yesterday.
I've like it has been the day before as well, I believe. Yes, it has been since Tuesday. As at the same time, Winter Wyvern has been found, just trying to get any amount of experience from this tier 1 tower up top. That was Vicious trying to defend their tower. They get a kill onto the Razor, but they still lose their tower.
Okay, though, that was a pretty decent rotation for the Puck. And the Medusa has been shoving in that mid lane in the meanwhile, and she has started on the stacks now. That's gotta feel good. She's up to Dragonlance after a disastrous laning stage, so pretty much recovered already.
Yeah, that's I would say overall, the Medusa was the biggest winner of that engagement up top because she wasn't there.
Yep.
As weird as that sounds. Oh, Lumpy is going to walk straight into the Mars here. They find the Dreamcall. Arena coming out with the spear onto the Rubik. Gonna be saved by the Cold Embrace. And the Mars gonna be the sacrificial god there. And Lumpy still looking for more with the haste rune, but Gotta be careful about that bushwhack.
It's always weird to see a Mars's HP disappear so fast, and then you remember, oh wait, that's a support.
Yeah.
He's gonna be okay with that. +5 for a Dream Coil.
Especially since right now that Dream Coil is how can you make something happen? Oh, and there's the Firestorm spell. Maxed out Firestorm in the hands of a Rubik is very scary.
Extremely so. And now the Underlord cannot actually tank for his catapult anymore. That's his entire reason to TP mid, was to go with that catapult wave, and now they don't get to put the pressure here. You can see here that Balrog is immediately trying to leverage their mid-game strength now that all their ultimates are up, but it's not being made easy by Vicious.
I would say, like, after how the lanes went, Vicious certainly made the correct macro movements to get the heroes that need farm to get farming. And, like, yes, Revenant is a little bit behind. He actually did go for the Soul Ring plus Arcane Boots. Really values that mana there. I mean, you can't do anything without mana, so he just wants to play, man.
Yeah, I think the only reason that he gets away with that is because he hasn't... His job description is clearly only to TP support in. This is Vicious's game plan now.
And so at the
TP
same
support
time,
wants
up
it up.
top, it's going to be a sharpshooter. And, ooh, is still going to die, but finds a kill onto the Winter Wyvern. I did not think that the Woodwing would die there, but the Dark Rift taking a long time at level 1.
It is insanely long. I've seen beginning pub players complain about that. It's like, does this thing do anything? It's so sad because you realize, oh no, in order to ask this question, you must have died every single time. Is it bugged? No, it isn't. I'm sorry, bro.
That's my ultimate?
That's your ultimate.
I still believe, when I saw the Agnum Scepter for the Underlord, I believe that that is somewhat of a good Agnum Scepter. I really want to see it, because it looks so fun. You just, like, move between 2 locations.
It looks great, and the range is pretty decent too.
Yeah.
It's about 1/3 map.
It is. It's now with the smoke going into
With
the
an
enemy
Orchid.
triangle. Behind the Tidehunter break going to be there. Get a bit of silence. Going to go,
yeah.
but he gets a Kraken Shell off and gets a Ravage onto 4. The Curse, the Stone Gaze. This is the team fight that Vicious has. And they lose the Queen of Pain, they lose to Mars. Razor, however, was not there at the beginning of that, and he is ready to fight. Drains the damage of that Medusa. Medusa going for a TP. Bushwhack is going to stop that triple kill for the Razor. That looked
Absolutely
dicey.
excellent. It did look dicey, but Burna knows exactly where to show up there. That is not a Razor who is late to the team fight. This is a wizard. He arrives precisely when he meant to. Also known as directly after all of the big spells got dropped. It is a bit rough for the other cores of Balrogs, but now once again for 2 minutes they have complete and utter reign of the field.
Firestorm once again stolen by the Rubik. He is going to die for it, however, but doesn't quite find the counter kill onto the Mars. And I mean that bug. Yeah. Does that mean now maybe people are gonna try to pick Tinker again? Or Tinker some more?
Ooh.
Because one like that is one
should.
thing. Like it.
Listen, the game should not be this broken, but as Dota players, you should be tuned into this and say, alright, if it's in the game, it's fair, and you aim for it. Because if you don't, then you don't have the kind of instinct that tells you to look for other weird interactions and other weird, I don't want to call them exploits, but these corners of the game where you can eke out an advantage over all the other people with an encyclopedia in their heads. Dragon just activated ult. Where are they going?
Gonna go towards the outpost? No. It's impossible to know because you don't see it.
Oh, he just went to bottom lane.
Okay.
I thought because he was grouped with his allies that they were doing something special. No. I'm just a cab driver, guys.
5 stars. Giving myself. Brought myself there. Brought myself safely there.
Yep, loved the music.
As now it is going to be a Radiant who will take over the enemy triangle. So that's going to be a little bit of a concern here. And the question for Jayo on the Medusa. Can she keep up the farm in mid? They found the spear onto the puck. And Rubik also going to die at the same time. That is the threat of this Mars. At any point, if you find that spear onto a puck, puck is just gonna explode.
Yep. And for puck, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, where since there's an Orchid in the game, you want to build a Yule Scepter. It feels good with your kit as well. But yeah, you set yourself up for that Mars. Honestly, what I'd really love to see out of Draken on this Underlord is not the Halberd, but some mid-game damage mitigation, because if his team gets to survive the big dropped ults from Vicious, then after that they're perfectly fine. Oh,
they're gonna go onto Revenant here. The Kraken Shell is not gonna be there thanks to the break of the Sharpshooter. Now still looking to fight this with the Dream Coil. There's gonna be the Winter's Curse coming out, but Puck once again dying. And that is the scary part now. I feel like this is where we really see this mid-game timing. Burna also has a BKB going for the Refresher Orb, as you mentioned, and that timing is very scary.
It is terrifying. Like, this was a Winter's Curse. This was a Dream Coil. They did not win this fight. It's the first time that that happened. And it's now their task to make sure that it will happen the next time. But their Medusa, she's gonna Manta Style. She's going into the Skadi. This is all still survivability. She'll deal some damage if the fight takes long enough. But I am not sure if that's actually going to save her after the rest of his team dies. So,
I don't even know if she's gonna, like, if she gets static linked and the Underlord is around with the Atrophiera, I don't know if she's gonna deal damage even with the Skadi. She's going to tickle.
Very true.
I feel like the biggest amount of damage is going to come from a stolen Firestorm, and they found Puck again. Oh. We talked about it. Balrogs coming in as the favorite. Oh no, Winter Wyvern's been found as well, and this is kind of what we're seeing right now. They are outplaying what's happening on the side of Vicious Gaming.
Very much so. And if they can keep this snowball going, this one by one, then they never have to be scared of Vicious's team fight anymore. That said, Revenant so far has lived. He might just die.
Yeah,
right
he has
here.
lived. That's going to be the Bushwhack. He has a Ravage. They kind of want to force the Ravage. They're just like, come on, use it. Use it. Because he knows it would not amount to anything in that situation. Medusa gets to TP away.
She's already under vision. Balrogs have very nicely left a wall of wards facing in the direction that they're going
And
to
the
be moving.
Underlord, he is coming bottom.
Oh no!
With the Dark Rift, they're gonna throw everything at the Medusa, but Stonegaze coming out. Mars, still very tanky, just as a position 5. And forcing her away, saying, no, you don't get to farm. She went for the Crystallis. I like that. I like that she went for a Crystallis.
Screw it, I need damage now, not in 5 minutes. Very well read. It doesn't feel good, but you have to. This Refresher on the Razor is getting so close. Burna is farming up a storm, literally. And once that happens, it's going to be pretty much exactly in time to take a high ground with. And you're going to have to answer that, because otherwise, your buildings are gone.
Queen of Pain also has a BKB now. Draken. Have on the barrier coming out. Launch. Oh, they're gonna find... The Ravage is gonna come out here, but the BKB from Robo-Z. Sonic Wave only connecting onto the Tidehunter. Tidehunter gonna be saved a little while here with that Cold Embrace, but the damage just gonna be stolen here by the Razor. Burna. 214 damage stolen. Revenant cannot get himself denied. And that's 4 heroes going down. And Jayo is wondering where his team are. where his team is, and they're in the grave.
Yeah, that's all 3 ultimates spent again. And without the surprise factor of a TPN, you can see how Balrogs are just maneuvering around so that they don't all get hit by any of those spells. BKB of the co-op helping immensely there as well. And this is exactly where I was like, man, you should pick something like an Ursa, because in this window, when the BKBs are going to come out, you need physical damage. Somebody is going to have to be ready to bring it. And the Medusa just isn't yet.
She is trying. She is going to go for an Aghanim Scepter, so trying to provide a little bit more lockdown with that.
It's also a decent damage increase.
Yeah.
But yeah, it feels underwhelming. And it feels overly defensive.
At the same time, like, it's really going to be, like, she needs so many items right now to be relevant, because on her team, everybody else is not going to be a damage dealer. Like, Puck, yeah, he has a Witchblade. It still does not feel all that impactful against an Underlord, against BKB Queen of Pain, BKB Razor with a Refresher Orb. You're gonna get damage. I'm gonna say it again. Rubik with the Firestorm, that's gonna be some damage. That's good. That's nice.
But that's pretty much it. And
Yeah.
I feel so sad to say, doesn't it?
It is. It is. I'm kind of expecting, if this game does not go at least 20 more minutes, that Rubik is gonna have the close to the highest damage numbers on the Dire side with that Firestorm.
That's an interesting one. I mean, it should be lumpy on the puck though.
Well, we'll see. It's still always like, this is the timing for the Radiant. They're 6,000 gold ahead. They are very, very strong right now. But if they don't finish it, if they don't get 1-2 sets of racks here with his Aegis in the next 10-15 minutes, I mean, the Medusa is farming. She is number 2 in net worth.
The Medusa has a game. But I do think you sort of illustrated it there. Like, they have quite a window here over on Balrogs. They don't necessarily need to hurry up all that much, but they also need to be very aware that it is going to close eventually. Yeah. And Fishes... Oh, Lumpy got caught!
Oh. He got caught, gets an orb out, goes for the TP, but the Yule Scepter going to be there by the Mars with its own Yule Scepter now. Dream Coil gonna be there as well. Lumpy actually gets the blink away. He'll survive, but once again, Dream Coil used.
Tension drag though. Balrogs needs to start running at buildings now. There's no real need to go easy on them. I suppose they want to take the last outer tower on bottom first. They might want to restore some vision as well, because the Rubik has been going on a massive D-ward spree.
We do also now have actually the save with the Rubik. He has his shard.
Going to help with breaking some links. I like that. You don't see the Rubik shard all too often, but repositioning makes a lot more sense in this game, where you can both break the link as well, of course, add a lot of extra oomph to the coil snap of the puck.
Yep. And the puck is gonna go for an Aghanim Scepter, so even with the BKB, if you get Dream Coiled, and the snap is gonna put you in a long lockdown.
But they're trying to find damage wherever they can.
And we're really waiting for that, kind of brewing it up a storm for the Radiant, and the question is going to be like, how is that next team fight going to look? Is Dire finally going to be able to find the combination of their spells? And man, in theory, like Winter's Curse, Ravage, Dream Coil, Stone Gaze, they have the spells. They can make it happen.
And they will have the battlefield as well. This is why Balrogs is taking it a little bit easier at the moment, because a high ground take will be in a forced choke point. They can't step around it as easily, and none of their cores are particular high range.
Bottom, the puck has been found. Blink away, and gonna go for the TP. Will be successful at that. However, Revenant Might not be so lucky, but just he blinks away.
We'll turn this tide to our advantage.
Mars counter.
As whoop. Oh, that he TP'd already. I was wondering why he wasn't moving on the Rubik.
And Vicious are thinking about hunting him down right now. They know that the rest is still bottom. The Underlord will take a little bit to get here, but he is already teleporting.
Yeah, using the Dark Rift. And once again, that Firestorm from the Rubik. Putting in work.
Alright.
A minute and a half left on Aegis. If Radiant wants to go high ground, they gotta do it very soon. We have level 20 on the Razor. And the Aghanim Scepter finished.
Oh, snap.
That's gonna shred through the buildings.
Yep. This is the big timing that they've been waiting for. And now we're just going to watch it unfold. Medusa has her Aghanim Scepter. This is a good delay.
And also a good way of potentially forcing some BKBs. Yes. Firestorm once again stolen. Put onto the entranceway, but Burna just goes up to the high ground with his Eye of the Storm. It's gonna be a lift up. Now the glyph. Age is running out in half a minute here. I feel like Vicious are stalling this well, or well enough so far.
Mostly a threat, and Burna is actually backing off.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think that he needs to. He has 2 BKBs. And he wants to wait for the next ult. And they're choking out the whole map right now. You can see by the positioning that even if they're spending some time hunting down the puck, the Quap is still clearing out the top jungle. The Hoodwink is still getting a ton of farm. He's making decent progress on her own Aghanim Scepter here.
That axe is also going to amplify the damage much more. It's now, ooh, Puck actually has his Aghanim Scepter finished. So the tools are all coming together, and he said the longer the time runs, the more the Medusa is allowed to farm. She might not be able to find the most amount of farm, but every little bit counts on a hero like her.
It does. And this is about the time that Balrog, even without the Aegis, should go for it. They're giving them too much space, and in fact, Vicious knows that they have an opening here.
Smoke here, but Rubik gonna get found by the Mars. Gets only Bulwark, the arena coming out, silence. Dual Scepter from the Mars, and the spear does not hit. Now, however, the jump in straight into the Ravage onto the Queen of Pain here. Together with the Stone Gate, they finish off Robo-Z, and the Medusa dealing more than enough damage. Disarm now coming out. Winter's Curse holding the Razor in place there.
And he uses a little combo, but he's not on top of anybody.
Yeah. Oh, he still has another BKB. Medusa gonna get speared. Buyback from the Winter Wyvern. And overall, this was a very good fight here for Vicious. It feels like they find the Hoodwink and now looking to go onto the Underlord. He has a Dark Rift. That is going to be successful. And the jump forward here by Lumpy. And the Yule Scepter, they might... He still has a BKB. But might be able to force that. Yeah.
And this is exactly what can happen.
Draken is still up here. I thought he Dark Rifted out.
Burna is coming back in.
Oh, they want to go back in here. Sexy Yoki gets a spear onto the Winter Wyvern. Winter Wyvern is going to die. And once again, Bulwark stolen from the Mars. Puck. Gonna be perfectly timed.
You had to guess that.
That was just perfect. And he is going to die afterwards.
That was a gamble. And he won.
Yeah.
Nice. Altogether, good show of initiative for Burna to just come back in there with his BKB, but if you put this kind of firepower onto the racks, they have to engage into you, and there is no way that you don't find yourself in the center of things as a Razor. Whereas if you sit back right now, then yeah, they can work around you. They can kill your teammates first. And there's a Daedalus finished on this Medusa. She is happy as a clam. She can't believe what she's getting away with right now.
Yeah, and I really feel like despite like they're getting the dieback on the Winter Wyvern, the Puck still died at the end there. That was a good hold. Very much on the back of getting the Ravage into the Stone Gaze on the Queen of Pain.
But watch Burner go.
Yeah, he's gonna go in. Actually, Eye of the Storm stolen by the Rubik, so he's gonna have that for himself. That's gonna be the arena come out here, but Medusa is going to fight back, finds the Stone Gaze, and Burner, Ravage to come out. He dealt a lot of damage. Plasma Field, do they have the damage to bring down Burner still survives on 80 HP. Oh, and now this time Robo-Z is left uncontested to deal his damage. They find the
Lumpy
kill onto
assassinated
Rubik
Burner.
at the end, but onto the Razor, I should say. And
These spears. And
the Mars looking really good. Buyback from the Puck and the Tidehunter. Medusa is still there. They're trying to ignore her.
two towers down, a whole bunch of buybacks, but you can see that this only happened once Burner was like, wait, why are we letting them do this? We can just walk up high ground, guys. They could have also done that 5 minutes ago.
They could have done that with the Aegis, it feels like, as the Mars gonna get found here by the Puck. And you mentioned that he is not gonna be all that tanky, but I still feel like he has a good tankiness, even just with the Yule Scepter. Now, Dire, they're gonna go into the Roshan pit with the Gush, as well as the Medusa dealing good bits of damage. Puck's coming in as well. They are being spotted by the Acorn shot, however.
The real big problem is that they don't have arena over here on Balrogs.
Kraken going to walk in.
Just an HP check.
That's the thing about Underlord, who had finished AC, by the way. Oh, and he's now trying to be more conscious of giving Pit of Malice, it feels like, than the Firestorm to the Rubik. Oh, we now also have a Blink Dagger on the Winter Wyvern. Team fight.
Fishes are getting the tools.
Yeah.
And this Roshan is going to be very hard to take for Balrogs. This is once again such a narrow space. If they get Robo-Z with a lot of damage stolen on him, hitting into a teammate, that's a great turnaround right there.
They know they can't really force the Roche themselves. They found the Puck, however, once again, the Mars.
MVP.
Yeah, those spears. And is that now the call to go into the Roche pit? Yeah,
It is,
Roche
yes.
just left the pit. They're gonna get back. It's now a Satanic finish on the Razor.
With the puck dead, there's absolutely nothing Fishes can do about it anymore. If you have the puck, you can hold them in place for that Stone Gaze. You can have the Medusa wailing away at them. You're going to have the time to wait out a BKB or two with that Ravage. But without the puck, yeah, it's not going to happen. And they're immediately storming forward. I think Burna is absolutely done with this game.
he wants to get the W now, puts the Eye of the Storm onto this tower, realizes, wait a second, backdoor protection is the thing. And Revenant just trying to cut creep waves. Going to be hunted, however. And not going to be able to TP out.
Does not have a buyback of the moment either. But at least he's tanky.
Yeah, he is tanky. 4 heroes on him, however. Gonna be enough to bring him down. Firestorm? Oh wait, but Pox was still dead from the previous fight, yeah.
Yep, he was still dead. No, that's a long timer because I believe that was a dieback actually.
Ah, yes, that makes a lot of sense.
Interesting that they brought everybody but Draken to that bot fight, whereas Draken was the one who could have saved them the entire trip back to the base.
Yeah. Draken is just pushing onto the high ground. At the same time, Berna coming in as well. Firestorm gonna be put down. That's gonna be 2 sets of racks for the Radiant. And Balrogs, yeah, you can really feel they're saying, I don't think this game should have gone on this long. Let's finish our business here. Now a Hurricane Pike finished. This is just gonna be megas, it looks like, unless Dire are going to fight, but they don't have Ravage. Yeah, this is just megas.
Yep, and there's still a refresh available.
Oh. The Glyph. But Berna just coming back in.
Finishing the job. Ha! I
Nice.
deny.
Cheeky there. So, mega creeps. And it, like, this just felt effortless because the Tidehunter was dead. Like, there was just like, yeah, this is just what we do right now.
Yeah, normally the purpose of a move like that for the Tidehunter is to swap a hero, like the lifetime and the time that it chases down of a hero with buyback for the one without. So throw the Tide down a lane to make sure that the puck gets to respawn, but if the other hero doesn't have a buyback either, the point is kind of moot.
That's Mars once again acting as a ward as he doesn't have any observer wards on him.
We gotta find something to flame him for, right? Because
He hasn't gotten a single
perfect
kill
game
yet.
so far.
Hasn't gotten a single kill yet. I mean,
True support player.
uh,
Selfless and incredible.
was
Alright,
Spear ever stolen by the Rubik? I don't believe so.
I don't believe so either.
Also, at the same point, Hoodwink has a full Octarine core finished in addition to the Agnum Scepter, by the way. They are very rich on the Radiant side. They still have Aegis for another minute and a half.
Come on, Berna, don't do this to us. Don't do this. I know you want 25, but this is exactly the same as previously with your level 20. He's gonna take stacks instead. Oh man.
That's level 25. What's he gonna go for? The attack speed or the Eye of the Storm target?
I think you take the target because you have the refresher.
And he proves you wrong. Immediately, as soon as he said it, he went for the attack speed. As they are gonna go in here, trying to go onto the Medusa. The link is going to be their Ravage coming out, but BKB from Berna steals all of the damage from that Medusa, and Medusa is just dead. GG's are called. Oh, Mars died. I feel like that was an unnecessary death there. Unnecessary.
Gonna have to take that MVP award back. Sorry, that's unforgivable.
But yeah, we started this Balrogs looking like the favorites, and they definitely showed why they are the favorites coming in here.
Yep,
One
and I think-
little bit of a slip up there, but overall just in control of the game.
Yeah, I definitely think that they should look at this game and should talk to each other about how they can keep up the pressure even when the game is going as smoothly as this one went. Because, yeah, they give Vicious an opportunity to strike back, and Vicious actually get a whole lot more mileage out of that than they're supposed to. And it's only because Balrogs is so far ahead that ultimately it doesn't matter, and that in fact it proves to be sort of the kick in the butt that they needed, right? Like, wait,
Yeah.
what? You slapped me back? Excuse you.
Also,
But
I just
it's
want
not
to
supposed
point
to happen
out,
that way.
highest hero damage in the entire game was the Rubik.
Points go to you. You're the MVP now.
Anyways, we are going to be back with game number 2. Vicious Gaming, they don't want to fall down to the lower brackets, but they need to bring something new in game number 2, because game number 1, it did not work out with the Medusa. We'll see what that's going to be after a short break. And we are back with game number 2 between Vicious Gaming versus Balrogs Esports in the DPC Closed Qualifier. I'm Aponzues. With me here is Kips. How's it going?
Pretty good. I think I want to see Balrogs step it up a little bit this game. We saw how dominant they were in the previous one. They can surely give us another game like that and perhaps end it a little smoother instead of giving Vicious, honestly, 2 team fights that I don't think were necessary to lose. So how about one this time?
How about only one, giving one team fight? I'm gonna challenge them to make it 0, but at the same time I'm gonna say Vicious Gaming, they don't want to go to the lower bracket. You wanna keep it up. They're gonna get the Weaver, which was banned out in the previous game, but there is already a Nyx Assassin. You get a bug to kill a bug. It's mostly the Valve strategy, how they patch their game. You eliminate a bug and then you create the TP bug. Once that bug gets fixed, we'll see what the next bug's gonna be. As the Weaver, and then the Mars once again for Balrogs. Could be offlane, could be support. It looked so good. As a support, it looked so good in game number 1.
Very much did. Like, Mr. I don't know exactly how to pronounce his name, but if it's Sexy Yogia, that was some sexy play right there. Well done. So I could easily see him repeat that. Some spears onto Weavers would be a lot of fun to see. See that bug getting squashed by an unlikely spell to actually ever get done.
And already a lot of reserve time being used by Vicious Gaming for this second pick of their draft. The Weaver could be flexed. I would say against the Nyx Assassin, most likely going to be a support. And oh.
Bloodseeker as decent sustain in lane versus a possible Mars pick as much more of a fast-paced hero as well here. And I wonder what Vicious Gaming is thinking right now, because previously we were thinking about, we were speculating, did they do a TP and team fight sort of draft? It worked out really well for them at least once. But the other thing that I think I saw in there was a little bit more of defensiveness, like that very good reactive spells. The Weaver is going to be that again, of course. Once you get the Aghanim Scepter up for that support Weaver, we're going to see the big cores getting time-lapse back to their full health. But the Bloodseeker is almost the polar opposite of that. Bloodseeker wants to start running and never stop. And they do have a lot of chase potential this way, so maybe Vicious Gaming says, alright, fine, we played a little bit careful the previous game, but this time we want to go out with a bang. And they're starting that off pretty right.
Yeah. Now the bans here once again, the Conquer getting banned out, Terrorblade as well for Vicious Gaming, of course. Might mean that they want to put this Bloodseeker position 1. Could still be an offlaner, but we'll see. As on the side of Balrogs Esports, they know they wouldn't really have much counter potential because the Bloodseeker is already there, so they ban out the Pango. And the Ursa getting banned out. I feel like Balrogs, right now their bans are saying we don't want you to have a strong mid-game timing lineup. Bloodseeker offlane plus an Ursa safe lane, those are going to be strong around 20-25 minutes.
Yep, and they're going to make your Mars's life absolute hell. I think this is going to be a core Mars this time around, or at least they're setting up for it.
Maybe Draken was seeing how much fun your position 5 had in the previous game. He's like, you know what? You don't get to have that anymore.
Yeah, give me some of that. I wanted Alina ban here, Terrorblade, and of course that Kunkka for RoboZ again.
RoboZ, he was, I would say we didn't really highlight him all that much. He did a lot of damage as that Queen of Pain, and they did only die twice or 3 times, I believe. One of them was that very good team fight for Vicious, where they got the Ravage into the Stone Gaze. But RoboZ is certainly looking on top of his game today. So we'll see what's gonna be his hero. They have last pick this time on the side of Balrogs. And
I'm just
Vicious
looking
Gaming.
through their previous drafts to see what might be coming here, but honestly, they've actually played very diverse lineups with that Mars. Very different flavors, from Morphlings to Phantom Assassins to even a one with a PL and a Silencer. So anything could appear here, and yeah, this is core Mars with a lane secured. As well as that, of course, a lifestealer would have been able to walk out of the arena. That is always inconvenient.
Yeah. You could still go for a Juggernaut, but then I'm just gonna say it, you have a Juggernaut. Is a Silencer gonna be picked up for Balrogs? The Snapfire was not banned out this time around, and neither team picking it up. I'm surprised about that, but maybe that is Balrogs saying, we don't want the Snapfire, but we're scared you're gonna get it, so we already pick a Silencer. I mean, it's also really good against the Weaver,
it is very nice versus Weaver. It's nice versus anything else that might come out here with the disables to make up for the Weaver. So like a Lion, for example, or a Bane. These double disable heroes that you pick when your pos 4 is mostly going to be running around dealing damage. Those become a lot less appealing here. The Vicious is going to go for it anyway.
I mean, it's a situation where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. That if you if you don't have the lockdown, but if you do have the lockdown, the Silencer is there, so they chose to go that route.
Yeah, they're like, all right, fine. I don't get to do anything once every 3 minutes. I can live with that.
Now, I think we're gonna see the mid lane hero here for Vicious Gaming to keep the potential flex for the Bloodseeker in the draft. And they're gonna go for... Nope, never mind. They're gonna go for the Beastmaster, so there is gonna be push coming your way. And Balrogs Esports, they don't have the greatest of wave clear. PL is a nice lane against the Beastmaster, however.
Yeah, that feels very good. You have the land spam to... and as well as your rush to get on top of the boars. You get to dodge axes if you so desire, and in general you're just not very bothered by the Beastmaster as a hero. And it's going to be hard later on for Beastmaster to roar the correct one as well. That said, PL's pretty slow, of course, so this does put some pressure on this Mars to indeed have a good lane versus the Bloodseeker. Where Vicious Gaming is pretty sure they said, yeah, you ban out the Ursa and the Lifestealer, but we were always going to lane that Bloodseeker versus the Mars, man. You wasted your space there.
Yep. And now Vicious Gaming, they're gonna have a last pick for their mid laner, or I assume their mid laner. I don't think it's gonna be Bloodseeker mid. What are the heroes that you're looking out for? Like the Leshrac makes a lot of sense. Would have been a great PL counter. You're gonna go for maybe something like an Ember Spirit.
Spirit's like holding a PL at bay, then countering him out in the long run, but it is a decent up. This would have also been a great fit, actually. If you kill one of the illusions, you kill them all. Fast, there are lots of disables, but no, that leaves a couple of options over, among which is the Ember Spirit.
It is still scary against the Silencer and the Nyx Assassin to play Ember. Like, you get stunned once, there will be a spear follow-up, and you're just dead. However, there's a Weaver for the save, potentially, with the Aghanim Scepter. So.
I don't like the idea of... Oh, well, we're gonna see. It's a Void Spirit. Vicious Gaming is going to have to go fast. They will not be able to do anything about this Phantom Lancer. And unlike what Balrogs Esport put opposite them before, I think they're going to actually have a bit of a problem without their team fight being in order. Like, these are a lot of individual pick-off moments. If Balrogs don't give them those moments, then they're not too well covered during the team fights at all.
It feels a little bit of a swap from game number 1. In game number 1, Balrogs had that very strong mid-game timing. This time it's a little bit of a different timing, but similar game pieces for Vicious Gaming. with strong push, with just like heroes that hit their mid game spike very strongly. And so we'll see if Vicious Gaming is going to be able to play it as well as Balrogs had.
Wonder what they're thinking about right now.
Selena has been banned, yeah. And it's... Ooh. Ooh.
That is an ooh, indeed.
Mid-Mars.
Sure looks like it.
Huh.
Well, that's a big switch up for this Bloodseeker hero. He's going to have a hard time actually spamming out the Legion Commander. She's going to do that to him right back. And then, of course, versus the Beastmaster, LC feels so good. He's like, oh, you got roared? Let me take that off for you. No problem. We'll get you through this. Here you go.
This is... I feel like this last pick Legion Commander is really, really good. Like, it changes the lineup for Balrogs, but makes it very, very strong against what Vicious Gaming has. I'm not sure how Mars versus Void Spirit is going to end up going, but I feel like Void Spirit is going to have an okay time, Mars is going to have no okay time, but the Legion Commander plus Mars running around are going to kill anybody they find.
They will, and they have a Nyx Assassin to scout for them as well. This looks like a really good LC game to me, especially because you have the Silencer behind her. Normally you'd have to be afraid of the line, be like, oh, what if I duel and I just get fingered down, you know? It's not going to happen. And you provide so much of a threat to this Void Spirit, to this Weaver. I've seen games for Void Spirit where just the presence of a lockdown like this, like if it would have come for a Bane as well, for example, is just enough that the Void Spirit can't play his game whatsoever.
I feel like very much in those games, a lot of it comes down to when is the Void Spirit gonna have his own Aghanim Scepter. Because that is the moment where he can then threaten the Silencer with that silence himself and potentially just finish him off if there's no defensive items for him. So we'll have to see how it's gonna go here in game number 2.
At least some hurdles for Vicious Gaming here. If they manage to not lose too much during the Global Silence, though, they definitely have the kind of short cooldown lineup with which they can run at Balrogs during that window. But Balrogs, the Global Silence is the only big cooldown that they're really tied to. The Mars, 90 seconds, not the best, not the worst. But it's very hard to time something for an arena being down still. It really has to be over 90 seconds.
Yeah. And the overall, like, the PL is, like, while there is a Bloodseeker who is not the worst matchup against the PL, he's also not the greatest. I would say the longer this game goes, Balrogs, the PL at some point might just 1v5 them.
I think this Dragon guy is an LC player, guys.
Yeah. That also makes it, like, I feel like it's a little bit scary for Vicious because it looks like the LC plus Mars are going to have such a good time already and they don't really have too much to stop them. And then there's going to be a PL problem after they might be able to find the Mars and the Legion Commander. But we'll have to find out here. Vicious Gaming, we'll see what they can bring. They brought some good team fights in the previous game. Can they bring the push? Can they bring the pickoffs? It is a Beastmaster plus Lion. Those heroes, once they get that Blink Dagger, magic can happen.
Yep. And towers are a nice little boost of money towards Blink Daggers for a Lion especially, who's going to have a hard time farming it up otherwise. So if this Beastmaster has a good game, he's going to be taking his ganking partner along up with him. I love this beard on the Beastmaster. It's a beard master.
Yeah. I love those axes. Those axes just look so cool. Anyways.
Time to stop thirsting over the cosmetics. Time to see what kind of game they have for us. Once again, we're moving up to this mid lane. First ward put down by Lumpy. Once again, quite far on his own side. I think he's done the calculations on this to know that even if the enemy had smoke, they would not have been in time to see him drop that on their own ward on the opposite side.
Yeah, ever since the introduction of nighttime before the 0-minute mark, that game around vision and how to scout for the mid ward has become very interesting in my opinion. And the first last hit going the way of the silencer. That's experience for him and the Mars. Actually a lot of 30 experience for each. That is a lot.
Oh yeah, getting those boars down it's almost like a mini game in the lane versus the Beastmaster, or you know, if he's not in his lane yet. Anywhere
So we
he's
might
putting
see a
them
little
in.
bit of an engagement. Berna is gonna be in the area. Silencer, he can't step that all that close. And it will be a 2-for-2 bounty rune exchange.
And we will move on to our lane. So bot lane. This is going to be the spam lane.
Yep. Both sides gonna get an early stick and be very happy with that, I would assume.
Definitely. And look at the amount of regen that the line brought as well. They know what's going on here. The Nyx has been a little bit greedier, but then again, we know Nyx with his pretty ridiculous health regen right from the start has a lot less trouble.
I'm also interested, you see the wards that have been placed in those lanes, like for Dire, a very deep ward behind the tower, maybe for the Nyx Assassin to check out potential couriers and to snipe those, while for the Radiant, it is a ward right seeing that corner of the lane, so that the boar most likely can hit onto either the silencer or the PL there.
Yep. You'll also get to harass with your arcane curse behind the tower, for example. Or I should say behind the trees, behind where you normally have the vision.
Yeah, especially once the lane pushes a little bit, if the PL spams the Spirit Lands. You think you're safe because they don't have the creep vision, but then the ward is going to be there.
Potentially Dead Weaver is going to chase down some couriers as well. He is even better at it than the Nyx Assassin.
Is that a little bit of a thing about bugs chasing couriers? And he brought 2 sentries, one from himself and one from the lion. So lots of D-ward potential coming for him.
Good to be prepared, especially when the silencer indeed has a sentry ready for you. Places it down now.
I assume that was spotted since he did it right in the creep wave, but the deny on the range creep for the PL. Another Arcane Curse. Playing against Silencer is so annoying. Arcane Curse is a spell. What a spell, man. What a spell. At the same time, bottom, see the Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker is not really going to have any problems in terms of sustain all that much once he has levels. It really comes down to when he's going to get those levels. However, Draken now is going to get hexed up. And with the level 2 here from the Lion, they're going to get in range of the Earth Spike. No. Salve coming out from the Legion Commander is going to survive.
Bit too close for comfort, but yeah, that's the benefit of starting the spam. As a Bloodseeker, you're going to get your level 2 first, and you're going to get to try and leverage that.
And the Balancer getting gone on by the boar and the creeps. Taking a lot of damage in return for his harass. Very harass heavy lanes on both ends. Like both top and bottom. And I have to bring a lot of regen in that regard.
Beastmaster bringing in a Helm of Iron Will.
Oh,
So he's going to...
he's gonna be
benefit.
just fine.
Yeah, well, not versus the Silencer though. But if Kira can manage to keep these Clarities down, then the Silencer is going to run out of mana pretty quickly.
As oh, Lion is gonna get stunned up. Bloodrite gonna be there. Nice by Carapace to keep them in place.
Big value there. Oh, spells don't mind if I do.
TP back towards top. Oh no, Beastmaster just TP'd out away from Silencer and the PL. And we do still see that spam from the PL plus Silencer is very potent against the Beastmaster, as you mentioned.
Yep. But the Silencer is now pretty much out of mana and out of life, and Kira can really start hunting him. Oh, he just activated his salve.
Oh no.
That sucks.
That's feels very bad. Oh.
Or at least he gets to throw one last curse out, but that was his entire mana pool right there.
Next Assassin going for the courier there. Even on the tower, not gonna be able to get it. Nice micro there from the Bloodseeker, saving his courier.
And he sneaks him back out, yeah. Nothing to do for Nyx Assassin. No value from your ward just yet, sir.
Bull has come out. Oh, there's going to be the stun into the Hex onto the Nyx Assassin. First blood gonna be there for the Lion. And I always feel about position 5 Lion, it is really hard getting to that Blink Dagger. So any amount of extra gold that you can give to him is very appreciated. At the same time, up top, that's gonna be the Silencer gonna go down.
Finally chased down by the Weaver. That might happen again.
Yeah.
Silencer, not known for his defensive capabilities, and the Phantom Lancer is just going to ignore him and let him die.
What a teammate.
I mean, not much he can do anyway.
It's, once again, they're going on to Nyx Assassin. Bloodrite, however, was the spiked Carapace.
And with all this spell spam on the side lanes, we haven't even really looked at the mid lane yet, where RoboZ is really pressuring out Lumpy.
Ooh,
And
yeah.
it's not hard to see why. Melee hero versus Mars, pretty hard. And then all of the spam that Mars has, your defense is... Your temporary burst defense is versus physical damage. But guess what? The Mars doesn't have to care about that.
Up top. The Weaver found the Silencer again. And at the same time, the PL is getting low. I think he's just dead. He has a Fairy Fire, but there's no regen. I guess the Silencer can bring some. But with the Bloodseeker
he doesn't have a
vision.
TP scroll.
Oh,
This is painful, yeah, and he's thirsted up now.
yeah. Huh.
Look where the Weaver is. Alright. Alright, you wanna bet if this PL makes it?
I
Until
think the
Silencer
PL
arrives?
survives the next 20 more seconds.
I think that's enough for the Silencer to get there. Alright, I'm gonna go for the niche situation here, and once we're back, Kira's actually going to wait until Burna gets salved, and then he'll immediately cancel it.
Oh. Yeah. That would be...
That would be so next level.
I think that would be even hurting more than killing him.
That would be so awful.
Yeah.
Because he'd have to either TP back or just regen up somehow, but in this lane, versus that Weaver, he's never going to let you anywhere near the creeps again.
Yep. So overall, like Vicious Gaming, they've been able to find the kills so far. And he said they have a push lineup with this Beastmaster. If it gets to that Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Overlord potentially even. And then you're just gonna go at these towers.
Yep. Attack speed aura would be really nice for them to get. But of course, with a single stun, this Silencer becomes food to run at as well.
It's, yeah, we talked about the mid lane like a tiniest bit. A little bit more than nice for the Mars as well as last hits. As you mentioned, he is just Melee versus melee has good base attack, good spells to use there aggressively onto the void. While he can't really do the same back. Actually, not for
No,
the
Mars
same.
shoves the wave better as well.
Yeah.
So as a Void Spirit, you are last hitting versus the tower an awful lot. He is going to be rushing the Aghanim Scepter, by the way, if his quick buy is anything to judge by.
Mm.
So you were talking about that a bit, where the real turning point for that Void Spirit comes when he can indeed silence up that silencer himself.
Mhm.
And he is just running straight for it.
I mean, it is going to be a little bit of the idea of like a good defense, like yeah,
The
good
offense is
defense
the defense.
offensive the best defense. Exactly. Like if you get on top of the silencer, and silence him, he cannot global silence.
Sure, but you're leaving yourself awfully exposed in
Oh,
the meantime. I understand why it
Mhm.
feels rough to not like. Normally you want to use Scepter here, right?
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately you're against the Mars, and you would be setting yourself up. So I think it's the best decision to indeed go straight for the axe. You're going to probably cop 1 or 2 deaths because you have no way of defending yourself and you can't dodge every single thing that gets thrown at you. But it is the choice that will turn the game around for you fastest. Because if you delay yourself, if you buy a defensive item, if you go Sanj and Kaya, that's you're still dead in the situations where you're going to die with the on the way to your axe rush as well. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I understand.
We'll see. We have here a little pause going on. Mm.
You're having some rough circumstances. This game has not moved smoothly so far.
Not at all. Is this the third pause? Second pause?
I think so. We had a bit of delay previously as well.
Mm-hmm.
Very unfortunate, because if you're vicious, you're doing pretty well in this laning stage. You probably want to move on with the game and get it going already.
Yeah. It always feels, I feel like a pause in Dota feels so disorienting. Once you resume, you're like, wait, what were we doing? What was happening? It's hard to get back into that headspace.
Exactly. It's like, wait, what am I wearing? Why am I here?
Yeah. And I think that's actually also going to be, especially for a hero like Burner, who is right now very low. Silencer cannot TP. He is bringing himself, but how is he going to deal with that once he comes back from that pause?
Yep. And if the pause is fresh, you discuss that, right? And you make yourself look at the drawing. Look at the drawing.
Yeah.
He's not gonna let it happen. Oh, he knows. He's been listening to me.
No.
He knows. He is going to walk back.
He is being spotted by the Thirst. If he's being spotted some more, the Weaver could just maybe catch him before the Silencer gets to him. I have to see.
Possible. If he leaves the secret, if he leaves the security of his tower, the Weaver is most likely going to chase him down. Indeed. So he'd have to go stand on the corner. I can't draw on a map right now. He'd have to go stand on the corner of the tower reach, and then start walking the moment where he knows he can actually meet the silencer in the middle. But it's a conundrum. He knows what's about to happen. He's trying to wriggle his way out. Let's see, because the Thirst, yeah, he does have the 2 levels in Thirst. That's so awkward as well, because it's going to take so long for Burna to actually get his HP up again.
He is actually, it's going to be at what? 25% for the Thirst visibility. He is at nearly there because he has exactly 1,000 health. It's very easy to calculate there. So he actually is going to get outside of that visibility in a few seconds. So that's good for him. Maybe
and
the
after
Beastmaster
that, guessing
is...
game for Kira.
We'll see here. The reconnect from the Lion. We're all back into the game. Gonna go? Gonna go? We gonna go? I can ask again, are we gonna go? Even Revenant is saying go.
Go. Please, release us. I want to see.
G? G? Both sides asked G.
Yeah, no, you always have to do that. It's very polite.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Burner, he's gonna go into the trees. Yeah, goes into the trees and then goes outside. So yeah, no chance for the Weaver to catch him there, since he's not being seen anymore. And the Salve, including a Clarity as well. It sounds as like,
Kira,
oh,
he's late.
gonna immediately go for the TP.
100% the correct move. This does get them a little bit of damage onto this tower. Catapult's going to get a fair couple of hits in, but this is the best case scenario for Balrogs, this top lane here.
There is now a finished medallion on this Weaver. So he's going to start deal significant amount of damage with a minus armor from the Swarm as well as that medallion. The Silence needs to be so careful.
He's absolute toast. The Beastmaster and the Weaver are going to be gunning for him together the entire time, because let's not forget that the attack speed is also going to work wonders for that already amped Weaver.
They have Roar now for Revenant. Burna. Just sending the illusions at the Beastmaster.
Bot lane.
Bottom lane. Gonna go on to Gio as the Lion was already dead. He died earlier. Oh, Robo-Z. Yeah, with the spear. He's gonna find both kills. The Arena used first for the Lion, and then they also get the Bloodseeker. That's a great rotation for him. At the same time, Lumpy, he's coming up top. Is being spotted by a ward. And they're gonna go for the easy kill on the Silencer. He dies again. So both mid lane is making this rotation, but I feel like Balrogs being much more happy since they got an actual core kill.
But Vicious is going to get a tower out of this now.
Yeah.
Helm's Dominator is up, Centaur Creep is here, and not really much more a Silencer PL lane can do against it. This was about the best that we're gonna get.
At the same time, down bottom, they're going to go onto Draken. Got to press the attack off, so a lot of sustain for him. He is at half health. And we'll just walk away, taunt his way. Same time now, Burna. He's being hunted in his own jungle. Revenant. Oh, they see him under the Hawk. Could go for a Roar into Centaur Stomp or vice versa.
And this is going to happen the entire time. As a carry, ideally you don't want to go to your triangle just yet. You want to keep on mopping up this creep wave here that's going to arrive on your tower now and then.
Oh, down bottom, the duel has come out onto the Bloodseeker, and with the rotation from Robo-Z once again. Getting the 2 kills bottom.
Yeah, I didn't think they'd fall for that one again. I was completely not paying attention.
It was not a duel victory, but setting it up for the Bloodseeker to die again.
Oh,
and Robo-Z just feels like he is farming that bottom lane. He is 4-0.
Yeah, every time he comes down there, there's something to eat. It feels good, man. And another pause. This feels bad, especially for Vicious. We were talking a little bit more about losing your grip on the game, and you could see it happening to us as casters as well. Like,
yeah,
you see that on bot lane. It's like, oh yeah, huh? Because I was looking at mid lane, I'm like, Robo-Z isn't here. I wonder where he is.
Yeah, but his first rotation, I was the exact same. I was like, oh wait, Robo-Z. Oh right, that's the mid laner, and not anything else.
We just adapted to a support Mars. But anyway, the point that I was going to make here is that Vicious is playing a run at you lineup. They have incredibly short cooldowns. They had their levels up. They had pretty decent outcomes in the lanes here. They wanted to go. And these interruptions are literally throwing them off their game. I have no doubt that they would be doing better if they weren't plagued by internet issues like this.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate. And
I mean, I'm supposing that it's internet issues, by the way. I don't know for sure, but it just feels like it because it's always the same players here.
Yeah. Yes. The line keeps on DCing, unfortunately. Now, for Vicious Gaming, they do like. I wonder when is the Beastmaster going to rotate towards mid, because that's the next tower that they want to claim And that is relatively easy to claim. And what's going to be the response for Balrogs? Because they have duel up in half a minute, arena in a full minute. Maybe making the play around that. Oh, also, RoboZ has this mid-Mars going straight Blink Dagger.
Expect that. He is really just there to hold him in place until the jewel arrives.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. And I imagine that that's Armlet on the way soon for the LC, so she's going to be providing the damage. And this is the question with two of these heroes, right? Both of them can do roughly the same, but if you're a RoboZ, you can do it in AoE. So they go with him for the blink, you grab ideally multiple people, and then Draken can pick whoever he wants. Whereas if you do it the other way around, then it's just going to be like, alright, this is the guy I can reach. We're killing him now, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
2 minutes before Balrogs may unpause.
A tip from the Weaver towards his own DC'd teammate. Just giving some Dota Plus shards to his teammate, of course.
Yeah, what can he do? I mean, they must have felt the writing on the wall before they even started this game, but you want to lose to the opposing team, not to your hardware.
Mm-hmm.
¿Qué pasó con el I want to know what's going on.
Yes.
Oh, Leon. I mean, I'd like to know as well. Honestly, you know what? I really like being able to read this chat. I've casted a lot of China, and then I've worked a lot in CIS, and in both regions I just can't read.
Yeah, not using the alphabet that we use in English, and
I mean, I can sort of read the alphabet. The problem is the language.
yeah. We have a go call
Once more.
again.
Well, that's like Russian is just a double obstacle, man. It's really unfair. You learn the alphabet, you're like, all right, fine. I've had some ancient Greek. I can do this, and then you come to the language, you're like, oh snap, this is nothing like any of the Central European languages that I know.
Now, Revenant and Kira coming towards the mid lane. That is where potentially the next big fight might be happening. They might be looking to go at this tower with the 10-minute cardi. Or maybe just going at the Nyx Assassin. He avoids the swarm. Yeah, they're just going at this tower. Can be a glyph. And now the Hex coming out onto the Nyx Assassin into the follow-up stun. And that's Nyx Assassin, that's Draken. Coming in here with an invisible TP. Doesn't have the mana for the duel, however, can use the Soul Ring. And Lion already dead. No dual damage for him.
But yeah, ideally this is where you'd want to have the global silence in order to react. But that one is not up yet. Top lane was not very good. Silencer is not level 6 yet.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least they saved the tower. But an assault like this is going to come again. Because Vicious does not need to wait for cooldowns whatsoever.
And they do have now the siege creep with them. But there wasn't really any ultimate force from the Dire. And there's going to be a smoke around. Looking for the Bloodseeker. They know exactly where he is farming. Oh, now Lion has been spotted and dispelled the smoke. It is actually now Dire who are on the enemy side of the map, but the 4-man smoke coming out from the Radiant. They want to change how this goes, going onto the Silencer first. He's so close to level 6. Oh no, it's just dead. Yeah.
Absolutely destroyed.
Poor Silencer, man. Gonna be a stun onto the Nyx Assassin. Has a Spike Carapace, however.
And while we're all jockeying for a mid, there's actually a Phantom Lancer.
Oh, there is the Blink Dagger from RoboZ with the arena into the duel. And that's an easy win for the Legion Commander. And that is going to stop the push in its entirety. They're now even looking onto this Lion. Gonna be speared, gonna get killed. And now Weaver has a time lapse. They don't have the lockdown for him anymore. Although, do they? That's gonna be another arcane curse. He uses the swarm and the Shukuchi just to get away.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Oh,
why Balrogs
Robo-Z.
is missing that.
Yeah.
I guess that's why.
And yeah, I mean this. Your Beastmaster just died. Just got caught out by that Blink Dagger from the Mars, and then, as you mentioned, Draken just walking on in. And now Burna even joins the fight with just having a Yasha, goes at this tier 1 tower, and it is going to be Dire who might just be able to take that tier 1 tower first. Global Silence coming out, they're going onto the Beastmaster again. And
It feels sad, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This also really shows the confidence of Balrogs that they use the global silence right there.
oh, that's gonna be a spear to follow up stun, and Weaver is dead as well. 3 seconds until his time lapse.
They did not want to wait until that silencer got gone on again, so they just immediately pop it for the kills they can get, securing the tower. And I don't think they're ever really going to leave this bottom jungle here. And Vicious Gaming, they're trying to play back into this like, alright, fine, we have all of our cooldowns right now, except for the finger, and it's up pretty soon as well. We should be able to do something here. But it feels like the only thing that they've been managing to kill after this laning stage was over is just the silencer.
He has that. He is 4 of the 6 kills for Vicious. So, and now the Legion Commander is indeed, yeah, very close to that armlet. It is only gonna get worse. Silencer, gonna be spotted by a Hawk. He spots the Hawk himself. That's not gonna be enough for that. Nope. Okay.
Vision gets deleted. Vicious has to back off. It is still very much about this Beastmaster right now, not just in where he positions and where he applies his pressure, but also definitely where those Hawks go. Because they don't have aggressive vision right now. Hawks is all they're going to be able to get.
And also, like, we still haven't seen a roar. Revenant has not really been allowed to play his game. As we have a 5-man smoke from the Dire again. Arena is up. Blink Dagger with the Mars. They just want to go, go, go. Get a kill, get a kill. They find the Bloodseeker. A huge kill. Just the assassination from the Nyx Assassin. And then the duel onto the Lion. It just seems so easy for Balrogs.
It seems, yeah, fantastic. I mean, they got that off of a ward that was placed during their last invasion, and that Vicious just hasn't managed to deward. And they get punished for not clearing their jungle there. You have to answer. You have to answer these goes. You have to go when the arena is not up, when the duel is not up. But they just don't feel confident because they don't have the items yet. We're waiting at least 1500 gold more for the Void Spirit. We're waiting for this Bloodseeker. He had a Sange queued up, and he still has a Sange queued up before his BKB. I'm not sure if he has the time for that.
Yeah. And we talked about how they don't really have a solution for the PL. He's number 1 in net worth. He has a Yasha plus a Diffusal Blade at 15 minutes. While the Bloodseeker, he has a Maelstrom finished. I mean, Maelstrom is nice, but...
He's an item behind.
Yeah. Now an Armlet is also there on the Legion Commander. They are gonna look towards bottom here, maybe finding Draken. But it is actually Dire who now comes in with the smoke. Lion finds the Hex, but already going on to Revenant. He gets the roar out, but there's the Pressy attack. Oh, oh. That always looks so funny. They are going to go in here now with the finger. It's going to be reflected back by the Spike Carapace. Still finds the kill onto the Nyx Assassin, but the jump in from Lumpy there is providing a good bit of damage, but in the end, Balrogs are just too tanky. They're gonna get the Helm of the Dominator creep as well. That's 100 gold. That's nearly a hero kill.
Very nice. Yeah, there's Vicious with the Beastmaster dead, they just don't really have anybody who wants to commit to finish off those kills that the Void Spirit softened up for them. But if the Void Spirit stays, he's dead as well. They might find Draken here.
Draken. He has an armlet. He's
He's
very
so
tanky,
tanky.
and the rest of Dire is coming in. Yeah, gonna go straight for the Weaver. He gets a time lapse out, however, and now the stun onto the Silencer. That's the Silencer they can find. Silencer can always gonna be killed, but now RoboC has arrived. They find the Lion. Now the duel onto the Weaver, and that's another victory for Kraken. They find the Silencer again, so that's good. At the same time, Burna is already finishing off heroes by himself. Kills off the Beastmaster. And this is
There's
falling
a
apart.
little- Yeah, there's very little for him to fear in this game, apart from, well, the Aghanim Scepter from the Void Spirit. But he only just now got that completed. That's still a decent timing. And I wanted to say, he can grab himself a Mantis Tau whenever he wants it to purge that silence off. He has gone for an SNY instead, so he is just looking to brawl for now. He's like, that sounds a little bit defensive to me, don't you think?
I mean, at the same time, like, the SNY also gives you good bits of stats, so it's more like, I will just survive the silence.
Yeah, you're too far behind, Vicious. It doesn't matter. Silence me all you want.
Now, the smoke coming out from the Radiant, looking towards top, but at the same time, it's just like, this gang squad here with the Mars seems near
Keeps on coming.
unstoppable. They're gonna walk into the line. Global Silence coming out. The arena on the 3 once again. The impale with the spear. It is not going to matter, however. They still find the kill onto the Void Spirit. They find the kill onto the Beastmaster. Lion is already dead. And there is a dust onto Weaver, but he has Shikuchi'd away. The second time that they have the perfect timing of impale
Wow.
together with the spear.
It's like, if I had $1 for every time it happened, I'd have $2. Which isn't much, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Yeah. So now they're gonna go into the Roshan pit. And
I just love interactions like those. Like, yeah, it's not just like a visual height increase. The game actually calculates the height increase there. Dota
where are
is
they gonna
not too
give this
damaging.
Aegis to? Is it gonna be PL or the Mars?
I think the Mars has a BKB, he doesn't need it. Then again, they gave him the slot, yeah.
They
The
both
robots
had a
has
slot.
damage.
I'm not sure if maybe they were like whoever gets to pick it up first. But yeah, so this is looking very good for Balrogs. And like
An
even that
absolute
last
slaughter.
fight, they had a roar and they didn't kill anybody, did they? Not a single hero.
No. They need to focus fire on Vicious somehow by this point to get kills. Like the Finger of Death is one of their most powerful assets. And the problem is really that the reaction from Balrogs, they have some time to react while their silencer is getting murdered. And if they do that, then the Lion might not get his finger off, so he's often forced to just finger whoever he finds immediately, and if that's the silencer, then the point is kind of moot, because even if the silencer doesn't get his global off, you then don't have the burst damage to make a difference in the fight that follows.
Yeah. Just feel it very funny. It's for the Dire, it's like it's always like Silencer, show yourself so you can die and then we win the team fight.
Pretty much.
So going at the tier 2 now. Done does not connect onto Void Spirit. Close though.
It's also a question of you gotta go for the targets you can get, right? That's, not just in dating, it's also in Dota.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As they're gonna take a tier 2 top, gonna take a tier 2 mid. It feels like Dire has the push lineup, but they're just very far ahead.
Yep. I mean, I wouldn't call Vicious a push lineup, right? Oh, Jewel on the top lane.
Oh, duel, they found the Void.
Poor Lumpy.
And
now
the
the Lion.
arena onto a Lion. He got the Hex off, so he survived a little while longer as Balrogs. You said in the beginning you don't want to see them mess up their fights anymore. right now they're not messing anything up apart from the height of a certain hero getting speared.
It feels a weird spell like that. And look at how grouped they are right now. In any other situation, you'd be like, you can't 4 melee hit down the barracks. But they're so far ahead, and there's just nobody over on the side of Vicious who can do anything. Like, the Silencer could have been there spamming out the Blood Right, but he really needs this gold. He's going to have a BKB. There's a Blink Dagger over on his Beastmaster now. This is going to be the last fight once both of these items are brought to bear.
There's a full heart on the PL. I just feel like that sums a lot up of this game right now. Okay, we're gonna have global silence.
Very pretty.
And they're just tipping it. They're like, nice. Was able to press.
Now that they don't have a reason to kill him now.
Yeah. Now he may live. A way to survive. You use your ultimate beforehand. The smoke coming out here from the Radiant. Can they find the fight is going to be the question. They're all grouped up there. But Draken in the backlines. That's going to be a rupture onto Burner. Okay. He does not care about anything. Doppelganger is still going to be silenced there. It's going to be the arena. At the same time, the roar in the backlines. And they just... Where's your damage coming from? GGs are called. Balrogs just decimated. Absolutely decimated.
Not much to do there for Vicious Gaming. There's... At this point in the game, whatever you do, you're ruined. You had okay lanes, but your first rotations didn't go as well as those of the enemy mid. And then after that, between how nicely RoboZ just keeps on derogating these ganks, and between the fact that you just keep on getting pushed out of your own game by the technical problems, man. It's... If you're Vicious here, though, there's one thing, and it is you don't have to feel too bad about losing this one. Like, it's part just complete outclass, and the other part complete, like, how do you call it? Force majeure? So I think you can reset decently well off of this one.
Yeah. They're gonna have to reset in the lower bracket, however, as Balrogs Esports with that qualifies for the upper bracket finals. I also want to just mention the first pick Mars for Balrogs Esports. They can play it mid. I assume Draken can play it offlane. He can play it support. That hero just offers so much for that team. And we'll have to see how their opponents are going to adjust to that. Their opponents will be determined in our next series, which will be Randoms Esports versus Our Way. That is going to be coming up in about 50 minutes. So if you want to see more SA DPC Closed Qualifier action, stay right here. Grab maybe a little bit to eat, a little bit of a drink. We have a little pause of 50 minutes and we'll be back right then. See you there. Hello and welcome back here to the DPC Closed Qualifiers, the second best of 3 on our hands here. Randoms Esports versus Our Way. Whoever wins here gets to go up against Balrogs, who has been looking very strong today. I'm Aponzues. With me here, the absolutely outstanding Kips. Hello there after a short break.
Hello, hello. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. And well, I am going to prepare everyone immediately and say that I will be a little bit biased for this cast because one of my previous players, Tavo, is playing right now. So I'll try not to fawn over him too much, all right?
Try not to fawn too much. Now, you're saying one of your players on the side of Our Way. There are a lot of big names here on the side of Our Way who are opening up with the Mars Gyrocopter. We have seen the Mars a little bit. The Wind Ranger not seen at all. A first pick Wind Ranger nonetheless. What do you make of that first pick?
I mean, she can certainly be flexed between a lot of different positions, but honestly, I like her most in the mid lane, where you're going to have a big physical damage dealer with some added magic burst and a disable from your mid lane. A lot of roaming power, which is not nearly as strong if you open with it, and especially not for his Gyrocopter, is a great MKB builder as well. So yeah, I doubt this Wind Ranger is going to end up as a core, especially now that we also see the Ember Spirit. Randoms Esports just secures themselves a hero who can go either mid or safe lane, plus a support who can play either 4 or 5. Sometimes you see the 0 on 3, but she's really meh in that role.
Yeah. And we also see in the first phase, Our Way did ban out the Dawnbreaker.
I was hoping we were going to get to see that one. I already looked through the drafts like, oh man, these guys are Dawnbreaker experts.
Oh.
But it's getting banned a lot against her, against them. So who knows? Maybe later on we'll get to see it still. I don't think I've ever casted a Dawnbreaker pro game yet. So.
Oh, I feel bad for you. I'm a huge fan of the Dawnbreaker. It is, I would say at the moment, one of my, if not the favorite hero. So, would be looking forward to see that. At this moment, it's not going to make its appearance. As we have now here the second ban phase on Our Way. I feel like the second ban phase overall in the current drafting meta has become very, very carry focused. However, in this particular game, less so, because there is already a Gyrocopter who could be a carry, Ember Spirit most likely mid lane, but we sometimes see a position 1 Ember, and we see more bans coming out to protect those earlier picks instead of to prevent later picks.
Yep, exactly. So over on the side of Randoms Esports, they're taking out the Invoker, which is a very annoying lane matchup for the Ember Spirit, where with the Tornado you can take off the Flame Guard, and then you'll just a naked melee hero versus a ranged. And of course the Nyx Assassin, who can always stun you out of Invis. And over on the other side, this Gyrocopter is going to be protected versus the big teamfight reset of the Tide, as well as the Monkey King, who can stand toe-to-toe with the Gyrocopter, as long as he is in his Wukong's command. And the Gyrocopter not very good at moving around normally, so the Monkey King's claim of an area usually works very well against him.
Now, this could also... I mean, given their bans, I really think they want to put this as a position 1 Gyrocopter. It is, however, very similar to what Balrogs did in the first game against Vicious. Showing 2 cores in the first phase means that your supports really need to pick up the slack during the laning phase especially.
Absolutely do. I mean, we don't know for sure yet that this Mars is not a support Mars, right?
Yeah.
As we saw Mr. Yogi demonstrate so sexily.
Oh, so sexily. The Snapfire banned out. No more granny action, unfortunately. Earthshaker. And, we have seen that here as a position 3 more lately, but also could of course still be a position 4 shaker. So once again, flexibility here for the Our Way draft, as well as just a very nice color scheme that fits well with each other, if I might say so myself.
And with the Dire side, they're really coordinating this stuff.
Color coordination is certainly there. A Sand King gonna be the next pickup, and a Morphling.
Ooh, now you really like picking up the morph versus that Earthshaker.
Mhm.
Versus the Gyrocopter as well. Flak Cannon morph, we have all seen those shots coming, especially with the Skadi. It is terrifying. So I like these from Random's Esports. The Earthshaker here was intended as an an out of fog stun for this Ember Spirit. And Team Mage versus Morphling. Alright, we are in business.
So that does mean that this Gyrocopter is at least not going to be a position 1. I think there are. I've talked with a few pro players about this, and I feel like the opinion on this is quite divided. As like the Shakers, if this is going to be a support Earth Shaker, do you even skill the full out maxed out enchant totem, or do you just leave it at 1 point?
Usually really depends on your lane matchup. If you have a melee carry or a melee support that you can harass out, then it is totally worth putting more points in there. But if not, then you should really focus on your utility and just let your fissures do the talking.
It's also going to be the question then later on as the game goes, if you want to skill it up, because if you don't provide those additional 400% crits for the Morphling if it turns into you. And the same can be said for the Flak Cannon. If Gyrocopter is not a core, do you need that spell for sure or not? A little bit of a question there. I feel like we'll see how it's going to be addressed in this game. If it is going to be Core Shaker, then of course he needs the Enchant Totem, and there's nothing really he can do without it.
That would really be next level. Was that an old Sing Sing game where they just the Luna just straight up didn't take the Lucid Beam?
I think there was a Purge game that he played with Blitz and Capitalist.
Blitz was involved, yes.
And they only skilled up passives and the Lucent and the Eclipse from the Luna, and then an enemy Rubik stole the Eclipse and walked in all confident that the Eclipse did absolutely nothing, which was very funny to watch. Now, getting back to the draft here, as we were going a little bit off, so Random's Esports still looking for a position 5. Are there any specific ones that stand out to you?
You're going to be going up versus triple melees here. For example, Dark Willow could be really good there.
Also, the Dark Willow Morphling combination.
Yep. That would look really good. And you have a bunch of reliable stuns as well, so it's not like you need to provide that. The only thing is that your lineup is a little bit short on beef. I think that's why Our Way takes out the Ogre Magi there. Would have been a great boost up for the Morphling, but probably not. Well, it's hard to get more beef, I'd like to say, than an Ogre Magi over on your support position here.
Let's see here, they have 5 more seconds left with the reserve time, and okay, different kind of beef, but that's definitely beef as well, the Undying. And here they're gonna go into the Hoodwink, so how are we feeling about this Hoodwink pickup?
Yeah, normally I really like the Hoodwink when it's about having a target that you can break, and when you're going to be really very important for pushing out the waves over on the sides. I do think she has a job to do there this game, but honestly, it might be more that they were looking for some more range support as well to finish off a tombstone here and there, have themselves another disable, and it's a player preference. There's just players that are really big Hoodwink fans. I'll say, you know what? I can play anything I want here. Let's go. She provides damage, she provides utility, and she is annoying to chase down. Although Random's Esports actually have a pretty good lineup to kill her.
Yeah, and overall, looking now at the full draft, is there a side that you favor?
This is a Morphling versus a... Is this a triple... Yeah, this is a triple melee core lineup. That always feels pretty good. HFN is going to have to really pull away at that as an anti-mage, and even then you're usually bound by a window against a Morphling. Like there's a certain phase in the game where Morphling has stats but no damage yet, and you absolutely destroy him with the mana burn as well as of course your ult. But after that point, the Morphling usually crawls back into it, and that's dangerous, especially if he gets to take, well, an Earthshaker form, a Gyrocopter form. And this looks to be, by the way, a mid Earthshaker, if I'm reading it correctly. I'm not too familiar with the players just yet, but this is a matchup that is absolute terror for an Ember Spirit. Is one of the worst in the game. There's Earthshaker and there is Ursa. And then after that comes Monkey King, I think.
Okay. Well, let's go into it. We have here our first game of this series between Our Way versus Randoms. On the Radiant side is Randoms, on the Dire is going to be Our Way. And yeah, looks like the Earthshaker mid and the Gyrocopter gonna be the support. And we already are riding Peru on the... Oh, nice. We love Peru. Actually, very bit of smoke going for a deep ward here for the Dire side, so we'll see how they want to make use of that one.
Interesting that we don't see the classic standoff in this game. Normally everybody is already in the mid, and instead there's this flanking maneuver from the Dire side, which we used to see a lot before that, where you try to catch one of the unfortunate individuals who's flanking the tower here off guard and grab an easy first blood. But I think Random is wise to their tricks, and they just really wanted to hold hands, make sure they don't give anything away right at the start of the laning phase here.
Yeah. So with this mid Earthshaker, not really something I'm all that familiar with. What can we expect from him once the mid games hit?
Usually fast Blink Dagger, and then into something like a Shadow Blade. That's a build-up that feels like great value for money these days as well. The only problem is, of course, that this is definitely a totem build, so eventually the Morphling will enjoy that.
Yeah.
But for now, we're just going to see Trampoline here cry. This is very painful as a matchup.
There's already an eye onto the range creep. And let's take a quick look on our side lanes. Up top, we're gonna have the Gyrocopter plus Anti-Mage versus the Windranger Sand King. I mean, he's just in a Sandstorm right now, having a grand old time there, but it is pushing the wave in favor of the Anti-Mage, who with that is gonna get his last hits himself.
His Quelling Blade doesn't mind too much loss hitting versus the tower. But his Sand King here does have to watch out, because anytime he's not in his Sandstorm, he loses half of his mana. Yep. And Anti-Mage, if he feels like taking a value point in the counterspell here, which he just might, is going to have a lot of magic resistance, which really hinders the Caustic Finale pressure that a Sand King normally puts in the lane.
Yeah. And meanwhile, down bottom, it was for the Radiant side, the last hero that they picked was the Undying. The Undying versus Hoodwink Mars. Is that going to be enough for the Morphling to have a good lane?
I think so, yes. Undying is one of the best lane securers in the game, and then...
Oh, actually misses the spear there on Tavo. As at the same time, up top, First Blood is claimed for the Anti-Mage.
That's... Well, he took a level in Blink, and he just got on top of a Sand King who had already used his Sandstorm. That's sad.
What?
Wait, that is not supposed to happen. Well,
Ooh.
Trampoline's gonna make me eat my words. This is a very Earthshaker favorite matchup, by the way. I can't believe that just happened.
Trampoline gets a solo kill. onto the Shaker. That is indeed very, very impressive. And he's gonna get both water runes due to that. So the region is gonna be in his favor with that as well, and the levels, of course.
It's sort of even because, of course, 40R came
Yeah.
out of the fountain with his bottle, but still, the fact that he has not paid for using all of his resources on that kill at all is impressive. And that's yeah. Now 40R is behind. That's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, as they find the Undying in the bottom lane together with the Courier. It's up top. It feels like right now our ways lanes are going very, very well. Like, you're actually 3 minutes in. It's a 1,000 net worth lead. That is a very big lead for this point.
Oh no! Please tell me. Please tell me that.
Just
yes.
sorry, go. I accidentally pressed pause.
Thank you for the
pressed pause.
apology. We lost a lot of the previous game to pauses.
Yeah, at the end it was like a 23-minute game, but I believe we waited about 15 minutes or so in a pause, or in multiple pauses together, I should say.
It was unfortunate.
Yeah, it's up top, down bottom. They're gonna go onto the Mars with the waveform, but Mr. Kingao did not expect that Soul Rip to do that much damage. It was enough.
Level 2, the Mars didn't see that coming either. With a creep wave under the tower as well. Well,
Was
nicely done, and that makes up a little bit for the fact that their mid lane is going to have a little bit more of pressure coming out. Yeah.
But
Now
overall,
up top?
it feels like, up top. Yeah, that's just... This is going to be an action-packed game, I feel like. Gotta be on top here of the camera work as we get another kill here for the Dire. And this anti-mage seems to be on an absolutely outstanding start. 24-10 to the 12-0 of his laning partner.
Yep, and they have not managed to find this sentry placed over on the side yet, and it feels like Ju in general is just not careful enough with his sandstorm management. This is the second time. He can't afford this.
Yeah, especially the level 1 Sandstorm. I feel like that is when you can pressure the Sand King the most because of that long cooldown. But if you're able to get him out of that AoE, then he's just going to be forced to just be very, very defensive. And we just see HFN, he is 1v2ing plus a creep wave. Has to back off now, but he has to ring up health. He is not scared of anything anymore, feels like. At least in this lane.
He's got the sustain now. He's got the counter spell point, and he just going in again.
Yeah, going in is gonna take the power shot back, and Caustic not gonna be enough to bring him down, of course. And with Ring of Hell's just gonna heal him back up.
We have the level 6 over on trampoline in the mid, by the way, and he had a window there where he could have gone for 40R, but 40R smacked him in the face and said no, and here's the slam! That's what you get for hesitating.
Oh, that was just like he just walked at him, echo, and immediately another click and just dead. That seems... Oh, Wind Ranger gonna die to the gyrocopter. That seems a little bit, maybe the Ember Spirit at that point, a little bit of not familiar with this matchup against an Earthshaker.
I mean, it's certainly a surprise, but it really only happens to you once, though.
Yeah, should only happen to you once, that's for sure. Makes up for the kill that 40R like for when he has gotten himself killed against the Ember. As up top.
Oh no. He was having a little bit too much fun.
Yeah, that was a little bit of like, you were feeling yourself too much there. Did not think he would die and just promptly died.
At some point, that's also just not worth it anymore.
Bottom, actually, the morph from turning into the Mars and spears right through the Mars.
Yeah, this is a really, really nice Morphling game. I feel like we've sort of said that already, but pretty much any form that the Morph steals here is going to have some form of utility for him. So
yeah, I mean, like, every single, like, quite literally every single hero is fantastic. Maybe the anti-mage the least, because it only provides the blink. But even that.
Even that is going to be pretty nice for him. If you want to escape, you become a hoodwink. If you want to fight, you become a Mars or an Earthshaker. Or a gyrocopter, eventually. But this gyrocopter, of course, is not taking any flak cannon levels. And I'm curious to see how far he's going to take it.
Yeah. You?
Yodomi!
It's gonna get at least the neutral creep deny. Yodomi still fighting here against Trampoline. The homing missile hits. Yodomi, another... so close. Another rocket barrage there. The fissure!
Oh, man.
This is a fantastic game.
This is incredible.
I mean, Yodomi if Yodomi would have gotten that solo kill, that would have been massive against the Ember. And the gyrocopter might have just become another core. As now Undying, he is gonna go down. 40R on a killing spree.
And he's going to have a very decent blink dagger timing him for himself. And that is where the Ember Spirit can die to another Echo Slam out of nowhere. This is a very dangerous game for him.
Even right now, he doesn't have a Remnant up. If he gets echoed into a follow-up stun, still might just die. But he's not approaching the creep wave. He is aware of the things that might be happening. And he also realizes there are supports in the air. Scans them out. Plays up top as supports are bottom from the tier 1 tower. And 40R sees a beautiful stack. Is he gonna Echo Slam this? No, okay. Sometimes you see these farming echoes. Which...
Oh yeah. I've also once, I'm not gonna tell which player did it, but his team wanted to go when Core didn't have a BKB yet.
They're gonna go onto the Morphling, but under the Tombstone, not really gonna be able to. Trampoline joining in now. 40R focusing onto the Undying, got him with the Echo. And they will lose the gyrocopter for it. Tavo waiting behind the tree line. And the Ember, very long slide of fist because of that stack.
He might as well take that after being robbed of his own stacks earlier. He doesn't have much regen left anymore, so that
they're waiting for 40R. 40R gonna get shackled, but they didn't layer that properly. They put both at the same time, and with the arena, they save 40R and kill off the Ember.
That was ill-advised.
And I guess it was only level 1 Searing Chain, so it wasn't really all that long, but it felt like that shackle was a little bit too early.
I think it was, yes. Even then, they might not have had enough damage. This is a level 10 Earthshaker. He's got 1500 health with just the power treads.
Yeah. Very good strength gain with his levels. As now Do is going to steal some stacks here, and Mr. Kingao says, hey, those are not for you. But can't do anything about it.
Nobody's taking their own stacks this game.
Pretty much. As Do gonna get gone on here with the sentry and bushwhack into the sharpshooter. Misses on the sharpshooter, and another sandstorm coming out. That's gonna be the dust and the mana void. It takes him some time, but in the end they get the kill. Actually nearly finishes off the Hoodwind with that power strike, but misses. It's now Trampoline. He is looking to finish her off and will be successful at doing so.
Bottom, Joao.
Uh-oh. This gyrocopter support has been involved in a lot of kills, 7 kills, and now he's helping with his stack here with the call down.
That's a lot of experience for that gyrocopter, and he's going to end up being pretty tanky as well.
Yeah. Pretty good stat gain as well. He is even going for power treads, which you don't always see from support gyro. But with the game that he's having, as Undying, gonna get bushwhacked, homing missile, and lapped.
What an absolute bloodbath.
We have 21 kills at 12 minutes. As we have a finished Battle Fury plus power treads at 12. That is a very nice timing for the anti-mage.
Oh yeah, HFN's having a great time. And Tavo up on bottom as well. Finished armlet now. Absolutely excellent. He's going to be very hard to remove, but Ju is going to try. Fortunately for him,
It is
Kingar is also
hard
close.
as there's gonna be the bushwhack. Couldn't quite get an angle for a spear that to get him out of the sandstorm, but now they just commit all of it. Sharp, how did you miss on that? I gotta ask, how did you miss on that sharpshooter? That one was. They're still coming in here, and Trampoline gonna get God's Rebukes, trying to go on to the Hoodwink. And another slide of fist. Blink forward here. And 4DR, just 2 clicks, finishes off the Wind Ranger. The burst damage is too much. But the Tombstone is gonna... Oh! The Bushwhack onto the Ember and the Fissure. And 4DR is having a field day. And they are gonna clean up the Tombstone as well. Even more gold for him.
He's having an excellent time.
He is 7k, the same as the anti-mage.
It's impressive, but you can't deny that Randoms also kind of sets him up for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's hard though. You can see that our way before. That's why they don't go on the Sand King. They are scared of the DP supports that come in, exactly. But all they needed to do was get 4DR into the position that he was in. Blink in, slam, get out, wait in the shadows, blink in, repeat. And it works so well when you have a big tanky frontliner like the Mars, as well as 2 supports who are ready to just scurry in front of you and give their lives. That's maybe not exciting individual play from them, but 4DR is happy with it.
Also the insane damage of maxed out enchant totem at 14 minutes. Uh-oh, it's more. If he walks forward, oh no, Fissure, boom.
800 damage! Twice!
That was just too easy. I mean, it was nice vision setup with the Fissure, all of it just perfectly there. As now the Wind Ranger dodges another sharpshooter. Has any sharpshooter hit yet? They're gonna go on to the Undying. They don't want to deal with any Tombstone. Looking to go onto the Sand King next. With the call down, going for the epicenter, goes for the gyrocopter. Gyrocopter gonna die to that epi. And Trampoline still gonna be there, gets a chain, but will have to forfeit the life of the Sand King.
4DR is having a field day. I think this is one of the reasons why he died earlier, is he saw this game coming. And he was already having too good of a time in his head that he had to get a reality check, but
Yeah.
I think by now.
And it is already the 6,000 deficit, and it feels like right now, like, our way is fighting 4v5. I guess, like, Morphling isn't really participating in fights all that well, but the Anti-Mage is accelerating much faster than the Morphling. He is level 14 at 16 minutes. This is the HFN show at some point. Right now, 4DR is still having hit the limelight, however.
The problem here for Random is that if you get any fight, you want a longer fight. You want your Sand King to go in, out, in. You have the Undying building up stacks. You have the Slide of Fist coming through from Trampoline. All that thought as they make another attempt here. It's gonna lead to nothing.
And Trampoline getting the Remnant away.
But anyway, they'd like a long fight. 4DR is not going to give him a long fight. He has 800 damage with their name on it.
Yeah, and very much looking for where to put that one. He's also going straight BKB.
Yep. BKB, then Shadowblade. He is going to be an incredible force in this game up until about 25 minutes, and after that you can still get Echo Slammed out of complete darkness. This Morphling and this Ember Spirit are never quite safe in this game, even though the Morph is going the most defensive build that you can, which is the Lincoln Sphere. So he is going to have the stats. He is going to be decently protected versus the Anti-Mage's Mana Void, but that's about everything. He's not going to offer damage just yet, and in the meantime, his bottom tower is already surrounded. They are coming for the base very soon.
Yeah, the Wind Ranger has a wind run, but
Has a what now?
she had a wind run, and then she also had a life. The past tense is very important there. As right now, this seems to go all the way of our way on the dire side. Is this to be expected for randoms? Are they supposed to be a little bit behind at this point? Or is this not how they expected this to go?
Actually, the weird part is that I thought that it was going to be the Earthshaker dictating the game, but he even started with a little bit of a hiccup. But apart from that, it is a great Earthshaker game. Their playmaker is scared to death of getting Echo Slammed now.
He finds the Undying.
Pain.
And the Tombstone. HFN, can he finish that Tombstone in time? Oh, he still gets it. That was perfectly
Low
timed with
BAT, man.
canceling the backswing. And that's a lot of gold. He has a Manta style finish. He's 4,000 ahead of the Morphling.
Oof. I kind of didn't want to look at that, but yeah, I should probably switch over from the CS.
You never knew your place.
There was a Wind Ranger there. Once again, she had a life. Then 4DR came in, and then she didn't have a life.
Yep, and really his job description in this game is just to cause as much mayhem as possible. He should be doing that together with Tavo, but Tavo is
there's
a
going
top.
to be straight onto the Undying again. Scared of the Tombstone. The spear goes through the wall of the other arena as HFN getting out of the Sandstorm. And they are going to be spotted in the high ground. But there's no way that they're going to go up there. HFN is there and he is ready. A little bit unlucky there for DR. He is playing in the newest patch where Fey Grenade is not broken on Earthshaker anymore. So he still has that item, but it is not as good as it was. It was far too good. It was so good on Earthshaker.
It was insane.
As now we have here smoke with the epicenter, but does not connect. Oh, they hold that tower. Tower held. Tower held. Positive thinking here for the Radiant. We have a Spirit Vessel now on the Hoodwink against the Morphling. Another smoke. And they find something this time. He's got the Ember, the Spear, the heal up, the Sharpshooter, the Fissure. It is just too much. And now 4DR. Is gonna come in here with a nice Burrow Strike. They're actually taking down the Hoodwink. And with the Morphling there, the Tombstone is still standing. Tavo takes down the Tombstone. They lose the Gyrocop. The Tavo is very tanky, but not tanky enough. Fissure coming out. 4DR with the Blink Dagger has to get away with the BKB.
Consider thyself purified.
What an absolute disaster of a fight. I do think that you have to be a little bit careful if they don't have an Echo Slam available.
Yeah. It is still, I mean, Anti-Mage is still massive. Like, he joined that fight, got a kill. He did not die. Keeping up his farm, has a Basher now.
But, I mean, that's the thing, right? They can clown in this game because their anti-mage is already so far ahead. I think I'd much rather see them take a bit of a wonky fight on mid than what they did on top, which is where the Mars is rotating with the anti-mage. Like, in no circumstances should the anti-mage be there at that tower when there is a perfectly serviceable Earthshaker to go with that Mars.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to be hitting creeps on that AM, and he is doing so once again, so...
And there are very big stacks. For him some more. Yodomi has now 1 point in Black Hand, so we'll see if he's going to continue to max that or if that's going to be 1 point only hashtag value. They found Sand King and he is dead. As at the same time Undying getting caught out by the Hoodwink, making sure no boarding for you. And okay, I believe we've seen one Sharpshooter hit so far on the Ember.
Yeah, true. When he was caught in the trees over
Yep,
here.
exactly. Exactly. Alright, I can draw as well. I forgot it. Nice.
You can draw whatever you want.
As Anti-Mage going at this tier 2 bottom, forces out the Glyph. Oh no, not the Courier. Oh, the Arena connects onto the Water Boy. And Anti-Mage, he has an Abyssal Blade at 22 minutes. And they have the lockdown for the Ember. Is this just over? Like,
This is
how
over.
over are we talking here? Gaben actually only says 90%. I'm surprised it isn't higher.
What does Gaben know?
What does Gaben know?
Gaben favors the late game. And we talked before about how good of a Morphling game this is. And I guess I should amend this by now to how good of a Morphling game this could be in a different universe where HFN is not the size of the Empire State Building.
Oh, he's 8,000 old ahead of the Morphling at 23 minutes.
And he played suboptimal. He was hanging around with his team a bunch.
Yeah.
He could have more
How dare
GPM than
he?
this.
How
Yeah.
dare he? He's level 21 at 23 minutes. Oh no, the Undying. Oh no! Run! Enough, run! Oh, the Fissure gonna be there. And HFN gonna go on a mega kill streak. And the Smoke. Looking for more trampoline. Uh-oh. Do they have the lockdown for him? Gonna go straight with the Abyssal Blade onto the Wind Ranger. Not gonna go for the Ember. Wind Ranger, much easier. Double kill for HFN. Ooh.
It feels a little bit like we're talking about the weather, doesn't it? But this is such a slaughter that it's hard to properly convey how hard random is getting removed.
Oh.
And they found... Ugh.
So close. Morphling survives. Okay, positives, positives. Morphling survived. Avoided that gank. That's gonna give him another 20 seconds of farm. Before he's gonna get absolutely ran at again. 4DR is gonna have an Echo Slam in 10 seconds. As they're gonna go onto the Gyrocopter. 4DR looking to turn this around onto the Sand King at least. Fissure coming out. And Sand King gonna go down. Wind Ranger gonna go down. 4DR now going on at the Tombstone. Morphling joined this fight late. I'm not quite sure why he is here, as he is gonna go down. There is gonna be the buyback from the Sand King. Yeah, I agree with that GG call a lot.
Yeah, there was much more to get there. You could see that the Morphling was already itemizing into a BKB after a Chrysalis. Like double defensive item just in order to be able to stand in this game at all, and hoping that the Gyrocopter maxed his flak cannon out at some point, I'm sure. Oh god. What an absolute whooping.
Yeah, in NA we call it a shellacking. Trademarked by
yes.
Suns fan. Very much a shellacking here, and randoms. Gotta. I feel like the mid Earthshaker very much was the linchpin for that draft that enabled a lot for our way. But even then, the Anti-Mage, he always had a good time. The space that was created for him was phenomenal.
But it started in the lane, right? Just the misskill by the Sand King there, not taking a second level in Sandstorm and getting ran down twice again to the point where he just couldn't pose a threat to this Anti-Mage anymore at all. And then the Morphling did okay, but with 2 losing lanes for the people that need to make the action go, plus 2 supports who don't really create situations all that well, it was really up to the Wind Ranger, and she's a mediocre roamer at best, so yeah. Certainly, this Earthshaker threw a really big wrench into their plans, but their plans weren't that solid to begin with.
Well, in that case, we'll have to see how can they make it happen in game number 2, because if they can't, our way is simply gonna sail through towards the upper bracket finals, as they are looking just dominating in this game 1. We'll see what's gonna be in game 2 after a short break. And we are already back. Game number 2 between Randoms Esports versus Our Way. Nobody wanted to wait. And so we are already here once again. First pick Mars here for Our Way. I'm Aponzues. With me here is going to be Kips. And we're going to bring you all the action. Can Randoms Esports bring it back? Question mark. Yes or no?
Big question mark. They're starting off with a pretty defensive combo here, but you know what? I always say that if you're getting absolutely owned, your first priority should be not thinking anymore about how you need to win the game, but how you need to get to play the game. And Randoms did not get to play the previous game. They might as well let their cat sit on their keyboard. And they were getting outclassed at that point. When the Earthshaker is that fat, when the anti-mage is that big, there's nothing you can do anymore. So first off, they're going to try and prevent that situation from happening again. And then we're going to see where that takes them. So Rubik Tidehunter, damage mitigation lane, and Our Way immediately in with the Mars TA. Now, just like with the Ember Spirit in the previous game, that can be a safe lane or a mid laner. And of course, this Mars can still go to the support position. But I wonder if they don't just want to have Tao's Mars, and they said, alright, let's see if we can just get away with a first phase TA right now if we ban out the Viper.
Yeah, HFN, as far as I'm aware, loves his safe lane TA. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that. We'll have to find out. It's, for randoms, they did take out the gyrocopter, feeling that Yodomi was very instrumental in that game 1, and I tend to agree. He did a lot as this position 5 gyrocopter. He nearly solo killed the Ember, and then with the help of the Fisher, the Ember did still die. So it was that gyrocopter just put on a hell of a performance, and then 40R of course on that shaker. It was so sad to everybody.
Except for 40R, he must have had the time of his life.
Oh, he had a grand old time. Apart from the solo kill at like 4 minutes. Apart from that. But, yeah.
We don't talk about that.
As we're gonna see the illusion heroes getting banned out, as Our Way, they do have the TA who doesn't deal with illusions all that well, especially not the TB who has far too high armor.
Yep. The illusion heroes getting removed as well. Or sorry, that's what you said, but they just secured his first phase Templar Assassin. And after that, well, what's left here for Randoms Esports versus the TA? Going for Ember again.
Is there gonna be a shaker? I mean, like, wouldn't you just pick a shaker again? Like, if I was 4DR, I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
Do they get to play the game this time on Radiant?
They have to pick something else in the mid lane. You have to. You have to get your range on. You have to get your magic spam on. You can't lane the Ember Spirit versus the Earthshaker. They tried that, they got 1 kill, and then after that they found out that it doesn't matter, and the game is pain and suffering.
Yeah, and so now there's going to be a position 5 a ban that's going to provide some great sustain for the TA and the Shaker. And they're going to go for Sand King again. Wait, what? So they have Sand King and Tidehunter. So mid Sand King? Question mark?
Yeah, the support Tidehunter. Things are a little bit awkward right now. The Sand King would lane pretty well versus the TA as well. And as long as you don't lose the sentry domination in the mid game, in the mid lane, you can also lane it mid versus the Shaker. But of course, if you don't get that, he will smack you out of the lane just as hard as he would the Ember.
Yeah. As now, for randoms, what I assume they need another support, but it could be a Tidehunter position 5, which we have seen before.
Yep, we have, and it makes sense to downgrade him now that the Abaddon is available. and the TA is pretty much always going to get saved from being stunned there. See,
Yeah.
how do you? Because if you lane, the problem is that the offline doesn't feel good. But like Ember versus TA is a nice matchup. I'm just not sure if they can get it.
Yeah, to like you said, you're not sure if you can get it to the point where it is actually about the matchup and not just an earth shaker clapping your cheeks and you just falling over. I mean, that was literally what 4DR was doing in the previous game. I'm sorry, he was clapping everybody's cheeks.
He was heartily.
Uh, yeah. You're gonna see
Monkey
some
King
bans.
ban out.
Yeah.
I think that this is. I mean, the Monkey King is probably the best ban here because he's going to do very well in all three of these lanes. And you can demote either the Tidehunter or the Sand King to support for a core Monkey King. But even a support Monkey King would help out a great deal in both of them. And then the Medusa. So they're already counting on a demotion to support for one of these heroes. I mean, Randoms has to. If they don't do that, then they're going to lose at least 2 lanes again.
Mm-hmm. So, really want to see, like, just make it happen. Like, Tidehunter support, it's not great. It's not that bad. Even Sand King support, it can happen. Boros Strike is still a good stun.
Yeah, you farm your Blink Dagger decently fast.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still of the opinion that Kaka is the only one on this good Earth allowed to play support Sand King, but I'm willing to give everybody their shot.
Yeah. Kaka's position for Sand King is so impressive.
Mwah.
Our way now. What's gonna be their last pick here? I'm gonna argue it's not only about what is good for the lineup, but also what's gonna be a lot of fun to play for them. Because looking at their lineup, it seems like we just want to have fun right now.
I mean, Abaddon is a particular type of fun, but you definitely have pos 5s like me who enjoy being the walking fountain. Like, if this
I
is
love
not
playing
about...
Abaddon. I think that hero's great to play. They're gonna go for the Hoodwink again. So what changed is that it's not an anti-mage, it's a TA, and it's not a gyrocopter, it's an Abaddon.
I mean, the Gyrocopter to Abaddon change is pretty huge. We all saw what Yudomi did.
Yeah.
Specifically the aggression of his positioning. And as Abaddon, you can do that like the first 4 minutes maybe, and after that you really need it on the back lines.
Yep.
So a little bit less there, but especially if 4DR gets this lane again, then it doesn't really matter what supports you play here. I guess at least the Tidehunter is not going to die in 2 hits.
You know, you say that. I feel like you're kind of jinxing him there. Yes.
Sorry, dude.
If it is a Tidehunter support, he might just die in 2 hits. Oh.
He could, yes.
Now, 20 seconds left here for randoms. As you said, you want to get one demotion on the Sand King or the Tidehunter. What hero could they pick here that they could lane against the Shaker? Okay. So it is.
That's the answer to Burst, certainly.
It is still mid Ember, or at least Trampoline playing the Ember Spirit again. Maybe they put the Sand King mid and Ember Spirit into the off lane. Would you prefer that more?
The problem is that neither of them are really going to kick the Earthshaker out. Then he gets a Blink Dagger, and then the Ember Spirit can't play his game again. It's the exact same as previously. The Sand King will give him a harder time, for sure. But and then this Wraith King, right? You pick this because he's going to come back if you focus him, and then hopefully you get to turn around with a Ravage, etc. But there is absolutely no reason right now for our way to not focus anybody else, because their burst damage comes... Well, we've seen how fast. You can easily take down a Rubik and an Ember Spirit in the time that it takes the Wraith King to walk up. You're going to have to go at the very least a fighting build on that Wraith King and not a farming build, because if you go farming build, then they're just going to ignore you while you try to walk after them with a Radiance on or something.
Yep, let's see what's going to happen in this game. Randoms Esports on the Radiant, they certainly have the pressure on them. They don't want to go into the lower brackets. They are down 1 game. And they're playing a very, very similar kind of draft. And we'll see how it's gonna work out in the end. As Dire. I feel like our way, that's just like, they're in high spirits right now. The way that they won that first game, they're just joking around, having a grand old time. There's gonna be a smoke from the Radiant, however. Maybe looking to take that TA off guard.
She's already put her ward down.
Yeah, they're gonna just take their own high ground.
So this is the strategy then. They want to rotate into mid. Help this Ember Spirit out. See if they can keep 40R down.
30 seconds to battle.
And it is true. An Earthshaker who gets behind as a core will never hit as big of a peak, and every single minute that you slow down his Blink Dagger is absolutely huge.
Yeah, that is.
It's just, you're going to have to pull the supports in from the side lanes, which are not going to be extremely favorable to you anyways. Like, it's fine, your Wraith King's not going to die, your Tidehunter's probably also not going to die, but that one already feels dicey.
I feel like the Tidehunter needs to be very careful against the TA meld.
Oh, sorry, it's a Sand King, of course.
Oh.
I'm thinking of the
Oh yeah, right.
a different game. But it's I guess the Sand King lives as long as there's no sentry game loss, and he, for goodness sake, skill your Sandstorm again if you're getting outlaned here.
Yeah, the points in the Sandstorm are very, very important. As there's already the Meld hit going on to do, and they have the Sentry, and already forcing him away from that Sandstorm.
Yep. But Zhao is going to be here to grab this creep wave for him, and this is an unfortunate reality of laning, especially versus this Abaddon. It's so oppressive as a melee laner. He's going to be up in your face, he's going to be trading, you won't be dealing any damage, and all you're doing is hurting yourself more because the Aphotic Shield is going to explode on you.
Yep.
So,
And
this is the sticking currently. Look at this! You can't do anything!
he's just running at both of them. As HFN drags a creep wave behind. I'm just gonna take a quick look at the mid lane. Then we're not gonna look there anymore. Because don't wanna. Most likely gonna be good for 40R again. Is there gonna be another solo kill happening for Trampoline? That's gonna be the question for me.
I'd hope not, but 40R right now is definitely taking his time for getting the bottle, and he is taking a lot of damage. I do think that he could be putting a lot more totem hits, excuse me, into this Ember.
The Tidehunter support, it's doesn't work as well as Tidehunter core, and it's not nearly as tanky as you don't get those points in Kraken Shells, especially not early on. The first kill goes the way of Dire.
You really need your level 2. And even then, versus this combination that can output so much damage in such a short amount of time, you're usually in trouble. It's not a great life.
And so far, all 3 lanes are going heavily in favor of our way again, which is not great
bodes
for
ill.
randoms.
Yep. You see, these are the kinds of decisions. I don't know if you were watching mid, but where I wonder if it isn't worth it more for 40R to hit Trampoline instead of trying to get the denies out. You have not quite as much damage as he does, but you can definitely take the contest, and your animation is better than his.
It's the deny
You see,
there.
like right there.
Yeah.
You don't need to totem for it. You can just you can just be smacking him with the totem the rest of the time.
Yes. Oh,
Ah.
get the kill onto the Tidehunter again. And Tavo, he's having a fantastic time. Involved in 2 kills as well as the last hits coming his way. Up top, they're gonna go onto the Rubik. The refraction is going to save the TA, and with the Burrow Strike in from Du, nearly cost him his life, but they find the counter kill onto the Abaddon.
Surprised to see the Tidehunter come in. Like, so far, none of their ambitions about rotating on mid have come through, and in fact, if it was the Tidehunter, that would have been... How does he rotate? So it's gotta be the Rubik. And he's not exactly over-leveled, but... we're nearing level 5 on these mid heroes.
It might be about that they want the Tidehunter up top so that the Sand King doesn't get forced away too much. As we have a little pause.
The demonstration of this game is currently taking place on the bottom lane, where Tavo has just flown in his Helm of Iron Will, and Baphomet is still working on his. They're both going for an armlet, and the offlaner is getting his first.
It's, up top, they're gonna go on to Sand King. Bar Strike coming through. Domi gonna continues to trade against 3 heroes pretty much.
Yeah, he doesn't mind. It's just more efficiency for him. They all already look so aimless. There's nowhere for this. Oh no. Not like this. You remove the Tidehunter from the bot lane so that he stops dying, and instead the Wraith King goes, What a tragedy.
Yeah. This bottom lane is just Tavo. It's just a Tavo show together with Kingao. Mr. Kingao, sorry.
Yardi and Tavo have played together for so long. These two know each other so well.
It really does seem like just the laning of two who know what each other is going to do. It's going to lose Blades of Attack there, but out of Fuchs, stun coming out here, and Tidehunter is dead. He came back bottom and he died again. Don't come bottom anymore, Tidehunter. I know Wraith King asks for help, but you don't want to die anymore.
Another charge for the urn, and the urn. Look at this. There's nothing Baphomet can do about it. It already is a massacre.
Hoodwink survives. Oh no, the Rubik can't even find that kill. Gonna be the lift up. Not enough mana for the Bushwhack, but the spear. He's 2-0-3. Oh no.
His board Hoodwink.
Oh,
Well,
no.
at the very least, in the mid lane, nobody has died just yet. Ember Spirit does not have to be afraid of the Earthshaker as long as the Earthshaker doesn't have any mana for his slam. He has been controlling the runes a little bit better, and 40R also hasn't really been trying, so it's one of the ways to eke out your advantage.
They do now switch lanes, so the Wraith King gonna go top, while the Sand King gonna go bottom. As HFN. It's gonna get very low hit, got tossed under tower. But not enough damage. This Tidehunter is level 2. Trampoline coming in. Doesn't have the chains. And HFN gonna get shielded up by Yadomi. And they save him with the Bushwhack. Acorn shot coming. I just want anything. I mean, this is just cruelty from our way towards randoms.
This is abuse.
Yeah.
They have more or less lost all 3 lanes. Usually there's no coming back from that in Pro Dota. The enemy has to mess up severely.
Yeah. And the 2 supports just finish off the Tidehunter. He is level 3. And very, very
And there's
sad.
no place for him. He's not going to... He'd have to make some stacks and wait by them or something. There's no place on the map. This Wraith King has to be top. This Ember Spirit has to be mid. None of them can jungle just yet.
Oh. Mr. King out just... Wait, he just solo killed the Rubik. Too much damage. Plus
I think-
400 HP.
I think we hated on his ults a little bit too much last game. And I was like, you know what?
Now he's making
you
it happen
guys.
without the ult. He didn't even use
Yeah.
it for it. He is the same level as the enemy safe laner. He is level 6 at 8 minutes, while the enemy
And he's
supports are
rapidly
level
catching
3
up
each.
the farm.
Oh, he has reincarnate. But he is just gonna die twice as the Fisher coming out. The Enchant Totem and Baphomet. He's dead.
Smacked into the ground.
So,
Oh, and they're going to lose the Rubik now as well.
how's it going there, Kips? Enjoying yourself?
You know, I usually prefer to watch the footage from the slaughterhouse on my Sunday evenings. You know, in my time off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't expect to be commentating it normally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is certainly looking like a rough one, and it does not
It's
bode
grim.
well. It does not bode well when the enemy position 4 has only 300 gold less than your position 2.
Just wait for him. He'll overtake him very soon. This Tide Hunter. Oh no.
He gets a, here he got the gush out. Value.
Value.
As Rubik going to die as well.
And once again, the plan from Random has completely fallen apart. And
Oh, wait.
just like last time, it wasn't only the Earthshaker, but also the laning stage. Oh no, did Tavo...
Yeah, he just solo killed the Sand King. Just died to Caustic.
Did he really just do that?
Just died to Caustic because of armlet toggles.
Otavio! I get to call him by his first name. I'm not sure if he thinks that way, but I do.
That's gonna be the boss strike. They find the kill onto the Abaddon here. We're back into this, baby. Maybe not.
You can take.
Maybe.
You need to take everything you can get.
Yeah.
Every little thing counts. The problem here for them is that the Ember is not yet ready to play, and the Blink Dagger over on this Earthshaker is nearing with tremendous speed. So you're going to have to keep on throwing heroes into the meat grinder of 4DR. Oh, look at him grind that meat, by the way.
Yeah. Grinding them bones on the Wraith King. Bushwhack coming out. And now putting down the Sharpshooter. Still no ultimate. But it's gonna go for the Tidehunter, not for the Wraith King. Close on the Blink Dagger, but not quite there. And Vinath. Oh, he actually has it level 6. So that's good for him. Ravage can come out.
And he's actually skilled it too.
He has 2 fluffy hats. Love fluffy hat.
It is extreme value in a situation like this. I bet he'd also love to have a Tumbler's toy.
Oh. The mini Blink Dagger.
The tiniest of Blink Daggers.
As HFN forces Baphomet out of his own triangle. By just being there.
Yeah, I don't think HFN agrees with your sentiment that is Baphomet's triangle.
Yeah.
Wherever he goes is his kingdom.
That
Blink Sand
most likely. Oh. As 40R Blink Dagger coming on the courier.
Oh, exactly at the same timing. They're going to look to make something happen
Yeah, they're
with his
going
Blink
to
Dagger
go
of the Sand
onto
King,
the
but they
Wraith
don't know
King.
yet.
There's gonna be a
40R.
Ravage coming out, connects onto them. The shield coming onto, but the Echo Slam. HFN getting low, but not nearly low enough. No mana on the Wraith King for Reincarnate, actually. That's why he didn't get the Reincarnation off.
That was precisely. They couldn't know the 40R had the Blink Dagger coming in. And even then, this was slightly less disastrous than it could have been, because they did catch the Earthshaker in the original Ravage, which put off the devastating Blink Echo for
Yeah.
a couple of seconds more.
They got to live a little bit longer. Always nice.
Also, if this is life, do you really want to live it?
You know? I don't know. Trampoline? He has a Remnant. Hides behind a tree. It's gonna get found.
Nice guess.
I'm not sure if he really hit there. As at the same time, Tavo finds a kill. They're trying to go onto HFN. HFN has gonna have Refraction up again. And looking to... yeah, he's just baiting. There's a Refraction. And he's fighting back. They find the kill. And looking for the Sand King. Oh no, Tavo, he's stuck in the Roche. Because of the Fisher. They're gonna go Roche. They're like, oh, well, actually, we might just do this now.
They really might as well. And in the meantime, 40R is just hunting down Baphomet, because why should that man get any undisturbed time on his own?
I'm also just gonna say it is 3-2-2 in terms of kills right now. 4 our
no.
way. And they get in the Roche.
It's the funny number.
The funny number. Oh, Tumbler Toy for Tavo, actually.
That doesn't really matter. Tavo has been playing a solo game. I don't think he knows that there's actual people on either his team or the opponent's. He just sort of walks around and kills stuff.
And as do. Uh-oh. Gonna be a blink in 5 seconds, but he has his own Blink Dagger.
There's something that I want to tell chat here, by the way, because I often see them say 3-2-2 about games like this, and I'm like, in order to properly throw a game, you gotta be winning it first.
You gotta be winning it first. There is gonna be a nice Ravage, but the arena coming out here. Trampoline is in the midst of it all. The Echo Slam. Echo Slam stolen. They grouped up for that one, and they knew it would do not enough damage. 40R now is getting low, however. They get 2 kills. Finath taking both of them. And is there gonna be the armlet toggles from Tavo? Armlet toggle to get the first kill. And the second kill, another armlet toggle. I'm not sure if he's gonna have the damage to finish off Tavo. Another armlet toggle.
This is illegal. Somebody call the police. Alright, don't tell me he lives.
He lives. He lives. The spear nearly connecting onto the Wraith King. Stun coming out, not in time. Baphomet, he's trying, but the heal now coming from the Aban. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no, that's an Ember Spirit with 3 remnants, just died. He could have thrown all 3 of them. Tavo is dead.
Oh no.
But the man lives.
Oh,
you see,
sharpshooter.
I don't think he knows there's people.
The GG's is called. Yeah. You know, we said game 1 was a shellacking, but game 2 took it up a notch. It was a giga shellacking. Our way didn't come to play around. They just came to kill and win. Now, this game also very, very one-sided. However, I feel like the first series also very one-sided from Balrog. So Balrog versus Our Way, the series coming up in about nearly 2 hours, since both these 2 games were very quick. That should be a good series for us, Kips.
That should be a good series, yes. We'll actually have a lot of players who both were in the first division last season going up against each other for that match. So that should be a lot more evenly matched. There should be a lot more even experience on both of those teams. That's going to even out the drafts a lot. And I think also in that match we won't see the situation happen where just one of the teams doesn't really learn the lesson of the previous game and gets told again that you cannot let 40R have that Earthshaker, especially not versus your Ember Spirit.
Yeah, you picked Ember and you left Earthshaker in, and he's just like, okay, I'm gonna go against this Ember again. I'm just gonna clap him. Yeah, very well played there by our way, but the real challenge is gonna lie ahead, and we will be there, like I said, in about an hour and a half, and potentially maybe we can start a little bit earlier, but just keep up on the stream and you'll see when the match is gonna come up to see who's gonna be the first winner to take it into the lower division SA DPC, and I'll see you there. And we are back with another series on our hands. It is going to be the upper bracket finals. We have Balrogs Esports versus Our Way. I'm Aponzues. With me here, the fantastic Kips. We are having a series on our hands. Both of these clapped their opponents in the previous round and now are going up against each other. What can we expect?
Well, for starters, I think these bans show that these two teams know very well what to expect from each other. Balrogs took out the gyrocopter that we saw Yodomi own with on the 5 position, but this is also one of HFN's most favorite carry heroes, so they've got that one taken out. Over on the other side, no Weaver support for Balrogs, no Mars either, which is interesting because Our Way has so far really preferred picking the Mars for Tavo, but they go with the Disruptor instead to counter out this IO, and they let this IO through specifically because Balrogs have been first picking this. So Our Way has thrown down the gauntlet. They said, alright, we know you're probably going to take the IO. They had that Disruptor at the ready for the glimpse, for the ult on top of whoever is going to come on in. And I'm curious what they're going to follow it up with here. Elsie. Ooh.
Legion Commander. You can glimpse away the IO and then just duel whoever was brought with him. And that's always a nice combo there. I'm a little bit surprised to see that Mars ban, as you said. But it might have just been that they don't feel comfortable picking IO themselves. So Balrogs might have just first picked Mars, leaving Our Way to pick whatever, and then pick the IO as the 8th pick for themselves. So certainly a lot of mind games already going on, which I feel like is very different from the drafts that we have seen before today. The Razor, Burna likes his lightning.
He sure does, and I think he is going to be a little bit more pedal to the metal than he was in our first series today. But we saw how fast this man farms, and we saw how comfortable he is taking the lead in these games. So let's see him bring it up against an opponent who is going to really bring the heat. Because if we sound very hype, guys, this is because we are basically casting what could have been last season an upper division match in the finals of the closed qualifiers, and that is just such a hype occasion for the both of us. We don't get to do this very often.
Such a treat for us to see those two teams as they had to make their way through the open qualifiers into the closed qualifiers, and so far nobody really has given them any trouble. This might be the first big challenge for them themselves, so we'll see how they handle that pressure.
Exactly. So
the Leshrac ban is a surprising one to me from the side of Our Way. Looking for maybe something like a PL or Terrorblade? Or maybe even a Naga?
yeah, that sounds about right to me. Either that or they're looking for a mid matchup that doesn't push and wants to rotate, which is the kind of thing that tends you to lose very fast with a Leshrac in the game. So something like one of the Spirit Heroes, for example.
So, and now meanwhile Balrogs, they banned out the Morphling as well as the Batrider. The third ban here going to be the TB.
Yeah, so Balrog's reading your intuition about those illusion heroes here as well. And an illusion hero does feel pretty good versus a Razor. You're usually not going to get the main hero linked unless the Razor gets to be all up in your face. And with an LC, that shouldn't actually be the case. She should nearly always be able to stop him before he gets anywhere to your important cores. Now to Kunkka.
That is the Robo Z Kunkka. We've seen it banned in the previous series as well. And we have not seen it being played yet. At some point might have to get that treat, but not in this game.
I definitely like to. That's always the case when you see a hero banned a couple of times. You're like, man, now I want to see what the big deal is. Give it to
How
me.
good is he on it? And it's going to be the Hoodwink. Hoodwink, I feel like a favorite for Our Way. Mr. King Ao has looked very good on it. Very nice together with the Legion Commander. A lot of kill potential.
The reach on this lineup is getting pretty silly already, especially if the Disruptor gets the chance to max the glimpse. you're going to be able to tag people from absolute miles away, bring them in for the LC, and of course with the Hoodwink to provide extra damage to finish them off. It's a very powerful tool for just taking out a single hero who strayed too far.
Mm-hmm.
Balrogs has to think about it. They also have to think about this break over on the Hoodwink, which I think sometimes gets overlooked right up until you think about maybe getting yourself a Tide Hunter or something like that, and you're like, oh yeah, we can't do that anymore. He's dead fish.
Now Balrogs Esports, they still have the option. Is this going to be a position 5 IO or a position 4 IO? And
New hero?
Husk. That's gonna be a good save against the Legion Commander with the Snowball.
Absolutely, or anyone who gets taken by the stuns of the Hoodwink.
10 seconds
Very aggressive support though for this day and age. You see a lot more sitting back. Well, our Ways draft is pretty typical of the kind of supports that we see right now. We haven't seen many Earth Spirits in these qualifiers so far. We haven't really seen any Tusks. We got denied the one Dawnbreaker pick, and now with the Puck as well, they've got a lineup that's absolutely ready to bring the fight to you. The Puck can lock people down for the IO combination to come in, and the same can actually be said about the Tusk. If you get a nice ice wall onto a bunch of people who can't easily leap out, you have time for the reload to come in for sure.
And right now, I feel like Balrogs Esports, they want to go for what, like they did in game number 1 versus Vicious Gaming, a little bit more of a timing here with the Razor plus the Puck. Those might not be scaling all that well into the late game, but the mid game is going to be very strong of them.
I can imagine that this Puck is going to feel pretty okay versus LC Disruptor Hoodwink. The only thing that can really catch you out is the Disruptor ult getting placed directly on top of you, but otherwise you should be able to dodge anything that gets thrown at you.
I also right now just think that for the Radiant side, just something like maybe a Pangolier might be really good for them, just giving them a little bit more team fight. The tag team plus the Swashbuckle is a lot of damage during the laning stage.
I really like that suggestion. It's a great combo, and then after that, Pango Puck clears waves like no tomorrow. I could see our way, especially with the support combination that they have right now, having to run after the creep waves with those two in the game. You also strengthen, of course, your team fight. Ooh, Void Spirit versus Puck, huh? So, what do you think? 4DR, is he going to go for the Yule Scepter this game and see if he can break the coil?
Yeah, that's always the question. It is a very, very finicky mechanic trying to break the Dream Coil with the Yule Scepter. If you get it, it can absolutely win you your team fight. By the way, it's but if you don't get it, you might just die. Very hit or miss.
I mean, there's other good reasons to buy a Yule Scepter in this game, right? Stopping off a Razor who's linked up to somebody is always nice. Just put him in the air, run away. And of course, the pretty much instant disable for a Puck with your Yules into the Remnant is also always very nice. But at the same time, of course, if Puck coils you, you are dead. There is nothing much to be done about it. This isn't exactly a comfortable Void Spirit game.
Yeah, not at all. However, he does have like a good backline target to go on in form of the IO. Balrogs Esports, with the Venomancer ban, I feel like for the Radiant, you might want to now ban out Faceless Void.
I mean, do you really? I guess it's an okay pick here. I don't think LC Void. You're going to be chronoing your own Jewel at least once.
Yeah.
It doesn't, because you're running 2 other melee cores. Sure, you have some damage into the chrono with the Hoodwink, but honestly, I think that synergy is already fine with the LC. This Venomancer is about something else, and I think Balrogs are reading it right that they're going with these fast-paced melee cores here. So Monkey King out, Ursa especially suffers versus Venomancer.
Mhm.
And then the timber saw. I'm still looking at strength here. Or alternatively, of course, the illusion carry. There's still a possibility for example, a PL here. It's not exactly a great PL game, but at the same time, they don't have enough AoE clear yet to stop you from reaching absolute god mode.
Mhm. However, now there is an Underlord.
Well, you said it before. It reminded you of the first game versus Vicious Gaming, and they pick out the Underlord to round out their draft here. And now I think that Illusion Hero is well and truly off the table.
Yeah. Really gonna wonder what they're gonna pick next. Now, the two bans with Ursa and Monkey King make even more sense now that they picked the Underlord. And for our way, we are gonna go for a Slark.
I was talking about it, but I didn't actually expect it to come out in this matchup. It's true though, they are relatively light on the chain lockdown. You can
Mhm.
definitely get a lot of stacks off of a Razor or an Underlord, and it's possible to hunt down the IO in this game as well. Yeah, I don't mind our way's draft here, but I do like the options that Balrogs has here. I'm very partial to this Razor still. These are 3 melee cores after all.
Yeah, it is certainly. I feel like both teams going for a very fight-heavy style, where neither really would be too comfortable against going most late-game carries. But since neither of the teams really have one, it doesn't matter in this particular game.
Our way is going to have infinite scaling, of course, both on the LC as well as on the Slark. So
Yeah.
if we get a 3-hour game, I'm sure it's going to be them.
That is for sure. So heading into the game now, I would favor our way slightly, just because I feel like this Slark, as you mentioned, there aren't really many ways of locking him down.
Yep, it's really just a coil, isn't it? As
Mhm.
long as you have your ult at the ready, you can reasonably safely stay in there. There is a bunch of uncontrolled AoE damage. This is not a game where the Slark can just buy himself a first item Ags and go to town. He does need a little bit more than that.
Yeah, that is for sure. I wonder. I am a little bit scared for Balrogs once the Slark has his shard. The depth shroud can help a lot in this game. We are heading into this game number 1 of the best of 3. Whoever wins this series is gonna go into the lower division of the SADPC. And we'll see if that's going to be Balrogs Esports or our way.
Yep. And there is, of course, still a lower bracket, so whoever falls down here has another shot and will no doubt also be the favorite for that.
Mhm.
But I imagine that there's a lot more on the line here than just a slot. I think this is also a little bit about honor. Like, you want to make it in first.
Yes, for sure. They want to prove they deserve to go at least into the lower division. If not, if the system would allow it to go into a higher one. But no, can't do it. Can't go into the upper division immediately.
The price we pay for stability.
So now, already starting off with a little pause here. Of course, one thing that is always to remember with South America, these are now 2 teams, one mostly located in Peru, one mostly located in Brazil, which means server is going to be changing game by game, and sometimes that might mean that one team encounters a few more internet issues than the other based on what server we're currently using.
It's a shame, right? You'd want people to be held back by really only their own limitations and not by the infrastructure.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. When you first say you gotta remember one thing, I was like, oh, he's gonna say that you gotta remember one thing. Kips is biased for Tavo, but as he leaves the game, this is definitely a Tavo game, though. You saw him with the Mars previously.
Mhm.
Like, when he is in his element, he is very much like this solitary force. He'll go places and he'll force things, reactions, spells, space, etc. And if he has a good lane, which I'm not sure he is going to get since he is up versus a Razor, he should be able to do a lot in this game. If the Burna succeeds here, then Tabo is going to have to play from behind, and he's not always confident with that. You can see his team lose a lot of initiative in the jumping shot calling if he is not feeling himself.
Yeah. At the same time, like if he gets that good start, like duels onto the Puck, duels onto the Tusk, onto the IO, they can just fuel that Legion command. And you talked about the infinite scaling. Maybe we're gonna see it in this game.
He'd definitely like to, that's for sure. But yes, we haven't really seen anything, at least us as a duo, from 40R without him completely balling out of control.
Mm-hmm.
And if he went off this game, it would definitely make things a lot easier for Tavo as well.
We have a 2-for-2 bounty rune. And Tavo going to go to pick the last one up. And no big engagement yet.
No, and no wards mid either. Both of these heroes pretty short range though, not all too concerned about rotations either. Maybe we'll get a ward around level 6 where both of these heroes are suddenly going to want to kill each other, but before that it's all peace and quiet in the mid lane.
As IO is still top. Might be looking to go at for first blood attempt. But no, it's now going to TP on bottom. We still have the TP bug. Invisible TPs.
Yep, so teams with big reactionary ults are a little bit more favored here. Then again, both of these have very good rotators on their mid lane. And you'd have to be wary for them coming in regardless.
We have HFN on this Slark. What kind of Slark game do you think this is? You mentioned it's not really a go first item axe Slark game. Is it gonna be the Echo Saber, the Fusel Blade? What are you expecting out of him?
Echo Saber, most likely. Wouldn't actually mind a bit of a tankiness on him as well, so can think about the SNY as well. But ultimately, certainly a BKB. And with the pull shenanigans here, you can see that they're really trying to deprive this Slark for as much as possible. So first he was last hitting against his own tower and the Underlord. Now here he's going to get a whole lot of experience denied and have to face the Underlord under his own tower again. This lane is not really going to get any easier for the Slark until he gets to his level 6, which is where suddenly Dragon cannot push him out any longer.
Yeah. The regen that he gets from the Shadow Dance is too much. And actually also gets his courier killed as Tusk able to find that one. There was a Gloves of Haste. So it would have made things a little bit easier with more attack speed.
And then meanwhile on the bot lane, this is really the lane of how much can Tabo get out of it. He is under threat from that static link constantly. Luckily for him, he has a bunch of sustain to be able to go through the harass, but anytime Burna uses the link, Tabo will have to back off.
HFN tried to go onto the Tusk, but not enough damage. Now he himself is very low. And there is no... Oh, he still has his own self, okay. Still no first blood happening.
In situations like this, I always like to watch the mid lane because these guys are already level 4 and the first blood can happen immediately on level 6. If the side lanes are no.
Oh, it's going to be happening bottom as Razor with that plasma field finds the Hoodwink. This was the first phase pair, so our way knew what they would phase into and most likely are expecting that this is going to be a very tough lane for them.
Honestly, a little bit surprised that the LC went into this, but At the same time, within the game, LC can be extremely good against the Razor and IO. It's just that the lane is absolute tosh.
Well, oh, the Disruptor has been caught here by the Tusk. But, oh, he's gonna get body blocked a little bit by his own Slark. They're going to be fine. And so, that's his self. So it's just gonna go for another pull.
And this
But
lane is really
Draken-
just a farming stalemate. Draken can't really be touched yet, but the Slark has 2 levels in Essence Shift now, so he will become a problem eventually. And of course, they can't really kill the Slark himself unless they use their body blocks really wisely, because the Slark will just leap out of the ice shards. Only possible target is Yudomi, and he's been staying far back.
Bottom, one more click from Mr. Kingao. Finds the kill onto the IO. He might pay for it with his life, however. This kill for the Razor. I feel like this is just gonna be accelerating this Razor a little bit further.
Yep, he is certainly having a grand old time, and you can see Tavo all the way at the bottom of the last hits. At the very least, his support's deaths are buying him a little bit of space, but it isn't much.
Meanwhile, in the mid
Top
lane,
lane?
gonna have to kill onto the Disruptor. HFN gonna get snowballed upon. And one more click is going to be enough.
Oof. I think that they were looking to make a move there with some Essence Shift stacks over on the Slark, but they just really underestimated the tankiness of this Underlord.
Oh,
Not again.
Oh. This Razor is slowly but surely getting out of control. He's nearly level 6 himself now.
Yep. And the mid lane, well, I can't say it was a standoff because the coil hasn't actually been used, but 4DR won that particular battle. He pushed the puck out. And he's going to be looking to do that further. Look at him. There's 3 Radiant heroes here, and they are just all sort of like, yeah, nope, we can't do anything about this man. They have to drop the coil, otherwise they can't kill him this game.
But the IO actually finds 2 Bounty Rune and steals both away from the Dire. And 2000 net with lead for Balrogs already. With this laning stage is looking very good for them. They're gonna find the Disruptor up top. Yudomi puts down the cage. And now at the same time the Slark actually goes at the Underlord, and it's gonna be a trade so far in favor of the Slark. And now they're looking at this Tusk as well. The slow with the Acorn shot. Yeah, he's going to die. He doesn't have mana for anything else. He does have a stick if he wants to use it for the shard, but so it's to dying. And a permanent agility for the Slark.
Permanent agility. And this lane is now officially changed. They can make another kill attempt on the Slark, but it's going to be rough without the coil. And certainly the Underlord can no longer spam him out. And the Slark's got an extra level in the Dark Pack now as well, so he won't be as pressed when he has to deal with the creep wave either.
And 4DR
Mid
going
lane?
into the mid lane. Robo-C already with the orb out. And he has a regenerate, so nothing of value was lost there.
Except for the initiative. I feel like every time I look at this mid lane, the puck was, yeah, this is the right move here. He clears the wave. He might just be in the side camp right now if our way didn't know that that one was blocked, so maybe they can guess this one's coming. And Tavo's still only level 5. Just about hit 6, but it's not going to do anything to save his life.
Face boots. Yeah, don't use the duel. That's going to be 4 heroes going straight on him. And that was a next level play, apparently. 40R with a haste rune.
I think he's a little bit like, kicking me while you're down, huh? Very manly.
Oh, Yudomi once again found by the shard here. Going on to the Disruptor, and Disruptor dies again. It feels like this Tusk makes all the right moves to get the kill. Oh, it's gonna be a nice tether from Sexy Yoki. Tries to heal up, but 4DR with the haste rune gets the kill onto the IO. Is now looking for the Razor. Razor is under his tower, however. Starts the link, and now the Dream Coil is gonna be there. Oh no. That was a very, very well played bait there by Burna.
I don't even think it was, honestly. I kind of think that 40R baited himself there. He forgot about the TPs not showing. And the coil had not been used in all this time.
Mm-hmm.
Very unfortunate. He's coming top now. They're looking for this Underlord. It's going to take a while, but he's far away from his tower. They have the time.
That's just stacks for the Slark. Gonna go into the trees. Lesson shift stacks, a few more, the pounds. And they wanna give it to HFN, but oh, actually he's gonna go for the TP. And at the same time, bottom.
Yep. Double kill on bottom. Razor gets snowballed all the way in and absolutely annihilates Tavo. And this is the moment where, with the duel, that's what they were looking for, right? A pick off to get him out of that laning stage with a duel victory. And instead he's died twice now, and his tower will be dust.
And he quite literally is snowballing out of control here, not only with the tusk, but also with his net worth.
Things are going from bad to worse for ROA.
Yeah, it's a 4,000 net worth lead for Balrogs Esports, which...
They're going on Tavo again.
Oh, no. That's gonna be a nice, overwhelming odds. And they are gonna have to retreat for now. Can you find the duel? Burna turns around. He still has so much damage. Sharpshooter, however, trying to go onto him, and Raze is like, come on, dare you. I dare you go on me. This might be a dead IO, however, now. Although, no. Razor is coming in again with the TP.
Tavo doesn't dare.
Draken is also there with the Dark Rift onto the Siege Creep, which you don't see because of the TP bug. And now a shard. Connect onto the Legion Commander, but a little bit deep there. We have an engagement here, but one of the most unlikely places to find an engagement. They're trying to go onto the Disruptor. Disruptor getting very low here, but the cage keeping him safe. Now Draken gets a nice hit out, but everybody gonna walk away.
Just for now, and they're really suffering in his engagements because the Disruptor is still not level 6. He has been running around, putting out fires, never getting experience anywhere. And they're especially... If you are our way, the one thing that you're happy about right now is they're bothering your bottom side of the map. They're not bothering HFN. Yeah. They haven't even taken his tower yet. In some way, this is space, but it's very expensive space.
It's very expensive space, which comes at the cost of the person who kind of wants to be your playmaker. Tavo, he is the lowest. And it's not only Tavo, 40R is not far above him. It is really only HFN who's having a good game right now.
He's going to add a Yasha to his tally next. I think you can fight this game with Echo Saber, Sanjin, Yasha. It's going to be a bit tricky, especially when you're behind, but I don't think he's going to have much choice because neither of his other cores are getting anything done right now.
Yeah, they already took bottom tier 1 tower, mid tier 1 tower, and now are looking towards top. Oh.
He basically got two-shot by the Walrus Punch. That is a bad sign. And there's no way for our way to force reactions, actually. They don't push waves fast enough to get people to TP to their towers. And even when there's creep waves on the Radiant towers, there's no push to go with it. It's all killing, and these killing heroes are behind.
Now, you see here Radiant, they're invading now the top part of the map. We talked about it was good for HFN that they were bottom, but now they're up top and they are invading his space. Trying to make sure that he can't be comfortable while he's farming.
Disruptor hit 6. They might look for a fight.
They're gonna go for direct Static Storm onto the puck, but Io is there with the heals. Oh, they're gonna go in with 40R. They're finding the kill onto the puck. And now Dark Rift out onto Draken. Or is it? No, it's going to cancel it. The stun onto 4DR. But what an overwhelming odds there. It's going to be enough to finish off the Tusk with it. But Burner, he is still so strong.
His man's incredible, and he's finishing up a BKB right now. If you saw how untouchable he was during that fight, now it is 10 times worse.
And the IO also finishes up a Holy Locket. Oh, they are going to get the nice save there with the relocate. I did not think he would get it like that. But now the question is going to be, do you bring him back?
I don't think so. Actually, with the BKB, he might just go.
The BKB.
There he
they're
is.
trying to go onto the IO. They're jumping in. They find the Dream Coil onto the Slark. Slark gonna be leashed up and gonna be brought down. There's now 4DR. He already used both of his Astral Steps to take clear of the IO, but can he escape now himself? It's going to be the question, and the answer is a resounding no. As Burner, he is unstoppable. 606. Make that 607 as he assists in killing that Disruptor.
And look at that flex. We said he's coming back in because of the BKB. He didn't use it.
Yeah. I was like, oh yeah, he's gonna come in and immediately use BKB. No, he's patient.
Why waste the charge if you don't need it? What a god.
It's gonna be Falcon Blade BKB into the Refresher Orb, the same build that we sent in the previous game. And now they're going at this tier 2 tower. That was Slark's first engagement really, and he got killed. That is not how he wanted his first engagement to look. And he now changed his item build from like the Yasha first to the Sange first, just to be that tiny bit tankier.
But he's leaving himself the option if he gets a really good engagement somewhere to go into the BKB instead. But right now the BKB is honestly too big of a build up. Yeah, he's gonna finish it. He thought about it. He's like, nah. Man's gonna do.
They're gonna go onto the Slark here once again, but the puck is just getting brought down with the King Owl. It was a trap. Oh, and the shard are not going to be there. That's what our way needs.
Are going to get some good vision out of this as well now.
As 4DR gets right next to Draken, Mr. King Owl with the Bushwhack. They're trying to go onto this Unload. Unload is very, very tanky with that Vanguard, with that Sange. A Glimpse to bring back the Razor, but they don't even need really Razor to bring down the Disruptor.
That was weird. Why are they diving so deep when they can take a tower? Or I should say, why are they diving with only 3 heroes when their Slark is backed off to take the wave?
Yeah.
A little bit of a missed. This is easy though, or I should say, this is natural when you have had a rough game. You're not automatically going to be on the same page because you need to do so much of the communication, so much of the decision making manually instead of just playing your game out. And this kind of stuff happens. The Slark thinks it's very understandable that he immediately goes back to farming. And the supports think it's very understandable that they go forward to make as much as possible out of this opportunity. And voila, you get neither.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
At the same time, they're now looking to put on some pressure on bottom. We have the Blink Dagger on the Legion Commander. We also realized what her job is in this game, going for the shard next. As now Roche is going to be attempted here by the Radiant, but this is spotted by a ward. And jump forward by the puck immediately onto the Disruptor. There is no Static Storm for 5 more seconds.
And now it will never be there for the Roche fight. They're still thinking about it, but the Slark's not there. Maybe a steal for the R?
4DR. Sends out the Aether Remnant. Oh, that's going to be the Pit of Malice. And that's going to be Aegis into the hands of the puck. Robo Z, Witchblade, Blink Dagger, and now an Aegis in his inventory.
Yep. As we saw during the failed gank attempt on this Slark earlier, he can definitely still die, but now there's not really any good targets left for our way, except maybe for the Io, who's got a full Holy Locket as well. He's not all that squishy anymore.
Yeah. And now we have a smoke. It was directly under a ward, however. So This should not work out into anything. Mr. King Hour up top finishes off the Spirit Vessel and hides in the trees and TP's on out.
Green
Although
Slark.
I say that it shouldn't work out, but it's fine for the R. HFN is here as well. Static Link, however, was used there for a second onto Slark.
40R is going to be back decently early. I'm surprised to see them actually looking for a scrap though.
Yeah, they are gonna go as the Slark. Oh, at the same time, Puck, that's gonna be the silence now onto the Slark. They're looking for Tavo first, however. They're gonna put down the Static Link and they're gonna bring down that Legion Commander.
Strange. If you do that 10 seconds later, your Void Spirit respawns during the fight.
And there's gonna be a Static Storm onto the Puck, but it's only to try to save the Hoodwink, and she still dies. The BKB being used here by the Razor just to ensure that they can kill this Disruptor, but he just TPs out.
Best course of action. Now they're going to be hunting 40R, but he has a haste rune. Luckily. Gets to help the middle tower live for a little bit longer, but yeah. They're waiting for Aghanim Scepter onto the Slark right now. Make sure that he has the mobility in this fight. Make sure that he can hunt people individually. As opposed to waiting until his team engages, but still. This is... They're going to have a hard time coming back from this, and now...
Oh, the Disruptor
These
has
dives.
been found. Pavo is gonna be able to get away, but now Slark has come in here. He's gonna get linked all of his damage away. The only question is going to be, can he survive? There's no BKB for the Razor, and he is not willing to dive there. They're actually gonna go onto Brenner with the Sharpshooter and then the duel. They get two very, very big kills there. That's a wicked 6 streak ended with 40R. That's bringing him towards his Aghanim Scepter so much closer.
His BKB was not off cooldown yet. There's nothing he could do there. Once again, Arway gets an opportunity, and if they keep on getting these, this Slark will keep getting bigger. He got to live there again.
Yeah, he now has, I believe, his Aghanim Scepter finished, so the mobility gonna be there for HFN. And they take down this mid tier 1 tower.
5k gold at this point in time is pretty decent, but it's not on a single person. It's not like Berna is a full item ahead of the Slark right now. HFN is actually breathing down his neck.
Yeah. This, Berna is getting close to his refresher orb, 800 gold away. And the smoke is going to be there for our way with the Legion Commander. They haven't really been able to find any of these, like, proactive pickoffs. Like, that was the first duel victory for Tavo. And I'm not sure if he's going to find something in the next few minutes, as Radiant is just going to group up, go at this tower.
They'll happily settle for a trade here, but for some reason I doubt that they'll actually get it. With an IO and an Underlord, there is no reason to succumb to pressure on your side lane towers. Yep, they called a bluff.
As we have a glimpse onto Berna. He has the BKB, wants to fight back here. HFN is gonna get his damage stolen, fights back here, finds the kill onto the Tusk. And that is going to be the end of it. That was once again the BKB used by the Razor and not anything gained there. HFN just turns around, finishes off the Tusk with the help of his teammates. And now the smoke coming out from our way. They know when there's no BKB for the Razor, he is susceptible to just getting killed. But don't know there's a refresher orb now finished on the Razor. Could catch him off guard.
Only if they stick around for it. This Razor is not balling out of control like he was previously. He's only level 16, not nearly to that Eye of the Storm talent either. Most of what the refresher is going to do for him right now is refresh his BKB, and he'd really rather not use that just to run away again.
We also have the Aegis has expired and a haste rune now in the bottle of the puck. Might be something to look out for the next fight. Is Remnant gonna be used? They know now there's a smoke happening. And Tavo is still gonna get found by the Tusk. The snowball. Tavo with his shard is gonna get away. They're trying to go onto the Razor. Razor silenced up. Dream Coil connects onto 40R. He has the Yule Scepter, but it's not at the range to get rid of it. It's going to snap it with the help of Tavo. And now HFN, he's stuck there. Static Storm gonna be laid down by the Dire, but it's not enough to keep them at bay. Disruptor going to die.
Slark wants to turn.
Yeah, he's coming back in, but Shotska was ready for that. It's gonna go in. 40R jumps in there, dissimulate out, and the Tusk is dead. A nice duel here onto the IO. They find the IO, and now Warrior Sustain left for the Radiant. Dark Rift out. Burner. He is solo. The pounce not going to be enough.
Honestly, that could have gone way worse for Balrogs. I see that refresh go off. I see that BKB go off for the second time. I'm like, Burner, you need to be off of those stairs before the BKB is over, because Slark has built up all of these stacks and he's coming for you. And he's out-leveled him now as well.
Yeah. This Slark is becoming a very big problem, and I'm not sure who can really challenge him the longer this game goes.
I'm not sure either.
Especially with the help of the Legion Commander Shard. Press the attack, granting BKB for 2 seconds, or how much is 1.75?
Yep, he has his own power-ups.
And this now, 40R did die in that last engagement, but it is all about this Slark, it feels like, for our way, while on the side of Balrogs, it is a much more intricate system of like working together from the Razor, the Underlord, and the Puck together.
Yep, and the most remarkable thing I find here is really we didn't get to see anything out of that Puck Aegis, right? No suicidal leaps in, no big dream coils. It was just sort of there, and they didn't manage to get anything out of it. If they don't manage to get a high ground with the level 20 refresher over on Burna, then this game is our ways, and certainly our ways to lose.
So we have here another smoke coming out from the Dire. Radiant has the high ground right now, however. It's gonna walk to the low ground. And the smoke is going to break on Mr. King Ao. They think they're in the pit, but know now better. And that's going to be the smoke dispelled. Robo-Z is going to find the Slark. His Slark jumps away from the static link. Jump in here from 40R. Going onto the Razor. That's going to be the Dream Call going to be used onto the Slark, but he just waits it out and gets out of this. 40R, however, not going to be so lucky. And now, HFN is still going to go in. He has that help from the Legion Commander. They get the duel onto the IO. And now maybe also looking for Burna. No, Burna just finishes off the Legion Commander. And now that his help system has died, HFN just wants to get out of there.
But that's an IO buyback. And once again, a fight on the Radiant side. At the very least, Balrogs don't lose their opportunity at the Roche here. But they have to make this work now. You can see how confident our way is with taking these fights, because they know this game is getting extremely close.
Yeah. Who do you give this shard to? I don't want to see it on the IO. I feel like the tether stun can be very good. Oh, and they are indeed giving it to him. Okay. I don't think that that was the old tether. And then now it is just in form of the shard. It is really, really strong.
It is very powerful, and it's going to do a great deal to, especially this Void Spirit, if he dares to jump in between these two heroes, which he just might.
Yeah, and it's something that you're not always it's very easy, it's not one that you're consciously as aware of. Like RP from a Magnus you are looking for, but the tether, you're not really like, oh yeah, the tether together, okay.
They do that, right?
Yeah, they belong together now.
I now pronounce you man and tree.
Tier 2 going to get assaulted. We saw in the first game, and that we saw today, between Vicious versus Balrogs, a little bit of hesitancy from Balrogs to really push with their Aegis. I feel like in this game, they cannot afford to do that. This Aegis is going to be one of their strongest power spikes, it feels like.
If they do it wrong, it's going to be their last.
Yeah.
They know they're on the timer, but they have the AC Refresher BKB. Burna is very big. He is very powerful. And if they can get a good coil combination with him, or honestly, even just a bit of Malice, hold a couple of heroes in there, he's going to melt them.
HFN, however, has overtaken the Razor in terms of net worth. He has a Basher and is now looking for his BKB. It's gonna get gone on here by the Tusk. Jumps on away. He still has another jump. He is not scared. He's even just going for the courier. It shows how free of a game HFN feels this is for the Slark, how he plays. As at the same time in the mid lane, Underlord getting gone on, Sharpshooter, and they get the Atos onto Tavo. But they're getting split apart, and now HFN looking in. And the snowball gonna be there, the glimpse away, has to be BKB'd by Burna. Another jump from HFN, they don't have the lockdown for him, but he is out of charges. It's going to be forced to use his ultimate. It's gonna be stunned up by the tether. And they're gonna find this kill. That's where the tether stun came in.
What a chaotic fight. And yeah, absolutely, that's where the tether storm is just going to mess you up. You don't expect it the first time. And maybe not even the second time. But our way already knew what was up. They're still pushing the side lanes. First it was the Slark bot and Void Spirit top. Now it's the other two.
Yeah, but Burna, he's going up onto the high ground. And 40R jumping in here.
They got the punch.
Gonna be able to dissimulate away. Trying to find the silence onto the puck. The puck meanwhile has a DD. They're gonna make short work of this tier 1 tower. Dire wants to preserve the buyback of the Slug. They might just give up this one set of racks.
I think it's very valid. The problem is if you don't fight them, Burna is going to have level 20 and a refresher.
Uh-oh. Simulate. It's gonna get rooted up here. Forgot about the Pit of Malice being there and is going to die. And now we have level 20 with the refresher. This might just be a second set of racks as now there's no 40R for a full minute.
And just when it looked, when our way was one step from getting out of the woods, they find themselves in a whole other tangle.
They truly are here in a whole lot of tangle. And it's gonna be... They get the range tracks top as well. There's still a range tracks in the mid, but that's going to die very quickly. HFN jumping in there. They find the bushwhack onto Burna. Very patient with his BKB once again. Age is gonna run out in 40 seconds. So 2 sets of frags pretty much gained for the Radiant with this Aegis. And that's exactly what they needed.
It is. Now these split push shenanigans from our way will mostly be keeping the waves out. And oh, they're going to run straight into
Mythic King Ao. That's going to be a dead Hoodwink. That's going to be a dead Legion Commander. You talked about at the beginning of this game how for the Legion Commander, if she doesn't get off to a good start, it might be a really rough game for her. And that is very much what we're seeing.
It has pretty much not been a game at all. And by the way, we saw there one of the things that I really enjoy about these South American teams are really good at this. SCA teams are really good at this. They immediately jump behind a target that they just found to see if there's somebody else there. It's almost instinctual. They will always chase for the second kill, even if they only suspect that it's there.
Now also the Razor. What does he have on the courier? He's gonna have a full Aghanim Scepter. Oh. Dire is set up here to defend this tier 2, and Radiant might not be expecting that they're gonna jump straight onto Razor. He doesn't have Aegis anymore, but he gets his BKB up. They're looking to go onto HFN. HFN gets his ultimate off, but he's still linked. He still dies to Burna. Triple kill for this Razor. And Radiant, they're storming on forward. Ultra kill. GG called. Given the rampage. The Rampage for the Razor gonna be there. And game 1. Balrogs taking it, but it was on a razor's edge there. No pun intended that the Razor won, but it was on a razor's edge.
It was definitely close there for a while, but our way just didn't quite have the coordination to pull that off in the end. And if you're confronted with this power spike from the Razor, you could see he wasn't even clicking people that much in that fight. He was mostly busy getting all of his spells off, refreshing, and basking in the flashes of lightning as his opponents melted. There is very little you can do about that.
And Balrogs Esports, similar draft to what they did in game number 1 versus Vicious, but our way certainly hold against it and had some ways to win this game. In the end, I really felt like the fact that Tavo never really had any sort of a game hurt them a lot there. They picked this Legion Commander in the first phase, and it did not feel like it had that impact that they wanted.
Nope. A Slark is a very hard hero as well to start playing as a supporting character for, because you can't just put him in the middle of the fight and expect him to handle everybody. The Slark is going to be jumping around. Somebody else still has to be the focus of attention. And that meant they could focus down 4DR. That meant that Tavo took a couple of very unfortunate tumbles.
Yep.
And altogether, I think that they can definitely stand up versus Balrogs here, but they gotta iron the kinks out of their draft, because they can't just play without one of their cores like this.
Absolutely. Let's see how game 2 is going to go. Balrogs takes game number 1 and is now 1 game away from being in the lower division of the SA DPC. See you in game number 2. And we are back with game number 2 between Balrogs Esports versus Our Way. Balrogs showcasing the Razor, showcasing the IO, and Our Way say, no more of that. In this game, it will not be happening no more. I am Aponzues. With me here is Kips. Now, we're gonna see the Tidehunter here for Our Way. What are you making of this draft?
Talking the previous game about how once you pick a Hoodwink, the Tidehunter really doesn't look as appealing anymore. And that's definitely the case here. Balrog's just immediately picking it up. Conveniently also blocking King RD from one of his favorite heroes. And I saw somebody in chat saying that LC is a trash hero. We're going to have to see, because Balrog certainly doesn't think so.
Yeah, I mean, Legion Commander plus Hoodwink, I feel like those are just two very, very good counters to a Tidehunter already. It is going to be hard getting that Ravage off.
Oh, for sure. And you have so much reach on LC plus Hoodwink. We didn't really get to see it in the previous game, but then again, we didn't really get to see Legion Commander as a hero at all. So, question here is if Our Way can punish this first phase Legion Commander just as hard as Balrogs did previously. And it's going to be difficult because they can't react first phase to it. They're going to most likely want to pick a support here if they still want this Tidehunter to be a core. Let's see about that. And they do. So now Balrogs gets to protect their Legion pick for a bit.
Now, this could also be a Tidehunter position 5 because I feel like TA plus Tide is a very strong lane because of the Gush minus armor plus meld.
It deals quite ridiculous damage indeed.
So something to be aware of on the side of Balrogs, even if you think, hey, this is going to be a Tidehunter offlane, could be a Tidehunter position 5. We'll see. They are gonna ban out the illusion heroes as TA not the best at dealing with those. I would assume again that most likely this will be a safe lane TA. I know we usually see the TA more in the mid lane, but HFN just... I feel like if you have HFN on your team and you pick a TA, are you not gonna give it to him? Are you really not?
I mean, if you don't give it to him, after that you might not have HFN on your team anymore, you know?
Yeah, very much. Very much. Yes.
No Viper ban this time. They're pretty, that basically confirms it as a safe lane. Because if it was mid, you'd definitely still be concerned, but since they know this Legion Commander is going to be on the side lane, they don't bother with it. They just want the hard carry matchups out of the way.
5 seconds.
Meanwhile, Balrogs Esports do not think that this is going to be a Tidehunter support given their bans. They're banning out the Abaddon, the Snapfire, as especially the Abaddon screams more as a position 5 than a 4.
Absolutely. And this Snapfire is a very traditional combination with the Tidehunter nowadays. The amount of minus armor you get from those two is absolutely insane. The only thing that has stood out to me in the past couple of days is that it is definitely more cooldown dependent. I think Our Way would still have gone for it, but it actually slows down your draft a little bit.
Now, Balrogs diving a little bit into their reserve time for their last ban of this second phase. Is there any particular hero you're worried about as Legion Commander? The Razor is already gone, so that's nothing to worry about anymore.
Exactly. I mean, they could still Finnick. This is a nice pick, for sure. They could also still Finnick a Viper in there. There's still an option for a mid Pangolier as well, which would be pretty unfortunate for your meld if you were to be, say, swashbuckled.
Yeah, hate to be disarmed at that moment, you know? As the Jakiro is of course also a very good hero against the Templar Assassin. Lots of damage instances with all of the damage over time abilities.
Exactly, and he's tanky. He can take a couple of hits, so less likely to get completely wrecked by a Templar Assassin once she has her Blink Dagger. And I suppose a decent reaction to a Tidehunter as well, given that Jakiro can stay fairly far out of range of these kinds of abilities. And the game just became more dangerous to be a Legion Commander.
Yeah, you need to be careful on whom you start that duel on, because the finger might just come out.
Exactly. Starting to look better and better for Blade Mail though. Haven't seen LCs go that in a while though, and I think especially in this lane you can't really do anything than get the Helm of Iron Will, get your armlet, because if you don't do it, the minus armor is going to ruin you.
Yeah, yeah. I would agree. I would 100% agree with that. Now, do you? I'm still kind of wondering if you want to have this Tidehunter as a core or as a support. Because if this most likely is a position 5 Jakiro, Tidehunter doesn't really mind a position 5 Jakiro. It is annoying the first few levels, but later on you simply crack and shell off whatever damage he does to you. But at the same time, against the Legion Commander Hoodwink, you kinda don't want it to be a core Tidehunter.
Hard, isn't it? Like, having a hero that's so susceptible, and especially the both of us are remembering a Tide. I think that we've seen absolutely get ruined on the support.
I believe everybody on that team got ruined in that game, as they just cheated out at 16 minutes after getting absolutely kicked in by our way. It is going to be an Invoker, so that confirms this TA to be a safe laner, I would say. Unless this is an Invoker 4 and Lion 5, but I highly doubt that.
Spicy. More ways to slow down this LC though. Decent matchup for whatever is going to come up in the mid lane. You don't really see Invoker losing the mid lane unless you're getting shoved out of lane by, say, a Leshrac. I've seen that one go pretty badly.
And the question is going to be what Balrogs wants to go for here. They could pick up their mid laner themselves. Yeah, okay, it's going to be a Kunkka.
Ooh, and we were asking for this. We were like, stop banning the Robo-Z Kunkka. We want to see what the big deal is. Us foreigners want to get educated.
Robo-Z Kunkka coming out right now.
10 seconds remain.
Yep, you've got the damage instances for the Templar Assassin. You've got really good staying power. You're a very nice AC builder as well. X marks people to bring in duels, and just altogether, really good teamfight conductor. Have you seen how Kunkka waves his sword around? You can imagine that he's telling an orchestra.
Also, I just want to say it seems like a really, really good Kunkka game. He also hates Tidehunter, so you know he's really behind this fight. So...
Oh yeah, he's got his heart in it.
Very much. The bans are gonna be the Ursa and the Monkey King. Balrogs Esports, they're gonna need their safe laner, while our way need their off laner. Or potentially their support, which is why we see a Timbersaw and an Ogre ban from Balrogs Esports. Is there a hero that
Same
stands
bans.
out to you?
Sorry, no, it just stands out to me that we come all the way to the end of a draft, and the draft looks completely different, and both sides ban the same heroes.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that. I was like, wait, didn't we just see an Ursa Monkey King ban?
Interesting, but I do think that those are the best matchups as well, partially because of the matching power spikes with the Templar Assassin. So by the time the carry of our way joins the fight, Balrog's carry would also be ready. And oh, your wish.
You said earlier today you have never seen a competitive game of Dawnbreaker. Well, here we are, our way bringing out the Dawnbreaker.
I can't wait for Dawn Mummy to smash some faces.
I'm also gonna be interested to see if this is gonna be support or core. It could still be both. They have the Tidehunter and the Dawnbreaker flexible as a support or a position 3. I kinda think would prefer it to be a Dawnbreaker core, because then you get a lot more sustain for your TA and the Invoker with like a relatively early Holy Locket into Aghanim Sept, which what we sometimes see from the offlane Dawnbreaker.
Yep, and she's a lot less susceptible to the Hoodwink Legion Commander combination because her survivability does not come from the passive.
Yep.
It comes from her sheer mass.
Yep. From that voluptuous hair. I love her hair. I think her hair looks so good. And it is going to be a Clinks hero.
I'm glad I did not attempt to predict that.
Now, in terms of style points, I'm definitely gonna go with our way because there is a Dawnbreaker there. Can't go against that. But overall, not style points. Gameplay. Who's going to win here, Kips?
I really do enjoy Balrogs Esports lineup here, especially because this Dawnbreaker is going to be a position 5. Now, fair to Yodomi, he has shown that if he has a good lane, his position 5 is going to be roaming like a 4 and getting core kills if he can get away with it. So, nothing but power to him. But we know this Tidehunter is going to have a hard game, and we just saw what happens when Tabo has absolutely no input on his team's play. And this Klinks lane is not going to be easy. I find it pretty natural to root for Balrogs Esport here.
I love that you mentioned like how aggressive Yodomi can play as a position 5. I do think, however, it is very rough doing it this game because both the Conqueror and the Legion Commander very tanky. Maybe some early rotations towards the enemy safe laner, the Klinks, might be something to look out for with the Dawnbreaker. We'll have to see. And there she is in all her glory. It is the Dawnbreaker, the Solar Mommy. And then Jakiro.
Without cosmetics.
Jakiro without cosmetics.
I respect it.
We head into the game now. Immediate smoke coming out here from our way. They are down 1 game, so their backs against the wall in terms of getting into the DPC today. If they lose here, they're going to be in the lower bracket finals where they will await the winner of Vicious versus Randoms Esports. But the way that the 2 series went so far, I would argue that most likely Our Way and Balrogs in the end are going to be the 2 teams heading into the SA lower division DPC.
Only take a small miracle to knock either of them out. But never say never. It might just be very tilting to get eliminated here.
It is Dota, and there is chaos factor in every single game.
Absolutely. Once again, we see nearly no contest on mid. There is a mid ward place this time for the Kunkka, who is most certainly going to want to use that to hit his torrents and secure the top rune with. But apart from that, everybody is more interested in the rotations once again.
And the Dawnbreaker looking to potentially start out top with an Orb of Venom. Starbreaker plus like either Earthspike or Hex. That could be an easy first blood deer for Our Way.
She deals so much damage.
And actually, wait. We haven't talked about this. There's a lane swap. HFN is going top while Tavo is being bottom.
That's why the supports were top as well, because they were looking to set up an aggro try with hopefully an attempted kill here to start off with. And on the other side, by the way, we haven't really spoken about this part either. This is a Draken Jakiro. This is an off-lane Jakiro, so this Tidehunter is still going to have a pretty rough time.
Yeah. Off-lane Jakiro.
LC support.
Legion Commander position 5. I felt like we both were just like, oh yeah, it's going to be Jakiro support and Legion Commander offlane, but not going to be the case. Starbreaker coming out here from Yodomi. Doing some good bits of harass, but Burna, with that searing arrows, the Klinks, he hurts.
He does not have to care. But of course, his harass is going to be a lot less effective once DTA gets up towards her melt. She's not going to be happy to be in a full range matchup though.
Yeah, and it's just gonna get ran at here by the Legion Commander. At the same time, Yodomi runs at Burna, and now everybody has to retreat. As HFN actually, gonna be another overwhelming odds in 2 seconds. We cannot really. Ooh. Okay.
They waited that one out, but the worst part is here for HFN that this would have been worse if he was up versus this offlane Jakiro. This is the real reason for the lane swap.
Yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense, the offlane Jakiro against the safe lane PA. So.
Yep, in terms of the tempo as well, I'm a big fan of offlane Jakiro because you take terrain extremely quickly. It is much like rolling with, well, let's say a Leshrac. Except you don't even have to stand
HFN,
under
he
the
is
tower.
solo. He's just gonna go down. Overstays his welcome. Yodomi might just find a counter kill, but no, Sexy Yogi very wisely walks into the Dawnbreaker, so the Starbreaker misses.
This was the better lane for the TA.
It is not a good lane right now, though.
Nope. But he returns because he knows it's the better one.
He does not, like, I feel like, yeah, as you said, with more levels, it is gonna get easier and easier for the TA. But I don't know how much pressure they're gonna be able... Wait. Burner TP'd bottom.
Oh,
It
they're
is-
gonna make it worse.
Oh, and because HFN died and he TP'd back top, that was
He's
very nicely played there by Balrogs.
So, first off, they completely bamboozle us because we think that the support of the LC to... The switch of the LC to support is the only one, but now they pull this as well. Yeah, HFN is stuck top and he's going to have to deal with the immediate and unstoppable liquid fire spam. He does not get to have refraction.
4 instances, you mean like half a second of liquid fire? Of the damage instance blocks, and that's gonna be very tough for HFN. I mean, HFN is very famous for his TA, so Balrogs seem very prepared for this strat. And looking to make it work.
Like, his best matchup is still the Clinks, but he can play musical lanes all he wants. He's already behind, and it's not going to improve.
Uh-oh, Yodomi getting a little bit low here. They're trying to turn this around onto Jakiro.
Lane is coming in.
Lion with the stun here. If they get a big kill onto the Jakiro, HFN, he's so low. He burns down. Sexy Yogi with the overwhelming odds finds the kill. And
The best of a hard situation.
where is he going to
Tavo?
TP at the same time? I feel like the quick question is going to be where's the HFN going to TP and where's Jakiro going to TP? He TP's top. If he shows himself, maybe HFN TP's elsewhere.
You shouldn't TP, you should walk. And they're waiting right now. They're waiting to see Dragon. And he's staying out of sight. Oh, what an absolute ass.
Yeah, that,
She's going bot. She's going
she
bot.
is going bottom.
Can't afford to wait.
These mind games in this game are very, very cool to see. And also shows like
love
just
this.
the two levels, like the levels that these two teams are on. Yes.
Now, since Tavo is still here, well, he is going to have to swim away though. This is now HFN's lane.
HFN says, my farm.
I hope they both agree that he needs it more than Tavo does.
Uh-oh, Mr. King Ao. King RD is gonna get brought down. Yodomi, no way to save him.
This Jakiro is going to have a good time no matter what, and that means towers are going to burn, especially since he can freely level the liquid fire.
One thing that we haven't really talked about yet is the mid matchup. We're very caught up in the side lanes. The Conker, RoboC Conker versus the Invoker. Looking very good for both right now, but Conker just so easily to farm those small camps. They find the kill onto the Hoodwink there.
2 TPs down to the bottom lane. If they want to do anything with the TP rotation from the Kunkka right now, Balrogs has the space. Unfortunately though, RoboC, I was about to say, does not have the rune, but he gets lucky, it spawns right in front of his face. They have a minute to make something happen. If they feel like it.
He has his level 6, so the boat is a scary combination.
Oh no, look at top. Tavo is behind the levels to the enemy plus 5.
To be fair, Draken is also behind in levels to his own past 5. This Legion Commander has a better game than Tavo had when he was on Legion Commander. As
diving
down
bot.
bottom, they're gonna go on to the Clinks. He is going to survive thanks to the Bushwhack a little while longer. And there's the TP from RoboZ. And HFN, he's not get an ounce of space. Dawnbreaker doesn't get to survive either. And the Bushwhack connects onto the Lion. This dive very much
Man, I loved how RoboZ immediately walked into the river like this, like, nope, I'm not gonna do anything, and then he had to turn around because they still caught him with the bushwhack. It's like, man, do I have to? And the lion gets away anyway. It's like, I knew I
Up
should.
though, Draken,
Ooh.
the counter rotation from 4DR, salves up and is into the trees.
Surely not.
Can he break some ankles? Nope. Ankles are not being broken.
But the lion underestimated how many people were still waiting for him, so that is still a trade.
And with all of these lane shenanigans, Clinks is still having a very good time. He has it level 6, he is number 1 in net worth. And together with the Chikiro, they're gonna be shredding through these buildings. Yeah, he's coming bottom now. 3 points in the liquid fire. He's making short work of that tower.
And it means the Clinks can immediately move away. He does not need to be there anymore. He can just go and hit creeps to his heart's desire. He's going to be moving into a Maelstrom after he finishes his threads. Of course, he already has the Falcon Blade. And when that is done, he will go and take some Ancient stacks. There has been one prepared for him so far.
I'm a little bit surprised to not see more Ancients. Conka, usually with Torrent, if you practice the timing, it's very easy to stack your Ancients pretty much nearly every minute with that Torrent.
Yeah, I was about to blame the supports for it because they have been too busy, but no, you're completely right. The Kunkka could have definitely done that.
The same for the TA. Just practice timing with the Psionic Trap and
Well, she only just got her level 6 though, to be
that
fair.
is true. That is a very good point there. You don't have Psionic Traps before level 6.
You don't have level 6 if you get kicked from lane to lane.
Yep. There's going to be some more stacking from the Dawnbreaker.
And honestly, for how disastrous this setup was for the TA, she is going to be moving into pretty much the same farming pattern that she would normally at this point in time anyways. And I don't expect much of a slowdown to her timing. She's nearly got the Dragonlance at the ready. And after that, probably Blink.
The one thing that I'm gonna be a little bit concerned here for the Radiant is this Chikiro. Loses all of his mana to 4DR, but like his liquid fire is going to be a menace against these towers. And Radiant, like given how Tavo actually he has recovered. He has now Hood of Defiance. I think he can kind of stand in front of towers now. Never mind. I think it's going to be fine. He has at least somewhat of a game. Same time, here's going to be a duel by the Legion Commander, a little bit out of range for the Trixie Yogi. That's going to be the Bushwhack into the duel, into a Torrent and the boat. Everything connecting there. Ravage coming out, however, and the duel is not going to be a winner. They get the finger out onto the Hoodwink, looking for RoboZ. Starbreaker connects into the Tornado, but RoboZ, he's so tanky and just goes for the TP on out. As, Legion Commander did not get the memo. He is going to die.
HFN with a double kill off of the back of a haste rune, and that was about deep enough. Really, you only need to take this area in order to flank the tower after that. They've got the ward down here as well to make sure that, you know, after you drive them off the tower, they don't come back in and you can just siege it down with the Jakiro. But I imagine that their Legion Commander was really hungry for a duel victory.
Yeah, he had level 6 before 10 minutes, didn't need the tome. As a position 5, you're like feeling yourself.
I don't think he's feeling himself anymore, unfortunately.
No. But at the same time, Clinks has just been farming. He has a pretty big ancient stack for himself. With the Burning Barrage, just goes through that. Now Draken puts the liquid fire to work onto the tower. But 4DR is here. Tornado catches the Hoodwink. Going to survive as the King RD misses on the Lion. Draken gonna get gone on Tavo. He's getting very low, but they already take down the Jakiro. And now X marks the spot onto the Tidehunter, into the boat. There's gonna be the ultimate from Dawnbreaker, keeping everybody alive a little while longer. And they find another kill onto the Legion Commander. Will lose the Tidehunter for it.
It's completely fine. He doesn't have a Ravage right now. He's just a big meat shield, and he tanked all of the damage that Balrogs had to offer right there.
And once the Jakiro is dead, suddenly your towers, they feel a lot safer.
For sure. The only thing that's going on there is that HFN is definitely hovering near, seeing if he needs to contribute, and Burna has no such concerns.
But, given even that, HFN is 1,000 gold ahead of the Clinks.
Yep, and I think most of that is down to those Ancient stacks. The TA had triple stacks for both the Ancients and the hard count at the ready, and the Clinks had barely a double, I believe, on both. And he took them way later as well.
HFN is famous for his TA. We might just see if this is going to be the TA show in Game 3, we might see the Razor being burned out for Burna, and the TA being banned out for HFN as he just 3-shot the LC.
DDs are definitely...
Oh, they're gonna go on the Clink's bottom. Bushwhack keeping the line in place with the sharpshooter trying to fight back. Lion, he should have just run. He is going to go down. And Lion is at least gonna be a trade here. But you lose your Clinks.
That is not a good one. And I think that's partially down to Balrogs stopping their aggressive tempo, because they know that the Ravage is back up again and they'd really rather not risk the Wrath of Tabo. But unfortunately, that means they give our way the space to just gang up on their poor Clinks.
And highest level in the game is for HFN, level 12. He has recovered miraculously. And we talked about how there is the Jakiro counter onto the TA. As the longer the game goes, does the counter still apply?
I mean, you take away some of the damage still, but the biggest problem is really with her full-on damage output. And damage over time still needs time. TA isn't going to give you any. There's still a stalemate in the mid lane. Draken has been trying to get these tower shots in, and Tavo just hasn't let him.
They're pushing out the wave, and Draken just counter pushes it. Now, gonna see here a solo smoke from the Legion commander. Put down some vision. Wanna find HFN, but are not going to be so lucky as he already is mid.
Look at Yudomi here, stacking again. That's a boss fight right there. Balrogs has really been fought to a stalemate. They're working towards the Dragonlance over on the Clinks, and then afterwards I think he just needs a BKB as well in order to properly stand in these fights. They don't have as big of a team fight reset as, say, a Ravage to press in order to keep him safe if our way gets their hands on him.
We haven't really seen too much of Clinks lately ever since he got nerfed after his Reign of Terror. During his Reign of Terror it was mostly Falcon Blade, Maelstrom into straight Skadi. Is that not really the build anymore? Why does he need the BKB especially in this game?
You're up versus too much area control. You're going to be suffering from this Invoker, from this Tidehunter. Never mind that you're an excellent target for a Finger of Death. You're not going to get to output your damage. How Clinks wants to play these fights is in, out, in. Go in, unleash your Burning Barrage, step out a little bit more.
Up top. There's gonna be the fight of the big titans. They're gonna go onto HFN. There's gonna be the boat with the Burning Barrage, but the heal from the Dawnbreaker, it is going to be enough to keep her alive for a little while. But then there comes the rest of the Dire, and Balrogs making short work of that Templar Assassin. Yadomi. Oh, it's gonna get seen here by the Torrent. Stun coming out. Oh. And gets over the cliff there.
Fast on his feet. Balrogs want to take this tower first, but I think they might also want to look at the Roche. It would be ideal if they could take that away from the TA. Unfortunately, I don't think they quite have the damage yet. And the TA is up too fast.
There is a DD now on the Conquer, and at least this kill secured them another tower. a little bit more net worth into their favor. Domi needs to be careful as there's still 4 heroes around. And there's going to be another smoke. They're now looking for mid. His tower nearly dead. HFN is here again. That's going to be an X mark. He doesn't have his BKB yet. The Torrent into the Ice Path. But Tavo, he's threatening the Ravage.
They can't do anything against that Ravage.
Mm-hmm.
And they know it.
That was some very strong discipline there from Balrogs to not engage onto the TA once they had the Ice Path lined up. But I do agree, I think it would have ended disastrous with the Ravage coming out from Tavo right in place.
And he knows it. You could see him just pump it there, see what they do, and everybody immediately turns tail and splits. And he's like, yeah.
That's what I thought. As the smoke coming out from King RD together with 4DR. And RoboZ finds actually the Invoker. They're gonna be sentry on sentry action. They're both gonna be that a Burning Barrage and gonna be the duel. But the heal up from the Dawnbreaker and with the stun from King RD. Nice tornado coming out and they take down RoboZ. No, he gets healed up a little bit. The torrent not going to be enough. Yodomi does not have the range, however. King RD has the Blink Dagger and they get the kill onto the Conquer Draken. Gonna be there, takes down the Lion. And now looking for Yodomi. As they lose the Legion Commander on the other side.
The Ravage is still up. You have to disengage on Balrogs.
Yeah. And the Hoodwink. Berna also needs to be so careful. There's no Blink Dagger on Tavo yet. Uh-oh. Hoodwink might just be dead. Yeah. Ooh. Died.
Absolutely melted.
There is the BKB now for the TA. As in the mid lane, Tavo just going at this tower. Low from the Psionic Trap onto the Legion Commander and 2 hits from HFN makes short work of that tower.
Berna is ready to fight though. He just finished up his BKB.
There is a BKB on the HFN. HFN is going to get duel tower. There's going to be the Ravage coming out and HFN wins that duel. Berna with his own BKB runs out. Gonna get hexed, but saved by the Hoodwink. Both sides using big ultimates and both sides losing a support.
Not the BKB reveal that you want, but at the very least the Ravage is now down. There is a window here for Balrogs to do something if they would so wish, but they really need to find a way to force an engagement. And right now they just don't have any initiation.
Uh-oh, RoboZ gonna get gone on here, and all of that damage just is enough to bring down that Conquer. Didn't have the Rum buff available. It's now also the Hoodwink gonna get Sunstruck.
And I feel like we haven't talked a lot about 4DR yet, but he has just been quietly playing his game. He's had the time to go a Hand of Midas without ever having to wonder if he needed to get a BKB. His TA was more than capable of handling herself most of these fights.
As now, they're gonna go into the Roshan pit and HFN makes short work of Roche with all of that minus armor. It's going to be an overwhelming odds. Jump forward from King RD, ages into the hands of the TA. They find the stun onto the Hoodwink. Cannot get onto the high ground and she dies. Yes, Draken.
I might bleed more kills.
Yeah.
I think better of it. I think that's just because the Kunkka respawned and not for any other reason.
I still feel like this off-lane Shakiro, while it worked out in the lanes well, it feels, as you mentioned, like they don't really have initiation on the side of Balrogs. Which usually is what you get from your offlaner, but this Shakiro, he can't initiate.
Yep, he cannot, and there hasn't been a Blink Dagger purchase on either the Kunkka or the LC either. The LC would of course be very risky, right? This is a +5 that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
she already lost the duel to the Legion, to the TA, so giving her even more damage.
It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation though. Because right now the only times that Balrogs has a fight is when our way decides to give them one. Whether that is because they're walking at a tower. Like this poor Jakiro here.
Yeah. It's gonna be an X marked onto the line. They're finally gonna be able to find this mid tier 1 and a little bit of a goodie to boot.
But their top Rex is now open.
Yeah, and HFN, he is massive. Gonna look for Daedalus or Silver Edge next. I assume it's going to be Daedalus. Don't really
Should
see-
be the Daedalus.
Yeah.
He's got 3 whole minutes left on that Aegis as well. Meanwhile, Burna, he is going into that Skadi now, but his damage output, as we saw in the straight up fight versus a disabled TA, is really not where it should be right now, and he still has to mostly be concerned with survival. At the very least, he has the Aghanim shard, so there will be Skellies to help him out with that damage output.
That's
But
at least
he's-
good.
Yeah, but he is on the back foot, unfortunately.
There's gonna be another smoke coming out from the Radiant. They're going to jump up. They're gonna find the Jakiro. And that is going to be an easy kill for our way. Legion
And it
Commander
all
even...
feels like biding time.
Sorry?
It all feels like biding time, right?
Yeah, it's... And I kind of wonder if the biding time is even going to help Balrogs. Oh, RoboZ has been found. He's gonna get the run buff and now trying to run away. He has his BKB finished. Now, Burna is being seen under the sentry. Going towards the top. Ravage coming
Hey,
out.
Ravage!
Oh.
Yep. They have to make these weird decisions, right? To try and see if they can lengthen the game, because they don't have very good split push.
That is going to be Ravage down now, but it feels like they don't need that anymore. That's going to be the Cataclysm.
Who needs the Ravage when you have a lion?
King RD. As now Radiant is going to go up onto the high ground. They still have Aegis up for another minute. HFN is not scared. Has the Daedalus finished. They find the Hex onto the Legion Commander. She is going to die. This...
RoboZ is on his own.
Yeah, like how are they going to fight even if he isn't on his own?
One by one. They don't quite have the team fight presence. They don't quite have the disables. Their entire draft was predicated on this idea that they could keep the TA completely out of the game, no matter which lane she went to. And you know which lane she went to? She went to the jungle.
Yeah, as Burna gonna be dusted up and instantly King RD. That was just a perfect gank. Like it was the only people who were needed were there, and they got the most valuable kill they could get.
Fast, quiet, and discreet.
Aegis is going to run out, so the TA has to make now do with a magic stick instead. But she has 5 other very good items. Draken. Oh, he TP'd in there.
Why is he there?
It was an invisible TP, so I believe like even HFN was like, wait, what? What? He TP'd in?
When suddenly, dragon.
But yeah, this dragon has been slain.
That was just unfortunate. That must have been a misclick or something. Now they don't have him to spam out the wave. That would have been ideal to throw down a Macropyre, but he is not here. And
Oh, idle wave. Not connecting. As that's gonna be a second set. I mean, there's gonna be an X marks the spot. BKB immediately by HFN. He is going to fight now. Nearly 2 shots the Legion Commander there with Sablets. The Ravage coming out! With the Cataclysm over the top. This just seems too easy for our way.
They
What
are
a
certainly
beautiful
having it their way.
ravage.
And
GG's are
completely
called.
unexpected. Yeah, I mean, we as casters also don't see that one coming because their entire body language says, yep, we're backing up, we don't have a BKB, and bam! Punished. Beautiful.
Damn. Now, that does mean we are gonna get a game number 3 on our hands, which I'm very excited about. But Balrogs, they looked kinda lost there.
They did. I think they got carried away a little bit with their drafting cleverness. They won the draft pretty hard in game 1. They gave our way pretty much no way to victory. And now they thought they were going to do the same thing again, putting HFN out of the game. And he just didn't really have to care. It meant that Tavo got to recover from a bad laning stage. 4DR didn't really even have to show his face. And by the way, we were talking about Yodomi and his aggression on the sport, but he was everywhere this game. This man has 21 assists out of 28 kills this game. That's incredible.
He was involved in 23 kills out of 28. That is a very high kill participation as a support. And it definitely worked out here for our way. Now it is all going to be coming down to 1/3 game. And we will see. I feel like both teams now have a win under their belt. And it really is going to come down to who can keep their head cool, who can get a good draft, and who can execute it. And we're going to see who that will be in game number 3 after a short break. And we are here now already with game number 3 on our way versus Balrogs Esports. It is going to be the DPC SA Closed Qualifier Finals. Whoever wins here is going to go into the lower division SA DPC. If you lose here, you're still going to have another chance in the lower bracket. But Balrogs Esports, they're going to ban out the Tidehunter and they're going to take the Mars for themselves. We saw the flexibility that they have with it. Kips, how are we feeling about the first pick Mars?
How are we feeling about no TA ban?
That is a very good question. That is indeed the much better question. How are we feeling about the no TA ban? That feels very
Risky.
confident.
Yeah, two sides, same coin. It's certainly with the Mars, you're going to have the best possible defense versus a ranged minus armor hero. This tastes like TA. It smells like TA. But our way is still considering it. I mean, you can't help but feel that they made at least the early game living hell for HFN last time, right? And you're wondering, are we going to get away with that again? Surely they have another plan, and surely this Mars could be quite a problem with the bulwark turned on.
And yeah,
Oh,
it is not going to be the TA. It is going to be the Brewmaster. So that is a new hero that we see. What does the Brewmaster bring here that they pick it here?
see, you don't win a team fight versus Brewmaster. This is very much an old Tabo favorite. You can flex it to the support, of course. We've seen that Yodomi really likes these melee bullies to run around with for better or for worse. So that's also definitely an option. And, well, I guess you bait out picks like this, where indeed Balrogs is going to count on being able to kill off the Brewmaster before he ever gets his split off.
And it's still going to be rather a challenge since Brewmaster does tend to be very tanky, especially thanks to that Drunken Brawler passive evasion. And Balrogs, they're going to go for the Silencer Mars opener. So great team fight for them. The Spear Stun is very good. And our way, the Snapfire we have seen can perform very well, but Brewmaster we have not seen a lot of. What does Brewmaster take away so that they don't need to like ban it?
What do you mean exactly by that?
Like what is Brewmaster counter already so our way doesn't need to ban those heroes?
Well, honestly, if you ask me that question, I'm like, Omni Knight. But I doubt that's really the answer either I or Balrogs were looking for in this situation. So instead, you could think about, for example, the Ember Spirits of this world, where you have both a very good use for the Purge as well as keeping valuable targets out of the fight for very long, who'd really like to be spamming out spells, etc. You also have a nice frontline tank, and of course you are a very decent lane bully, especially together with a Snapfire, where you have very easy Ignite combos.
Yeah, we'll see how Balrogs Esports are going to adjust to that. This Silencer most likely is going to be laning against that Snapfire Brewmaster lane, and feels like both sides already, like Silencer is going to be very annoying for the Radiant, but also the combination. Can just get a few kills there. And banning out the Medusa, as Brewmaster, he provides a lot of team fight. Doesn't really provide all that much damage by himself, though.
Sorry, I'm informing chat right now that video is fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, not a lot of damage out of that Brewmaster, and it seems like at the very least Balrogs are going to take one of those damage sources away. The TA has indeed been dropped. A lot of bugs getting removed meanwhile on the other side for our way. I guess they expect to not have that much hard lockdown. Taking away the Weaver. I'm curious about their read on this game though.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they're gonna pick here. Most likely gonna be the position 5. They could go for the Dawnbreaker again. The Undying is still there, which has been proven a good lane against a Mars.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So normally with the Snapfire, one of the combinations that is popular is getting an Ogre Magi as well. So you get both an attack speed buff and a minus armor buff. But you definitely open yourself up. Okay, fair enough. For example, a Timbersaw pick there.
Go for the Enchantress.
So pretty much a new hero. They have a lot of damage out of their support duo right now over on the side of our way. This is also very much a King RD fave, if I remember correctly.
So are we thinking this is maybe more of a position 5 Snapfire and a position 4 Enchantress?
Yeah, I'd definitely say so.
Okay. And then we have the Marana to come out here for Balrogs Esports. So that's going to be an easy way to try to clear out the creeps that the Enchantress brings.
Mm-hmm. Decent magic burst for her as well. And of course, together with the Mars, you have a very easy lineup with the Spear. Because with the Spear, you can fish any target out of the creeps that it's surrounded by. This works especially well in the lane, of course. And then hit the arrow afterwards without any nasty obstacles in the way.
Yeah.
So our way, the question that they have to answer now is, are they going to stand in the Mars arena, or are they going to find a guy who can still walk out of it? Are they thinking about the Lifestealer here? I can't say that I would be the biggest fan. Lifestealer is also quite hurt by his silencer. He really does like to get off his rage, and you don't want to build a Manta style on him. Though eventually you'll get a BKB. Now here with the Void Spirit, you spell reliant heroes? No, you want an early BKB.
Yeah, and it does feel like if you go for the Lifestealer during the laning phase, you might just get clicked by the Marana the entire time.
Yeah, you will.
So we'll have to see what our way is going to decide to go for. Balrogs certainly not making it easy to decide for a good pick here. But that is what we expect here from Closed Qualifiers here in SA. Earthshaker.
Oh.
Is that going to be a mid 4DR Earthshaker again?
I think so.
How is it
Spirit
lane
Force-
against the Void?
Less susceptible than an Ember Spirit, because of course your shield is a physical damage shield. So that works a lot better. But in terms of the lane domination, you can still do what 4DR did to the Ember Spirit as well. You can last hit all of the ranged creeps. There's on both sides.
Okay, so that is now a pretty scary combo. Like they have Brewmaster, they have Earthshaker, but there is the Silencer to counteract that. And the question is going to be who's going to find the proper jump, the proper initiation, and what safe laner do you want to go with your lineup? Balrogs is going to have to pick first. Is there a hero that stands out to you for them?
For the Balrogs, not necessarily. I was thinking about our way because I just saw the Morphling get banned. I was already thinking about the Manta style carries. And with this Sven now here, I wonder if our way is setting up for a Naga Siren. Because you're going to have illusions that you can put on the Silencer, on the Marana, get good tracking going so that the Earthshaker can jump them. You don't have a lot of illusion clear right now over on the side of Balrogs Esports. And finally, of course, you are a Manta style builder. You do not care about either Global or the Voice Spirit Ags.
Yeah. As we do see the Terrorblade being banned out, similar concept to the Naga. Meanwhile, for Balrogs, I'm just thinking they might even go Lifestealer themselves.
Yeah, wouldn't be half bad. Does very well in lane versus the Brewmaster. Gives no hoots about an Enchantress. The rage is very nice for taking her down.
It is still going to be scary against the Earthshaker core, who is just going to clap you with the Enchant Totem.
True, but at least you get a lot of lifesteal off of him.
We'll see. As the Luna was the ban for our way.
Yeah. It smells like fish to me. What else is left? Neither the Ursa nor the Monkey King have gotten banned this time around. Ursa could definitely work very well versus ENG Brewmaster as well.
Yeah, Ursa would also give him some more Roche potential. But the question is then going to be, what does our way pick? And they're gonna go, on the Balrog side, they're gonna go for the PA.
Hard to pick a Naga Siren into that. Maybe that's their consideration here as well. If you pick the Ursa, you're definitely going to get Nagad. If you pick the PA, well, she can die. And you still get all of the good stuff, like being able to leap over the Earthshaker barriers. You will have the Roche potential. You'll have the fast physical burst damage. She just needs more items than an Ursa would.
Yeah, that is for sure. Our way now have a minute of reserve time left to pick their last pick here.
About it quite hard. I'd still like the Naga Siren. These supports don't push waves. This Void Spirit needs a lot of time before he can start hunting you down. And I gotta say, you have perfect setup with your song for a bunch of great offensive spells as well. I think that you can pressure this Phantom Assassin into quite the precarious position before she ever gets the items to actually threaten you mano a mano.
They're gonna go for a Juggernaut. Okay. HFN does like to play Juggernaut. And there are some builds where you can go like maybe Maelstrom to try to beat a PA. But overall, I would say that matchup is favored for the Phantom Assassin. How do you like the Juggernaut pick?
Pretty same feeling as you, honestly. You don't really get to fight her. She usually outfarms you anyway, and your best option is to fight early with your team in order to, properly make use of your pushing potential, of your healing ward. And yeah, I guess you do get the benefit there, which is one thing the Naga didn't have, is to spin and walk out of the Mars ult. But it seems a bit rough, because you're going to have to go Amantisal most likely this game, which is a little bit out of the way on a Juggernaut. And then on top of that, you're also going to want either an MKB or a Silver Edge, and neither of which are a farming item either. I don't see how HFN gets all the items he needs and keeps up with the PA, unless his team just absolutely ruffle stomps the lanes, and I will be looking at 40R here.
Yep. Now, one thing about the Juggernaut is there is no BKB piercing disable until an Abyssal Blade is being bought, so the split push from HFN, he can be very deliberate with that as long as he is aware of Global Silence. So we'll see here. We'll see who is going to come out ahead in this best of 3.
Let's see. There is a lot that the supports on both sides can do in this game as well. Any Murano arrow can be a game-winning arrow. And of course, there is on the other side the Enchantress. And we have seen Yodomi run away with games. And that is certainly also possible on an Enchantress.
Yeah, Enchantress, I feel Enchantress very often can do a lot during the like 10 to 15 minute phase when she can be near unkillable. I'm not sure how Dire can kill her unless they bring the Void Spirit during that phase. And so we'll have to see where Yodomi is going to play with the Enchantress at that point. So you have here smoke on smoke action. Both teams going for a smoke and maybe even trying for a little bit of a level 1 engagement. Dire gonna take the Radiant high ground and vice versa. Radiant gonna take the Dire high ground in their triangle.
Once again, completely missing one another. They seem to guess a different side every single time. I wonder if these two squads have scrubbed each other. You have to imagine that they did.
Yeah.
Especially with the bans also. Sometimes you get the feeling while that draft is ongoing that there's a couple of in-jokes and tricks that you're missing. As they're banning heroes, you think, oh, why would you pick that? And the only answer is previous experience.
You did your best.
Previous experience of what they did with it, and it's just like, let's not have that again. And Silencer, still in the enemy triangle, so it will be a 2-for-2 bounty rune exchange. Idomi gonna be able to get a few clicks onto the Mars, and both just taunting on away.
She can only really tickle him. So there is kill possibility onto this Mars on the level 3 from this Juggernaut, but early on, he should definitely not feel threatened. He wins the straight up trade versus the Mars in the right clicks. Versus the Jug in the right clicks.
There's going to be Finn coming through. And Draken down to half health. Arrow coming through, securing the range creep. They are still trying to go on to Draken, put as much pressure as possible on him. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Tavo, he has been clicked by the Silencer, who went level 1 Glaives of Wisdom. Not something we see very often.
No, it isn't, but he's going to be dealing a fair bit here. And stealing a lot of intelligence from these heroes that need to use a large part of their mana pool in order to cast their spells, so that's going to be at the very least inconvenient.
And the bottom, both the Juggernaut and the Enchantress getting a little bit low. Gonna get level 2 first here. Like Radiant most likely. Idomi actually takes the range creep. Gonna get speared. Level 2 now on them. They have impetus shots. They're now coming out onto Draken. That is when the Enchantress really starts to hurt you.
Yep, and she has a whole mana pool to empty.
Just put it into
That was an
Mars.
important deny, though. Otherwise, you have taken away that experience from your Juggernaut only to give it to the opponent.
Yeah. As up top here, they're gonna go onto the Silencer and they're gonna claim first blood here for Tavo. Burna is gonna find a counter kill onto the Snapfire. But first blood going the way of this Brewmaster.
He's going to be very happy with that. I wonder what he's going to buy actually with all that money. He only has the boots queued up, but you have to wonder if he doesn't want either a ring of health or... Nah, it's gonna be boots. Fine. I see how it is, Tavo. Be practical. And we haven't really looked at the mid lane yet, right? And this is a 40R, definitely in his element once again. RoboZ really getting the treatment here.
Yeah. I kind of like, now that I've seen it in action like 3 times against all these Spirit Brothers that are so common now being picked up. Oh, hold that thought, as up top. They're gonna go onto the Silencer, but at the same time looking to turn it around onto the Snapfire. First kill for Burna, and that's a +2 for the Silencer.
And Tavo cannot even reach him anymore. Unfortunate. And the Silencer had another salve as well. Excellent, now they can keep up the spam. Burna is going to be very happy about this. I was talking about the Ring of Health
Oh,
earlier.
the arrow bottom going for the Enchantress, and she is gonna be brought down. The level 3 timing from the Juggernaut not really leading to a kill there, and actually gets the Enchantress killed.
Unfortunately, you can see how much damage the Mars took, but not gonna work out this time. Both this Jug and this Ench are so bothered by the Mirana. Ench can't really work with creeps. Jug can't really use a healing ward. He hasn't even got it skilled. He just has his Ench fairy himself.
Yeah. As in the mid lane, 4DR just being oppressive towards this Void Spirit. And Water Rune are going to be secured, both a piece. At the same time, Impetus shots. Arrow misses onto the Juggernaut. And it's a Centaur Conqueror allowed to live a little while longer for the Enchantress.
For now.
Oh,
Oh, RoboZ.
they canceled the Salve there onto the Mirana. Did the Centaur. That was very good for the Enchantress. Needs to be careful now once again of the arrow. Oh. Very nicely sniped by the Mirana.
Good shot.
我不理解。
And I'm keeping a Hawkeye on this top lane where the Silencer can very much die again. If he steps forward too far. And the middle, oh, level 6 actually on 4DR.
He has the Echo Slam. Void Spirit still quarter of a level behind. Gonna go now for his Bounty Rune. Does not want to get Echo Slam or Jamat. Now they bring in the Silencer mid. Putting down a sentry. He is gonna clear out this small camp. That small camp gives so little in terms of golden experience.
Silencer was too scared to walk up, even though he actually could have gotten the D ward. And now the ward's gonna time out. Oh wait, I saw that wrong. Never mind. That was his own. So we shall just watch 4DR threaten to Echo Slam RoboZ, who still doesn't have... There we go.
He now has his lowest pick. Okay, so he has the Astral Step. As there is going to be a Regen Rune taken by the Silencer. He's gonna be blocked in. Cookie. Boop. And that's a Silencer dead.
Bop him on the head.
Oh, there's gonna be a jump in. 4DR is still... Oh, he doesn't have the mana for Echo Slam right now. Would have a stick for it, however. So RoboZ still needs to be careful.
Absolutely. He is 2 button presses away from getting wrecked, but I think he knows.
As...
All
Oh,
that it do.
down bottom. They're going on to Draken. Goes immediately for the TP. Nearly died, but will be successful at getting out. They'll just TP to the tier 1. And he doesn't have much regen on him right now. Only the helm. They claim another big creep and they clear out the catapult.
They bring the Silencer down now as well. There's a level 6 over onto the Phantom Assassin, so she has all of the damage output that she needs to keep Tabo at bay, if she would so desire. Or alternatively move into the jungle.
Silencer.
And
looking to set something up in that bottom area, but it is a Juggernaut.
I think that's a bad idea.
Yeah, that's gonna be the spin going straight onto the Silencer. And Silencer is going to go down, but now there's no more spin. Is the spear gonna come out? And Burner is gonna take that kill onto the Jug. And now the Stifling Dagger coming out, going onto Yadomi, and the Cookie not going to be enough to save Enchantress. Also gonna... Oh, nice micro there with the Courier. Using the vision from the trees. And as the Courier survives. Meanwhile, 4DR is gonna get silenced up by the Silencer.
Still
There's
on
the Echo
level 3.
Slam straight onto both of them. It's gonna take down the Silencer. RoboZ is gonna be able to get away. There's still a haste room from 4DR. He's
He
looking
wants to
for
play.
more. There's still a Dissimulate up on RoboZ, so not really too much gonna be able to happen there. However, Burner gonna be seen here. Can he jump away? The fissure coming out. And the jump onto... Oh, Cookie misses onto RoboZ. The arena coming out here by Draken.
Big.
Oh. Nice rotation there. Everybody from the Dire pretty much responding to it, but necessary. And they get the big kill onto the Shaker. And they clean up the supports. Tavo now here has a split. Gonna find the top double stun here onto Burner. The split coming out. The Omni Slash going onto Burner. Burner is going to die. They bring down Draken. And with the spin, they're gonna bring him down as well. in the end, a very even exchange, I would say.
I don't think anyone won there.
Yeah, actually, the Juggernaut, I would say. Because he didn't die and he got involved. Got 600 gold for that.
Yeah, pretty decent for him. Tavo has finally vacated the lane, giving some experience over to King R on top. And there isn't much they can do about this mid lane, though. RoboZ's got that one pretty firmly under control. They can't push his tower, so the game's not going to move yet for a little bit. I really want the level 6 on the silencer as well, but Yogi is just stacking, man. Doesn't have time to get levels.
And if... oh. They might just know now that there are stacks here. The cookie connects onto the silencer. And that's going to be another kill for the Radiant onto the silencer. They're not even going to look for these stacks. They're immediately going to look towards the top. And maybe taking down this tower.
There is another arena, but I don't think HFN is actually much bothered about him right now. So yeah, instead, Dragon's up top.
They're gonna
there
bring
is a
in more
Tavo.
TPs from the Void Spirit. Gonna jump on straight onto Tavo. Aether Remnant connects the arena. Misses on the spear, however. Tavo alive a little while longer for the R. He is looking to jump in there. There's the Echo Slam. The follow-up done. The Fissure. They take down the Void Spirit. The Mars. Oh, beautiful setup there. And thanks to the dodging of the spear, they don't lose anybody for it.
They did not see that one coming.
Nope, and I can see what's coming for Sexy Yogi, however. Slow and painful death.
I got a feeling 40R is making it pretty fast.
Oh,
Well, if Yogi stops running.
Of magnitude.
Where does
Would you
it
run
begin,
from
though?
your own death?
Me? Oh, definitely. I'm a huge coward.
All of that was without neither the Juggernaut nor the PA getting involved. The PA going for a Battle Fury. The Jug has the Maelstrom now finished. So we're talking about the build that the Juggernaut kind of has to go against the PA. Has the Maelstrom now, looking for the Yasha. Most likely the Manta style because of the Silencer. As 40R has now the Blink Dagger finished. He already was getting involved without the Blink Dagger. And now with that, it's only going to get easier for 40R.
He has now officially become a menace, and this is where RoboZ's game gets really hard. He's going for a Kaya, presumably going to want to finish the Sanj as well, but most of that is not going to help him versus 40R jumping him. Then again, nothing really will. If you get slammed,
Oh,
nice.
HFN finds another kill onto the Silencer. It's this Silencer. Died 7 times. It's having a rough time. He has his level 6, so that's good. There's going to be a smoke from the Snapfire with the Juggernaut. Jump straight onto the Mars and the Mirana. They are looking for the Mars. No Omni Slash available. And Draken going to be the Invis from the Moonlight Shadow, but Dust's going to be there. Going for the TP. And it's going to be able to do so. 4 heroes being bottom, and they don't get anything for it apart from defending that tower.
Yeah, unfortunately 40R's Fissure lands a little bit awkward, so that HFN doesn't have a good way to get into that fight. And that's all she wrote. I don't think they're going to complain as long as HFN is out farming this PA. That is the most dangerous thing that can happen, and she is just now finishing up her Battle Fury. This is where it's going to get harder. They're going to need to take some terrain away from her now before she can just start clearing out entire sides of the map.
Yeah, she also has some pretty big stacks here that she's going to make short work of right now. You're going to lose that tier 1 tower for it, but the farm that this PA is getting right now, not something that Radiant wants to give her a lot longer. That's going to be straight onto the Silencer. He is going to go down once again. This Silencer just got solo Echo Slammed.
But it's worth it.
Yeah.
Tavo has a free game now.
does enable them to take this position here. Because otherwise, there will always be the threat of the global silence into a bursting of the Brewmaster. And 4DR is defending this space. He's saying, Pia, you want to get in here? How about no?
No
Yes.
ancients for you.
Uh-oh, Marana. Fissure does not connect. Cookie leaps away. And Arrow plus the global silence, still one click from the Earthshaker. But now looking to go on to 4DR, and 4DR is gonna go down. The spear connecting onto the Enchantress, but they don't have the damage to bring her down. Mortimerkiss is raining over the top, going on to Robo Z. He has used all of his spells. And he has an Invis rune, however. Looking now for the silencer. And they're gonna get neither of those.
Well, oh, that's awkward.
Yeah.
You really want to get something out of the Primal Split whenever you use it, and unfortunately, no matter how far forward they seem to stand, they just can't get a grip on Robo Z even without both of his steps.
Oh, there is now HFN with his team here. He has the Yasha finished. Yes, the Pia is catching up though. And she's gonna go straight BKB after this. Already has the Mithril Hammer.
This one's looking dicey for HFN. He will finish up his Manta Style by the time the PA finishes the BKB, but the Manta Style is not intended to fight her with. The Manta Style is intended to just get to play the game versus its Silencer. I wonder if he's gonna swap out of it.
Oh, they're gonna see Tavo here. They're gonna jump onto him. He doesn't have split. He is going to die. Now might even be looking at this tier 1 tower. Enchantress trying to hold it. Oh, and a deep ward being placed here by the Marana. A very deep ward, just inside the enemy base.
Well, that's certainly never going to get dewarded by the sentries that normally get placed around here.
There's gonna be Moonlight Shadow. They're gonna find the Silencer once again, but he will survive this time as Void Spirit has arrived. The heal up from the Enchantress is not going to be enough, and it is going to be the Snapper who dies first. As now HFN has used the spin. Robo Z. Oh, they found the Marana. 4DR still has a lot of burst damage with that enchant totem.
He is their big entrance into the game still. Every threat that he provides, and he still has the Echo Slam at the ready. The PA has to be careful.
Have another Blade of Alacrity for the Juggernaut after he already finished the Yasha.
So we are swapping. I would have expected if he went damage right now for him to go into the Shadow Blade on the way to the Silver Edge. But maybe that's simply too soon, and maybe all this man wants right now is just straight damage. And that's why you're going to bring in.
There is going to be a smoke to try to contest this Roach. Arrow coming through, gonna be soaked up by the Storm Spirit. Echo Slam gonna be used, but the Global Silence gonna hold him there. The Spear with the Arena, it's gonna be the end of 4DR. This is gonna be at least the Aegis Snatch for HFN, but the Roach kill going in favor of the Dire, and they lost their mid laner for this. And HFN, he still wants to fight. He still has an Omni Slash available, but no spin.
At the very least, they got the Aegis out of that. That could have gotten way worse. HFN got bashed by Roche at the absolute worst time. Which is why RoboZ gets to actually step into the pit.
And the PA actually did not finish a BKB, went for the Deso.
I respect that. I respect that a great deal. She's approaching the 3-item timing from the risky side.
Oh.
Next item should definitely be a BKB though.
Yeah, hopefully the next item is going to be a BKB. I'm not quite sure what else you would go.
Yeah, and the Shadow Blade is not going to be over on the Juggernaut. It's actually going to be over on 4DR, who should be finishing up his BKB within the next couple of minutes.
Gonna get gone on here by RoboZ. Doesn't have a TP, however. Is the Remnant gonna be there? That is going to be the Aegis down. The rest of the team is approaching. Tavo doesn't have split at the moment. And HFN, they're trying to fight this. Burner just going for the TP. The Omni Slash not going to be enough.
Once again, spending most of their spells on nothing. At the very least, they don't have the Primal Split right now, so once Tavo's got that, they can still pressure. But...
They lost the Aegis for that. That's...
yeah, exactly. That is a feels bad, man. And Dragon is still waiting with an Arena and a Blink Dagger.
And the Juggernaut is now deciding that the Manta Style is his item of choice. Only needs the ultimate orb. Already has the recipe on his career. And this feels like a very, very tense game at the moment. But it also feels like if Balrogs can just keep it going a little while longer, this PA is going to get out of control.
Yes, she is. 40R, no matter how strong he seems right now, is not getting enough done. This Echo Slam should basically be permanently on cooldown, and it just isn't. He isn't finding the opportunities. Because they need to find this silencer. And he has been out of view for the past couple of minutes. If they can't find him, well, Yogia doesn't have a BKB yet. So, or sorry, excuse me, 40R doesn't have a BKB yet, so he dies. It is that simple. He needs his piece of the puzzle first.
Meanwhile, also Tavo, his first item, Agnum Scepter, is only just about now to be finished. It is going to be an Agnum Scepter for him, however, so double split gonna be available, making him a lot more powerful for throughout fights, just because he's gonna be having more of the splits.
Well, it doesn't matter if you die before you get the first one off, right?
That is true, and there's gonna be the smoke now from the Dire. This PA is very scary. Has it level 18, coup de grace level 3 is gonna be available. Yes. Still a tier 1 tower in the mid lane. They're not gonna be able to find anything. However, Berna runs in, HFN spins away. Once again, the invisible TP with the Moonlight Shadow. The Arena connects onto the Juggernaut. There's going to be an Echo Slam from the Earthshaker, but it does not matter. Omni Slash coming out here by the Juggernaut, but he's still going to go down. And now, King RD might have tried for a TP there, and Tavo, as you said, can he get even one split off? No, he cannot. And they will lose the Mars for this. The Mortimer Kiss is dealing a good bit of damage, but it is going to be stopped now. And
It's
4
only the two
heroes.
supports. Oh, him using his spin to run away there was an absolutely disastrous decision. No matter if he thinks he can get away there, he needs to TP or he needs to save it, because that Arena will come out as soon as he spins a spin.
And with that, the PA firmly now #1 in net worth. Gonna have that BKB in 100 gold right now, actually. Finish the camp with a crit. And this Juggernaut, he might have a Manta Style. He's looking for an Agnum Scepter. But it is really just... It feels like kind of the limitation of the hero where he is right now is... He can't really do much in a team fight.
He doesn't. Your Omni Slash whiffs, that's basically all she wrote. And otherwise you gotta be ahead in farm, but you don't have any innate farming capabilities. Maybe they find Burna here though.
Oh, it's gonna get fissured. They have the vision. They're gonna throw everything onto Burna. Gets his BKB off, but he doesn't have much life. Still trying to crit back, but it's gonna go down. And now with the split coming forward, they are looking for Draken. He is going to be under his tower, however. And, oh, Silencer? Gonna go for a TP. Not going to be successful, however.
He was resigned to his fate. There's really nothing he has to contribute outside of the global silence, and that was on cooldown. That's the reason why they could actually kill Burna there.
Now, they have Omni Slash up again in 10 seconds. They're gonna have Swift Slash and 1,000 gold for this Juggernaut.
It isn't all too bad. But the PA is still a problem.
It really comes down to if they can lock down the PA or who finds the jump. because Draken in that fight, like, all he did was pretty much trying to get away. As now Radiant taking on the top part of the map.
It feels like once again we go back to this stalemate where we were before the Roshan fight. Or both of these carries would really like one more item before they fight again.
Oh, Magnum Scepter finished 40 jog, 5-man smoke. Once again by Balrogs Esports. Who can they find is going to be the question. The tier 1 tower is still standing.
They gotta get rid of that. As you can see right here, for the cross map movement, this is an incredible obstacle. Not only is because just your creep waves don't make it that far in. If that tower was down, they could have walked straight up into HFN and he would be dead right now. And they're still gonna try though.
Still are gonna find the spin TP, and he's out.
Man, learn this lesson.
However, Snapfire, she is not out. She is indeed dead. An Echo Slam connecting onto 3, but the global silence to counter it. And now the spear onto the Earthshaker. He is gonna go down.
Oh, you can see him think about it. He's like, I shouldn't go here. My Juggernaut isn't here. And it's like, but there's so many of them.
It's just so nicely grouped up. As the split is gonna come out. They're gonna find the silencer. He already used his global silence, so this is not really the biggest loss for the Dire as long as they can all get out. The Brewling's still charging on forward.
It will be if they lose the rush here.
And Jog is in the pit.
Yep, this fight got them the mid tower, but losing even a single hero there, and especially losing the global silence, is still pretty painful. And the PA is not interested in contesting it.
Is slowly but surely making her way over. The BKB still on cooldown for 15 more seconds. And yeah, there's gonna be an ensnare from the creep. Jump in from the Mirana. Has a Yule Scepter. Now the split coming out. HFN so low from RoboZ. And so is Roche. As RoboZ stays in the pit. And who can finish off the Roche? Dra can jump on in. And the Fissure coming out. And Radiant takes it. And King R takes the Aegis.
Disaster.
Oh no. And now Burna trying to run away. Forced to use his BKB. But they're still gonna run him down.
He can't TP. Nice little dodge, but what's he gonna do for you?
Yeah, that's gonna be the Fissure. He gets the jump to his creep wave. 4DR already waiting there. The crit. Trying to fight back, but not going to be successful. And everybody in the pit, and in the end, the Snapfire gets the Aegis. Who got the shard, by the way? Oh, shard is still there. 4DR is going to pick it up, actually. He is going to get found by the silencer, however. That's a silencer dead. That's the global silence. He's not as dead as long as the PA. So it doesn't really matter, actually.
It does not, but they get so focused on the Roche that they forget there's still an Omni slash up. And HFN, who was running for his life not 2 seconds before, instead gets to deal several killing blows at once. And this is how Juggernaut can certainly make your game.
Yeah, and suddenly he's 4,000 net worth ahead. Has his level 20. Has the shard given from Roche. Or more given by the Earthshaker who picked it up from Roche. And now Blade Fury deals a lot of damage. And that magic damage can deal with the PA if she doesn't have her BKB up.
Yep, she is still very fragile. And the other thing that I was wondering about was if 4DR was ever going to make it to his Shadow Blade in time. But as it turns out, if he would have wanted it, he could have got it by now. And instead, he's switching out. He is getting himself a Blade Mail. And there is a Shiva's Guard in the works.
Just needing more armor against the PA.
Yep, and confident that they can deal with her in the longer fights through magic damage, which is a risky proposition because she will be killing your heroes in the meantime. But they're going to have to
Oh,
outlast.
Burner
Global
jumping
Silence.
forward here. That's going to be the global silence immediately together with the... Oh, with the jump in from RoboC going on to 40R. The cookie is going to save him, and he is saved. Now the Omni Slash coming out straight onto Draken and goes onto the Mirana. Mirana going to die. Fissure gonna be there onto Draken, and that's 2 heroes down. HFN, he's gonna go straight onto the high ground. They don't have creeps yet, but they are approaching.
And Balrog really split in their understanding of the fight there. The PA, all she wanted to do was get out. And in the meantime, everybody's like, "Well, wait, why don't we turn?" And the problem is you can't anymore. Your BKB has already been spent. The decision has already been made.
The Radiant feeling very confident, taking the tier 3. Oops, has been taken by the Ace of Remnant by the Snapfire. He still has Aegis for a minute and a half. That is why he is playing so far forward. Now his full Scotty finished on the Juggernaut as well. How do they deal with him is going to be the question.
Honestly, at this point you don't, but many of your other targets are also not that good anymore.
They are... Whoop, RoboZ jumped in there, the Simulate coming out, and Burner going for the backlines. 40R gets his BKB up, and Arena connects here, and they get the kill onto the Brewmaster. Did not get his split up, but RoboZ pays for it with his life. Burner just trying to get out of that. HFN gets his spin off, and they all just ignore the Snapfire, which is very funny to see. Now she's far forward, but still has that Aegis for another 40 seconds, and she is just a bait.
A bait they are not going to take. I think it's actually extremely worthwhile that Burner was on the backlines there, pushing 40R away from the fight, so that Dragon could properly get that arena off. But it was risky.
It was very risky, and there's the split coming out. They are looking for a second set of racks, going at this tier 3. Smoke coming out from the Dire. How are you going to fight this? RoboC bought back. If he dies again, he will be down for a very long time. Just a lift up onto the PA. She's gonna be in there for a little bit. Moonlight Shadow coming out. RoboC jumps into the backlines with the Dissimulate. They're going on to Tavo. That is a dieback on the Brewmaster. Now focusing on to the Enchantress. Enchantress gonna go down as well. The Omni Slash not gonna be enough. Meanwhile, Burner gets the jump away, but his BKB is running out. HFN has no spin anymore. Needs to be careful. And Mirana in the backlines. It is a 5v3 fight, but any burst damage onto Burner could be a disaster. BKB from 40R. Not land onto this RoboZ with the Enchant Totem, and they're gonna back off. They got a ranged Rax. Better than nothing.
Balrog's got a dieback there. This was about the best fight they were going to get. If they chased on there was actually an Echo Slam on 40R coming up right now. And unless they had the timing down to the second, they could not know whether it was up again or not. So
also, without your BKB on the PA, he can die very, very quickly. She really needs that Satanic. Uh-oh. An Arcane Rune here.
Our way is not stopping.
Uh-oh, they're gonna go straight in here. Our way is gonna go. RoboZ gets to Dissimulate out, and Six is not gonna survive on the Mirana. Sexy Yogi also not going to survive. Both of these have buyback. Not a move you would expect given that the Brewmaster was still dead, but it caught Balrogs off guard, and that's exactly what they needed.
Great decision making there. And Balrogs want to cut in from the backlines again. But at this point, all their creep waves are coming in, and they simply don't have the time to do it without our way realizing what's up.
HFN going straight for the melee racks up top. They just want to take the permanent damage. Yeah, I'll walk you through the base. Oh, the bash onto your Shaker. That Stifling Dagger bash is always something you gotta be having an eye out for. Like, if it happens at any point, PA might just jump in and kill off a hero.
Shaker's one of the least bothered though with his plate mail. I think it's much more of a concern for the supports, especially. Not for Tabo though. He's got himself an Aeon Disc this time. He is not about to die back again without getting his ult off.
It's going to be the smoke from Balrogs. Looking towards bottom. Where Radiant indeed is. Not grouped up as 5, however. So Balrogs, can they find the fight? Robo-Z.
They're late. This is suicide now.
Yeah. And go up onto the high ground. They are going to find a D-ward. Now the counter smoke coming out from the Radiant. They know they can just wait. Like top and mid is always going to be pushing in. Thanks to the racks that have been taken.
This is literally the last lane. And if you're Balrogs, your hope here is the spear back from this Mars of a lifetime. They might not even get that opportunity.
They are gonna look for a fight here. Jump forward, Fisher connects onto the Mirana. Draken took down the outpost. As at the same time, Robo-Z getting gone on but has to simulate split being used. Gonna find the Mirana. He's gonna be dead for 50 seconds. Has a buyback.
Coin for me.
Triple bounty
yeah.
rune found by the silencer.
This guy. I mean, gotta find your farm where you can, right?
I'm surprised that Radiant went for that sweep towards top and decided to not continue to push in bottom. There's still a tier 2 standing. They haven't taken that tower yet. They're now coming towards that. HFN with a full Mjolnir finished.
His man's looking like an absolute monster. The PA is just not ready to fight him, but she does have the Satanic now, so at the very least she might be ready to fight his team.
Roche is up once again. Aghanim's blessing in it. They take down a ward. Moonlight Shadow being used by the Dire. But they're gonna back off. And Roche is gonna be taken here by the Radiant. They take this very fast. Dire, they're not gonna be here in time. Oh, actually, Radiant stopped it. They don't know where they are. And Silencer, he would be a huge kill for the Radiant.
I think they're behind
That's
him
going
now.
to be an
They're
arena.
wrong.
Catching on to 4 of them together with the BKB from Draken. Looking for the healing ward. And the jump in from Robo-Z. Can they take him down? Tavo gets his Aeon Disc off, but gets a split. Snapfire gonna go down. Is going to buy back. And Burner just gonna be jumped by the split. They're gonna go onto HFN. He gets his Omni Slash off, however. Goes to the Roche, however. And now the Echo Slam is going to be there onto Burner. And he goes down. Oh, that is 1 kill, 2 kills that HFN has been getting. And now our way. This is a 1-team fight. It might just be the game. Mirana gonna go down as well. They take the Roche.
There's creeps in the Dire base.
Yeah. There's
that
no
the
buyback on the
idea-
PA.
This is going to be thrown. The idea for that fight was great, though. You saw them all reacting to Yogia. They were like, oh, they're up on the cliff. No, they weren't. They were flanking. But the problem is that only the Mars was close by enough. Nobody could follow up on him yet. By the time his team was there, he'd already spent his BKB. And everything turned to chaos.
And our way playing it safe. Going for the mega creeps. As they have still 40 more seconds. They don't know that the PA doesn't have buyback. It is due to money, not due to a cooldown. Most likely gonna realize once they're attacking tier 4s that, hey, there is actually no buyback. They have half a minute, and with how big HFN is, this might just be enough. Arrow connects onto the Juggernaut. Glyph coming out, Split come out from the Brewmaster, jump in from Robo-Z, jump out with the Dissimulate. But HFN, he has Aegis. There's Cheese on the Earthshaker, and they lift up the Void Spirit. They find the Fissure, and the Swift Slash onto the Mirana is going to buy back. Silencer doesn't have buyback himself, and they are going to back off as Burner is back alive together with the Mars. Jumps in here. The arena connects onto King R. And still the spin coming through here from HFN. And the Snapfire is still alive. Finally gonna go down. Burner cannot jump into the fight, however. Draken, very, very tanky. They're gonna go onto HFN. The spear connects onto him, but there is still a lift up on the PA. Burner just not able to fight. Finds the bash onto the jug. There's gonna be a global silence, and they take down the Aegis. They're holding on. They're holding on. Tavo doesn't have a split anymore. Is gonna get focused down. Burner has his Satanic, fights back. Swift Slash not going to be good enough for HFN. Now the Omni Slash, however, goes to the creep wave. Draken, oh, he's not quite tanky enough. And the spin is just too much. HFN. Oh.
Incredible.
HFN on the Juggernaut. We questioned the Juggernaut pick. That the PA is going to get ahead and is going to be just killing him off. But in the end, HFN proved us wrong and finishes off the game. And our way will be in the lower division SADPC. Congratulations there.
Absolutely. Congratulations, guys. And in what style?
Mm-hmm.
As they have some real funky picks coming out. Brewmaster, Mid Shaker 3 times today. They're going to bring some spice, that's for sure.
That is definitely for sure. And like they're not only bringing the mid shaker in a matchup where they feel like, oh, we're outclassing them. No, they're bringing it in the game for the lower division DPC. They say we are confident in it, and 40R definitely delivered. But HFN 20-2 in the end.
Absolutely phenomenal performance, and the same can be said for his TA game earlier, where he was also definitely not favored and still managed to come out on top. This man's decision maker just looks very, very crisp.
Mm-hmm.
And you gotta feel for Balrogs here. They played this entire day as well, waited out for this game only to get denied their chance in the end. Luckily for them, they get another one tomorrow in the lower bracket.
They're gonna get another one. Now, Kips, as always, it is a pleasure casting with you. Where can we find you?
Oh, you can find me at Kipspul on Twitter, KIPSPUL. I think the bot has been kind enough to link it for us in the chat as well.
Yeah, fantastic. You can also find me on my own Twitter at Aponzues7 or on my Twitch at twitch.tv/Aponzues. Hope you enjoyed this cast. Our way, congratulations. They make it into the lower division SADPC. I hope for a great rest of your evening and goodbye.